if you're within the sound of my voice and Brett's voice, I'm David Neal, Brett Adair, left to right, and we are still watching the storm that is Nicole, barely hanging on as a tropical storm now. Winds are at 70 miles per hour as far as the 1 o'clock goes, the 1 o'clock advisory, which just came out a few moments ago, and that's what we're looking at there into the short term, is basically what's happening here with a very borderline storm at this point. Brett, 70 mile per hour winds, beginning to see the eye of the hurricane showing up on radar now. I
Yeah, we're
said
definitely
hurricane,
seeing
tropical
some
storm.
signs. Yeah, it's tropical storm.
Oh,
We're
you said
seeing the
hurricane.
signs of it for sure, David. We're seeing the main core on the western wall moving toward Port St. Lucie, West Palm. We were in Daytona where we dealt with some things earlier. The erosion's still really, really bad up there. So this is going to be a major player well up the coast. Now we're starting to see of the main banding features move toward the shoreline, and that's kind of why we're going to go ahead and drop toward the south now.
Everything that we've been talking about for the past couple of days seems to be coming to fruition now, Brett, where, actually the models have just nailed this. Going back to when we first started seeing this, and I remember when we started seeing it was when you were chasing tornadoes back into Texas. Is right about that time that night I sent you that little link that showed what was likely to happen on the GFS, and it's pretty much just sort of filled in ever since, and not really underperformed or overperformed. It's kind of done exactly what the modeling would say. And now as we are approaching Freeport in the Bahamas, we'll get some information from Freeport pretty soon to find out exactly what's happening on the ground there, some ground truth, if you will. And again, the expectations here are somewhat minimal when it comes to hurricane force winds, B.
Yeah, there's going to be a core of higher winds there around the city. That thicker banding feature that's ongoing, that's going to be that area of wind that's problematic. The bigger deal, though, is once we do see this core cross over the Bahamas and come toward the east coast of Florida, the north side of that core, the winds are going to go onshore, be very perpendicular to the shoreline. That's, primarily a north-south shoreline there. So you're going to get a due east wind as this thing comes in and makes landfall. And all that wind's going to push and pile up water onto the shoreline there, which is what we've been talking about for the last several days. Looks to be the case. And, I don't really see anything other than things are really on course from what we talked about the last several days.
Yeah, so let's take a look and we'll talk about some of the conditions here, if you will. And I'll just show you what we're looking at here. Basically, if we go back in time, we've got a storm right now with 70 mile per hour winds. It's right on the edge, the verge of becoming a hurricane. The actual satellite imagery is coming through Marsh Harbor here at the moment, approaching Freeport, the Bahamas, from the western side. If you look at the overall big picture here, one of the other things that we're looking at is the fact that we're once again seeing the conditions really start to deteriorate pretty rapidly now from west to east in some of those locations as well. And let's just kind of take a look at it full here, Brett, and talk about what we're seeing now. If you look up and down the coastline, this is the way it would somewhat look here at the West Palm Beach area, Fort Lauderdale. And as the storm approaches there from that direction, you're going to get winds from West Palm Beach, it looks like, to the north in Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, over to Melbourne. Those are going to be winds that are coming onshore, perpendicular to the shore, which are going to create a buildup of water. Now, it just matters as to what that actual fetch direction is. And if you look at it at this point, if the tropical storm hurricane were to come straight on shore like that, you'd pile water up from that direction northward, all the way up to New Smyrna Beach and beyond, because that will be an onshore fetch as time goes on. And overall, that still gives us a chance for some heavier rainfall and that water coming onshore, Brett, as well as an included slight risk for some tornadoes.
Yeah, there's some of the indications as well as we go in time, especially post landfall tomorrow, that further to the north across coastal Georgia, northeast Florida, and even the Carolinas, that there could be a pretty substantial little tornado threat up there in the northeastern quadrant as this system moves across and then begins to do that curve to the north. That's going to be something that we're going to watch very carefully, because on the fringes then you can get some of those supercellular type structures that evolve and then drop tornadoes. So that's definitely something we're going to have to watch. I'll tell you this, though. One thing that I've, is Nicole probably looks the best this entire life as of right now. And those strongest core of winds, though, they are relatively close to the center. Really, 50 nautical miles northwest, 20 nautical miles northeast, and 20 nautical miles to the southwest of the center is where those strongest 50 knot-ish winds are located. So they're fairly close to the center. Tropical storm force envelope is just massive. You can only imagine you've got tropical storm force winds onshore right now from Miami all the way up to Charleston, South Carolina. That is a huge envelope of 39 mile per hour or greater winds.
Yeah.
So massive wind field.
Massive wind field coming along with that as we move through and into the overnight hours tonight. Let's just take a look at the modeling here. This is from 18Z. This is the valid time is 18Z, so this is the 12Z run from this morning. The NAM 3K would show you that the storm kind of wraps up, and again, by dark today, we'll be looking at that thing coming across Shreveport. That's the Grand Bahama and Freeport, then on to the west. The highest winds are in red there on the northern side of the eye wall as you see it right there. Some of the winds gusting on shore by this point, 24, 25 miles per hour. I can see pretty regular there. Then get it into the 40 mile per hour range as we move along through. This would be at 03, so we're looking at 9 o'clock tonight. And then as it all pushes on a little bit further off to the north and east, we again see what we're expecting to be the track of the storm coming on shore, Brett. And this is right about midnight or so. This is actually 11 o'clock, but there's the eye of the storm, according to the 3K.
Right, which seems pretty well on par now. I mean, that core of the strongest winds is to the south. We've been waiting much of the day today before we took a trip to the south just to see what it looked like, because we had a little deviant motion even to the south of west last night, but looks like it's on par, and everything says that area there, I think it's close to Port St. Lucie.
Yeah.
Maybe a little south of there, maybe from Jupiter to Fort Pierre for landfall. So we're going to go ahead and move ourselves in that general direction. Make sure that we've got all of our supplies and food, water, and all those good things, because, expect the unexpected when it comes to these things.
Is that, at the moment, is it looking like that? I mean, are stores closed? Are you, what does it look like as far as that goes?
Everything's wide open.
Yeah.
That's one of the interesting things. Everything's pretty well wide open. And typically, if there wasn't damage here locally from Ian a while back, just over a month ago, we would likely see everything open and very little in the way of a mandatory type evacuation. However, further to the north, Volusia County, we just came out of Daytona from Ian. A lot of damage, a lot of beach erosion. So there's some mandatory evacuations on the barrier island there at Daytona Beach shores, and just a lot of properties with damage, roof damage, walls damage, flooding damage. I mean, we saw so many things that were sat out on the side of the road, couches, beds. People had to rip out their homes because of flooding. So that was one of the real things that when we talked to the residents there, they were concerned about was the inland flooding threat.
Again, we're looking at some satellite images. These are from early this morning when the thunderstorm started to really gather around the center. This was as it moved over the Great Abaco, and before that, moving into the Grand Bahama Islands, the Bahamas down to the south. And a look at what the actual map looks like at this point, where you've got the gradient of winds. It's strongest because there's high pressure to the north over into the Carolinas, so you get a really tight gradient there, which means we're going to be pushing stronger winds, North Florida, in Georgia and South Carolina, maybe even in North Carolina too, because you've got a much higher pressure gradient that's ongoing across both of those areas. Again, the thing comes in from east to west, as you can see, moving across those islands. They're not going to deter it very much as we go through the next couple of hours. The islands have no mountains with them, so basically this is just a little bit of friction that'll be acting with what is currently happening. The sandwich image, which again shows you that we've got the low pressure as it moves to the west, maybe just a little tick or two to the south. If you look at the latitude lines that are there pronounced in with our satellite imagery as it all spins around and around and works its way further to the west. We're not that far offshore, actually, at this point with the storm. We'll look at that on the radar imagery in just a couple of seconds as well as we follow what's going on. So, again, 26.5 to the north, 77.3 to the south is what we're looking at currently, and that's going to be bringing back again the chance for the likelihood for, if you will, of more precipitation, higher winds that'll be coming in. We've lost Brett momentarily, but basically that's what we're looking at here as we go through the short term is just how much of that precipitation is about to make its way on shore. You can see it over my shoulder right now. There's quite a bit of it that'll be coming on shore as we move into the next couple of hours, for sure. That'll be the case going into, say, 3 o'clock this afternoon, 4 o'clock this afternoon, now that we're starting to see more and more of this precipitation working its way in that general direction. Now, let me also show you that a few things that are happening here as well. We do have some of the higher winds that are beginning to show up on the eastern side of the state of Florida, roughly up and down the coastline there from Cape Canaveral all the way down to the south. And as we watch those, there are going to be some heavier showers and thunder showers that will be seen by both of those areas here as we move along into the next couple of hours in particular. Now, the height of this storm probably isn't going to be on shore till about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, and then we'll eventually see the bulk of everything else, the wind especially, come in much later. This is what it looks like on that eastern shore. Notice what's happening there at the end of the pier. You can see those breakers coming in and smashing there on the end of the pier. This is Lauderdale by the Sea, the Windjammer Beach Club, where folks are still sort of watching what's happening there with, well, there's a surfer out there, by the way. But this is typically what you'd be watching for there at the moment, and that's what everybody's going to be paying attention to as you go through the next several hours and in the afternoon as well. Some of the higher winds that will be popping up from time to time are going to be, adjacent to the actual front as it comes on through, associated with the big change. There's the England's Pier again, Lauderdale by the Sea. You can see the folks right there are just getting with the big surf that's beginning to come in. The breakers are way out there off the end of the pier, but right near shore, you can see there's plenty of action, wave action ongoing there at the moment, and there's going to be more where that came from during the rest of this evening and probably even into overnight tonight as well. We lost Brett momentarily there because I wanted to talk a little bit more about, he shot some drone footage, and I don't know that much about it, but he has it. Let's just go straight to the radar here if we can, and we're looking right now at the storm off into the distance. Just how far away is it? Well, we can put it in a measurement situation here from Fort Lauderdale. There's the center of the storm, about 115 miles away. The center of the storm is out over the Marsh Harbor, just to the east of Freeport and throughout the rest of that area. And then if you look at it now, we put this into motion and see that it's coming in from a little bit of a western component to this, more so than anything else. And I got to show you some of the cameras that are down here across the area. We'll be looking at those with much anticipation as we move along. Little tropical storm report, by the way. This is about 5 miles southeast of Miami Beach. Mesonet station there just measured a wind gust of 44 miles per hour. 38 knots at an elevation of 75 feet. So there are some higher winds already beginning to show up across this region. There'll be more as we go through the remainder of the day today into the rest of this evening. There'll be more for sure. Work your way northward. We got cameras going on up here as well. As we get up a little bit further to the north, you can see from Palm Bay. Here's one camera here at Coconut Point that is already kicking up. We've got some high surf. You can see a little bit of the surf getting into the screen here, which is making it a little bit fuzzy, a little saltiness there on the camera. I think Drew's down there. Hey, Drew, can you wipe the camera off for us, please? That would be really, really nice. Drew's not down there, but what are we seeing there? Well, at the moment, we've got the wind direction and speed. Barometric pressure is 1,000. and 11 millibar. Sea level pressure is 1,009, though. And as far as the current conditions go, well, you can see what's happening there, and there's high surf coming on shore. Just outside of Melbourne here, we're looking also at the Indian Atlantic here. This is another camera that's right there on the shoreline, just seeing if there's a storm surge here that's going to be taking place. Already you can see off into the dunes, we've got some of that coming on shore now, some of the higher surf trying to come on shore. That'll really develop as we move along into the next several hours as well. We'll start to see more and more of that coming on shore, and there should be plenty as we move through. And again, that's what the picture looks like right there, just outside of Indian Atlantic. That's going to be right there near Melbourne and not too far away from Cape Canaveral as we move along. That'll be the second area that we'll be watching as we go through the remainder of the day today. Already a couple of reports up here as well. This is just outside of the Cape. Brevard County, we've got a report, U.S. Wind tower. Let's see, Wind Tower 3 measuring a wind gust of 56 miles per hour from the northeast, which makes total and complete logical sense. Northeasterly winds that'll be coming around this system that are going to be coming up to shore, and that'll be the reasoning for all of this to really bring us probably some beach erosion. That's going to be the case going into the next several hours. Beach erosion, first of all, because of the direction. And you can see these arrows that have come in on the METARs here. The arrows indicating the wind direction. It's still out of the north, about 30 degrees actually, coming in from that direction. So that's just going to bring more and more in the way of beach erosion, I think, across this area. And there's still a few other reports here as well from Flagler Beach. This is going to be emergency management reporting that 1A is closed south of Flagler Beach at the moment, south of the pier there, just from South 7th Street to South 16th Street due to the tidal wash that's overtaking the area. In some cases, these are going to be high tides. St. Augustine down to the south. I just checked on those. This is St. Johns County, the emergency management there. Again, just talking about Villanova Beach due to the tidal overwash. A1A is closed at the moment in that vicinity because we have such high water. I know people are probably even trying to get out, look around a little bit, but that would not be a good deal here to do so, especially right here on the intercoastal areas going through the next several hours. Plenty of rainfall coming down here as well. The other thing we're going to be watching is we're going to have, water spouts. Right now, as we look at it, everything's pretty uniform. I don't see anything that's ominous at this point as far as a water spout would go, but that all changes very rapidly as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into the overnight hours tonight. That could be a big deal and change pretty rapidly in the overnight hours tonight. That is also something that we'll look at going into the rest of this evening. When is landfall? Still thinking that's going to be sometime around midnight tonight, give or take an hour or two. And just by the look of things, I don't see why we're not still pretty much right on schedule to do that. The center of the storm looks like it's just now moving across Marsh Harbor. Some of this precipitation, if you will, is beginning to curl around a little bit. So I think the center is probably right in here at the moment and still on its mark coming off to the west like this. That would bring it into West Palm Beach a little bit later on this evening and ramp up everything as we do move along. Let me talk a little bit about the forecast. We'll go to the models here and start. First of all, let's go to the HER and see what that has. This is our short-term. It's easy for me to say. It's a short-term model, which lets us know, hour by hour, some of the indications of what we're looking at. And if you look at it at the moment, we'll push this forward to show you what it looks like hour by hour. Still looking like by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we've still got the actual center that is a closed center. There was a lot of question marks on whether or not this was going to be subtropical in nature, and that is, was it going to be open to the south, a dry slot move in, and then have a trailing cold front down to the south and derive its energy from the temperature change, the gradient of temperatures, instead of getting it from the ocean? And at this point, I think we're still going to head this thing off with being a tropical system. There are some indications of dry air coming in at the bottom edge of this. Again, this is 11 p.m. tonight when the western eye wall appears to be coming into West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie area, and then the entirety, at least the at least the midsection of the storm should be onshore by 1 a.m. But this is when you would see your highest winds in places like Port St. Lucie and Boynton Beach. We could have some of these wind speeds getting on up there into the at least 50 to 60 mile per hour range, if not near 70. And I'll just put in some of this for you to see right now. It does, in fact, have this area of winds that are into the 40, 50. There's some 60 mile per hour winds there on the north side in between Palm Bay and Port St. Lucie that we would be following. There's the center of the storm, which is pretty much wind free. And it looks like the bulk of the highest winds are going to be offshore. I mean, I think we're going to see most of that roughly coming in on the northern shore here, just to the north of the center. But it looks like right in through here, we'll have some 60 mile per hour winds plus. And that would be the short-term case there. And then offshore, the further south you go, the less wind we're likely to have at this point. But those are certainly areas that we'd be watching. Can you handle a 60 mile per hour wind in Port St. Lucie? You've probably had some afternoon thunderstorms near that. So it's really not the biggest deal there to have that sort of a situation. Now, I know we got 40 and 50 mile per hour winds that are already causing problems up in here. That's what we're seeing in these reports. The tower measuring 49, but it's already causing water to come up and cover the roadways. And that's because of what we were talking about earlier, the fetch, or the direction that the wind is coming from. And with low pressure down here, the wind is going to come onshore like this and go parallel to the coast. And that's just going to have to either A, push that water up on the eastern side of Florida, or the water has to figure out a way to go around both places. And that's not always the easiest thing to do, especially when you have an incoming hurricane. And in this point right here, we saw this with Ian a couple of weeks ago when Ian came in like that, and it created an area there where there's no way out. And then the water has to come onshore. So there's going to be a reason to believe that there's some 2 to 4, maybe even some 5-foot storm surge in some of those areas, with localized higher storm surge that'll be taking place here and there in some of those areas. And the other part of this is that the wind speed and the direction, if you can see what we're looking at here, the direction is all counterclockwise around low pressure. Let me do this really quickly here. I'm still looking. Brett's not back yet, but here's our low pressure center. And as long as the low is down here, so the winds go counterclockwise around low pressure. So that means the entirety of this semicircle here that I'm drawing, it's all still going to be an onshore, as far north as Charleston, as far north as Cape Hatteras, Wilmington. And that's going to be long term. So we'll be looking at days now, I think, of having that strong onshore breeze. And it happens in an area that is concaved, this little area right here. And that's less of a chance for the water that's being piled up here to escape. So then it has to go onshore. When you get into no man's land like this, the actual water as it comes up just doesn't have an opportunity to go anywhere else. So that could be problematic there. It will be problematic across the entire region before it's all said and done. Now, how much rain could fall? Well, this is total precipitation, and this is goes only until 3 a.m. on Thursday morning. The storm total here does, but that's in excess of 5-6 inches of rain, it looks like, right there in that region. But moving a little bit faster, so I don't expect truly super high counts of precipitation there into the southern sections of the state of Florida until it does move on past. And so certainly that is what we're looking at. Again, the water is coming in here at the Windjammer Beach Club Cam. We've been watching it over the past couple of hours. The wind's beginning to pick up here along the coastal areas. There is, in fact, some high surf showing up, which is always going to bring out a surfer or two. That's the head bobbing there, if you can see about the bathroom on the way out. The breakers were coming in across the outer edge of the pier there, so it is not, not everybody is seeing the same kind of weather at this point, because it's still pretty much on the wet side no matter where you go. And back into Fort Lauderdale, we were watching a couple of cameras there. This is at the Fort Lauderdale Marina, where the rain has been going off and on through the day today. You can't really see the wind because everything here is structurally very, very sound. The boats aren't going to move. but it's pretty much what you see is what you get when it comes to those areas there that we were looking at too. And I was also watching a little bit earlier as well when we had some indications of when all this was moving on by, and the precip had just started. Folks were trying to get out and about, but it didn't look like that was going to last very long. These are just steady downpours that are taking place and causing these rainfall rates to go up so high, at least into the short term. Back again at Fort Lauderdale. We'll go back and look at, again, another image here. This is going to be England's Pier. The pier cam there. There's a gentleman, I think, with a fishing rod who's, I don't know what he's trying to do. But you got this long pier here. They're probably going to cut that off pretty soon. I've been down there before when a storm was coming up like this. Boy, the fishing is hot day of, day after. It's always like that. But you can see the breakers way, way, way out there where the first breakers go. And then you got several more coming in as you get closer and closer to shore. And so that's kind of that situation there as we see it at the moment, where everything is beginning to change just a little bit. On the other side, by the way, on the other side of the coast where it was terrible during Ian, this is Marco Island Beach Camp. That's on the western side of Florida, just now getting things back to normal again. They had horrible sea oats that had come in there. The sargassum weed had gotten so thick there in that region, but they're finally getting that out of the way now, and things are getting much, much better across that neck of the woods. I think I can show you a view here from New Smyrna Beach, and I don't think it's from today. I think it's probably from a couple of days ago, but this is what it normally looks like at, well, this is Flagler Avenue, the beach camp there at Flagler Avenue yesterday, I do believe. I don't believe this is today. But that's what it normally looks like. If you're a resident, you're allowed to drive on the beach there. The beach is really hard. You can't do that in Destin. Anywhere into the panhandle of Florida, the sand is way too soft in order to do that there. But nonetheless, that's what it looks like. It's a little weird view here from Miami. This is the resort view cam there in Miami. The surf is high. We'll be going back and forth to this camera to show you that surf as we go through the rest of this evening, because it is just going to get higher and higher here in Miami before it actually pushes off into the other direction, and conditions should become a little bit more favorable as we move on through and into the next couple of days after that. Down into the Keys, I can show you, nobody gives a darn. This is down at Key West. Whoa! Slow that car down, man. It's got a dog. It's 84 degrees right now in Key West on Duval Street, and all is well down into the Keys. So not a whole lot of problems there at this point with the weather down there. It's certainly what we'll be watching moving into the next several hours. That was sort of disconcerting there for just a moment. But basically what you're looking at there is everybody moving along there. And I got to show you this too. This is, I was looking at this yesterday, and this is the Manatee Lagoon cam. And yesterday you could see the manatees. They were in there. And I don't see them today. They're probably hiding over here because there's a lot of surf coming in. But if you've ever seen them, they just look like big sea biscuits kind of swimming around, big gnarly potatoes. That's what they look like. They look like big sweet potatoes, just kind of swimming around in the water. They will scare the devil out of you if you just happen up on one, and I have done that before. And one more stop here. This is, again, the Florida Marina Cam at Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Off and on rainfall here that we have seen throughout the afternoon, but it looks like it's beginning to let up just a little bit perhaps, and not the same kind of precipitation and the heavy downpours. You couldn't see across the water there earlier. And then back into our camera here, that's Lauderdale by the Sea, and the pier that is off into the distance is 73 degrees. We have high surf, 5 to 7 foot surf at the moment, actually, and continuing to climb off and on. And that's either a person right there. Is that a person or a shark? Right, that's a person. That's a person. I hope you couldn't hear me. You're not supposed to yell shark. And so I said it kind of loud, and I apologize because I wasn't supposed to say shark. There's several things you're not allowed to say. There's a couple of things at the airport you're not allowed to say. When you're down at the beach, you're not allowed to yell shark, especially if it's a porpoise. Don't yell shark. Although we've seen quite a few of those as well over the last couple of months, haven't we, down at the Gulf Coast and beyond. And pretty much what you're looking at now is the beginnings of a long night for those who are in South Florida, especially if you face the eastern side. If your property looks off to the east in Florida and you see ocean, well, you're looking out to the Bahamas. Weather's about to deteriorate and do it pretty fast now over the next few hours, where we're seeing the conditions being spoiled even more. We got the storm offshore, about 120 miles at the moment, still moving on to the west here, as you can see in our satellite and our radar imagery. Overall, we'll just sort of take a look here at the big picture again to show you what we're looking at as far as the formalities go. I got to show you this, and well, let me show you this first, and I'm just gonna go to it and see what happens. This is from earlier, and Brad took this just outside of Daytona Beach earlier, and this was a bathroom there, public restroom, and it says live drone shot. Let me take the live out of that because obviously it's not. But that's some of the beach erosion that had taken place there just not long ago, and Brett shot this video. He told me it was from his drone. I think that's off of his hand there, actually. It's awfully low to be drone footage. The men's room is not operational at this point. I would stay away from that. You can see there's obviously some erosion here in the roadways. This is an actual roadway that has already torn apart, either lost its foundation or whatever the case may be. There's a tower there. This is drone footage. The tower that is still standing, although the stuff around it is not faring very well. That's because the water is super high there in that region too, and some of the roofing shingles are missing there in this area as well. That is a storm situation there that's only going to grow and get worse as we go through the rest of this afternoon into this evening as well. And we'll try to get more and more in the way of this situation with you. If you got some questions for me, I think I'm able to monitor these. Brett normally does, but I think I can take a few of these as well and maybe help you out with what you are seeing. Right now it's the live drone footage that is out there. I've been trying to show you as much as I possibly could with the rest of the information as well. Right now, we still have 70-mile-per-hour winds in our storm. It is a minimal, well, it's a maximum tropical storm, if you will. It is producing as high winds as it can without being a hurricane, but the center is passing over the Great Abaco Island, and it'll continue to move to the west. I think we got a westward movement now at about 12 miles per hour. That is expected. No reason that would change anytime really soon. And you can see as we go through it right now, 985 millibars. There's a look at the satellite image as everything is pulling closer and closer to Freeport and the rest of the Bahamas. Again, you're not too far away from shore, as you can see there at the moment. And it's just going to take it a little while longer. Looking at the southern part of the state of Florida, well, what you're looking at is from Miami over to West Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale, Vero Beach to Port St. Lucie. Those are the areas now that it looks like the storm is going to come on shore and affect those directly. Now, if you live north of Fort Lauderdale, up into the West Palm area, that's going to be an onshore wind. That's going to be Port St. Lucie, Sebastian Inlet, over to Melbourne, into the Titusville area, New Smyrna Beach. That's going to be an onshore wind that'll be coming up. That's going to be a wind that will bring water with it, or a storm surge is what we often talk about. I think that's going to be a very viable situation from there. Vero Beach all the way up to New Smyrna Beach, and actually all the way up into Savannah. It also brings a slight risk with it for severe weather for the remainder of the day today. That's going to be water spouts that would likely turn into tornadoes. A water spout is a tornado, but it's considered a water spout until it touches land. So that might be the case going into the rest of this evening, where we'll start to have some tornado warnings. The storm surge again 3 to 5 feet in that area just to the north of the low pressure itself. So plenty of surge is still available here. We're picking up water. We're bringing it on shore, and it has nowhere to go because it's a perpendicular move back onto shore at this point, so that creates surge. What you see on the other side here, actually that's going to be up into the Appalachian Bay near the Alachny River. We're going to push water in there after the low goes by. So when the low goes northward, you'll start to see that wind come in out of the south. And the track does take this off to the west. There, see that H right there? That's projected to be a hurricane. And that's in the next 12 hours. We are projected to have hurricane conditions. 75-mile-per-hour winds is all it takes. Now, what's the big difference between 65 and 75? Well, 10. But is it significant? No. 10 miles per hour is not going to be significant. You're not talking about the difference. I mean, if you go, hey, it's a hurricane, somebody is too. Somebody's going, oh, it's a hurricane. It is, but it's still what it is right now. It's not going to do something tremendous. It's not going to, be huge in a short amount of time. Too close now to southern portions of Florida. We're too close into the Bahamas now as well, and so that's not going to be the case into the short term. I think right now we can go back and check with Brett and see if he knows anything at all. He should have. I think he just took a coffee break. Brett, I'm going to throw it to you. What do you know?
Right now, we just pulled off here. Let me give you a little bit of a location of where we were. We were at Sandpoint Park there, Indian River Lagoon in Titusville. As these bands are coming in, I mean, the water continues to rise. We're not high tide there, a long way from it. And we're going to see that continue to rise, and any of these bands pushing more water into. So that's a big issue we're going to do in the next several hours overnight. I mean, it's going to be 24 hours before things begin. It's really choppy out there. Several sailboats are more than pushed up now on the shoreline there. So those people that boat, unfortunate thing, we got sunk in the middle of the river channel there.
I'm going to translate for all those at home. Brett said it's bad. That's pretty much everything that you just said right there that you weren't able to make out, nor was I. It was bad, and it's only getting a little bit worse in some of those areas there too. You're breaking up pretty bad, Brett. I would like for you to be able to talk about this drone footage that I just described to everybody, and all I really saw that there was a men's bathroom that was taken out. Where was this? Hey, B. Men's bathroom. I saw it. We'll get him back on here in just a couple of minutes. He's got bad signal. And it just kind of happens. What can you say? Listen, I hope you're going to be with us for the rest of this evening because our conditions are going to be nominal here for the short term. But as we go through the rest of this evening, we're going to be looking at Brett's dash cam more often. We're going to be talking about what's happening. He's going to have the drone up, and I hope we get the drone live here in just a little bit. He's going to have the drone up and take a video of what's going on there with the drone as we get into the short term, and then we're going to update you with each and every mile that this thing moves because we have all the information here at our fingertips to do so. We're still looking at the likelihood of having some tornadoes off and on as we go through the rest of this evening, too. A tornado threat will exist. There may actually be several times that becomes the case, that we do have a threat for tornadoes as we go into the rest of this evening. Let me just show you again what it looks like here as far as some of the current conditions, and we'll go straight to the radar to take a look. Radar is showing you that this storm is just offshore again from West Palm Beach, really, the center of the storm over the Marsh Harbor area. This is a look at the radar. Put it in motion for you and show you again that everything is wrapping up and around and back over into this area that goes southward into Freeport. There's even an arrow there at Freeport, which is indicating to us that we do have a northerly wind here at the moment. Let me look at the METAR settings, and I'm going to go back and take a look at what the wind speeds are because they're going to show up here pretty well at Freeport. At that METAR setting, we have a 40-mile-per-hour wind at the present at Freeport. Some gusts, I think, probably a little bit higher than that. That'll be coming in. Already on the eastern-facing shores here, we got 20 to 30-mile-per-hour winds with some gust up into the 30s. That goes from Boynton Beach all the way back over to Port St. Lucie and beyond. The pressure gradient is such that we're going to be able to keep those winds up to as we go through the rest of this evening. There's high pressure to the north, low pressure to the south. So look, the winds are somewhat equal no matter where you go. 24 miles per hour coming onshore out of it's about a 30-degree, if you will, fetch there, but we got some 30s up into Jacksonville, and they may even be higher from time to time there. And again, some of the storm surveys that we're already getting indicating to us that we do have problems there. The Coconut Point, this is a look at what it looks like at Coconut Point with the surge cam. Brett, if you can hear me, do you know where this is in particular? I don't know, but the water's coming up.
I know it's to my south. I think a lot of those are down there south towards Sebastian and going down in the Vero Beach area. That particular camera, I think should have a GPS mark on the map with that. Not exactly sure where it's at
Yeah,
on
it's right.
Coconut
Okay,
Point,
so it's
but
right there.
yeah.
Actually, I already knew. I was just trying to get you engaged. It was down here south of Melbourne. Sorry, man. I'm in that mode. Down here south of Melbourne, out on the outer island here. And the other one is up just a little bit further to the north in India Atlantic. And it looks kind of the same. They're both wet, as you would imagine. And both of them, the sea oats are kind of kicking there. The storm surge would have to come way on up here at India Atlantic to actually be seen. But I guess that is possible, Brett. There's, kind of a lot still going on there at the moment. Barometric pressure in this, 1,007. We're beginning to see that fall just a little bit over the last few minutes. But those are the two cameras that we have out there. If you know of another one, let me know. But right now, that's what I do see. And with an onshore wind, I'm sure now, if we've already had a few problems to the north, and there are quite a few reports here of surge of some sort already, 50-mile-per-hour wind. This is a report, tropical storm report there at the Cape. And then we've got water that is over the roadway there on A1A in several areas as well.
Yeah, that makes sense, David. We were starting to see that on the intracoastal there in Daytona Beach. I think it was Riverfront Drive there, interesting name for it. But yeah, that's what we're seeing as well up to the north. So as we start to see the tide begin to flip around and we go toward a higher tide type cycle, that's what we're going to deal with. Over and over again at many locations, unfortunately. Let's see here.
How about a question? Have got time for any questions here? Somebody says, "Are you a robot in disguise?" I love these. Are you a robot in disguise? Are you? He's talking to you, Brett. Can't be me.
Most likely at this point, I probably am, since we do both know that this is not going very well in terms of signal right now. But we're working on it. I promise. We'll get to some better areas in a minute.
A couple of people are already reporting that they do have some flooding there on the eastern side of the storm. A few people who are being affected there from Jacksonville southward who have some high water. Hello from Florida there. Brian says, no school in Naples on Thursday. I'm going to let you make that call. Last time I did that, I got in big trouble when I closed schools. And it was not the superintendent who actually did that.
Nope.
But Brett, here's the camera again from the Windjammer Beach Club camera there. That's at Lauderdale by the Sea. Got a couple of people out there who are surfing. Or a few people who are going shopping, whatever the case may be. Sorry.
That's possible too. You never know.
Commercial there, really quickly. Is there anything you'd like to look at on the models here as we sort of await what's happening? Some modeling.
Do you think we can kind of look and see and just make sure that we're still on point in terms of landfall? But man, I tell you what, I'm looking at the radar right now, and this center. It's big. It's quite a large center. We're actually gonna have to move on south pretty quickly. It looks like to me in order to get into the worst weather.
So the NAM, did you notice the 3K jogged off to the north quite a bit? The 18Z is out now, and
I have not.
Okay, so the 18Z, I don't know if you can see. Well, you can't see me. Let's see if we do it this way. Let's keep going. How about that one? No. How about this one? So this is the 18Z NAM 3K. There's the center of the storm of the eye, which is very wobbly at this point offshore at Port St. Lucie, but it makes a turn a little bit further of a turn to the north, Brett. and it ends up going parallel to the coast and
Go ahead, order
actually
what you want.
runs right on by and doesn't come onshore till up near
Okay, I'm ready.
Titusville, actually.
Right, we're in Titusville now, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's going to be interesting. That's what we're kind of watching. That's a bit of an outlier at the moment, though. Most of the model guidance continues with this westward trajectory, which is what the Hurricane Center has, been alluding to with the recon flights. So we're going to jog to the south. It's not that big of a deal if we had to turn around and come back toward the north some, but I think that we definitely need to get down there where that more of a consensus, the tight consensus, has been for really a couple days now.
So you look at the 12ZH Mon, the 12Z from this morning. It also goes kind of a little further to the north with landfall just south of Titusville. I didn't really realize there was going to be that much of a play. Did we order lunch?
Either.
Did you order lunch?
You may be hearing he's do that now, and I've got a live shot here in 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to jump for just a couple of minutes.
Can I talk to the lady who's placing the order? Nope. That's all right.
I mean, maybe.
We won't have time for that. If you got to go.
Give me just 1 second. I'll get back with you, Dave.
All right. That means you'll be back in like 45 minutes or something like that. He ends up having to go to the bathroom or something. It's the longest. Anyway, let's talk about, let's look again at what's going on. Let me get you up to date on where we are. I'm David Neal, along with Brett Adair from time to time when he shows up. He's the one out and about who's picking up all the water and the rainfall. And we're just sort of getting into coverage now. Just over the past few minutes, we've seen an upswing in some of the precipitation. We got showers and thunderstorms that are beginning to build offshore. That's when things will get pretty active, I think, as we move along into the rest of this afternoon, because we're going to start to see some of these places out here that right now we just have rainfall. Well, we're going to end up seeing funnels. We're going to end up seeing water spouts, very likely, in some of the banding features that will be coming on shore. And that's this whole mess that we're looking at right here. Let me get back to the radar, actually, and kind of show you what I'm talking about. Let's put this into motion here to show you the banding features that are coming in, the arching that's coming in. That's what we're looking at overall as being some of the highest precipitation totals, and also the likelihood of seeing some of this go rogue and end up being water spouts. Velocity data, I'll put that on there for you. Put it into motion to show you right now. Some of this banding that's coming in is still somewhat linear. I don't see anything that looks like it's going to be rotating at the moment. We get up to the current hour, though, and some of this is already up into the 70-mile-per-hour range. There's some of the winds that are up into the 60 to 70-mile-per-hour range that are coming toward the radar site. So they're coming back in the direction toward the radar. The reds are going away from the radar site, and that's the Melbourne. MLB is the Melbourne site. And so already that's kind of what we're beginning to see, with the center of our storm being somewhere right out in here. But the winds, and this is indicative, now this is going to be a little bit elevated above the ground because the Earth, she's round. And because we have a round Earth, the curvature of the Earth comes into play. And we're shooting the beam probably pretty high at this point out over the open water. Well, when it comes on shore, it is very likely that we'll see some of this translate downward. That does happen from time to time. So kind of looking at that as we do move along. Freeport, again, has a 40-mile-per-hour wind at the moment. Not a gust, but that is a sustained wind, which means for 1 minute, 60 seconds, it has to sustain. I'm not going to try to say it again. It has to keep that going. And so it eventually it does. And the gust then is a 10-second deal that happens in a short amount of time. So that's pretty much what is going on. I do understand. Jenny Lee says that she had downpour here. Where's here, Jenny Lee? Where is here? Out playing in Jupiter still is Dale Billy. Appreciate that. Jenny Lee's in Melbourne. That's where she is. They're in Melbourne. So that's where we are at the moment there. Which model forecasted Ian the best? Akbar says they all did really well, but to be quite honest with you, 4 days before or 5 days before Ian, the European did the best job with the forecast for it. It was the easternmost model there for quite some time. The GFS went all the way up to Appalachia Bay, Apalachicola, somewhere like that. But the Euro, 4 or 5 days in advance, went pretty far to the right, went south of Tampa, actually, which was, nobody really believed that was going to happen. Now, the European, every model that I've looked at over the past 48 hours has been within 10 miles of each other for a landfall, and that was somewhere around West Palm Beach, either north or south at this case. So pretty much what it was doing there earlier. Tanya says, winds in Gainesville, no rain just yet, but already raining sideways in Jupiter, Florida. Jupiter Inlet, beautiful place right there, Jupiter Inlet, Florida. If you've never been there, you should go. Maybe wait a day or two because things are sort of deteriorating there pretty quickly overall. We got a 40-mile-per-hour wind right now at Freeport. We've got West Palm Beach with some rain coming in, rain showers here to Port St. Lucie and back over to Fort Pierce as well. We go northward all the way over to Titusville and to Daytona Beach and St. Augustine, oldest city in the United States, St. Augustine. Well, it's 24 miles per hour there out of the north-northwest, and generally everything is piling up here. Here's the problem. Here's what we'll be looking at for the remainder of this evening. We're going to get more and more reports because this is what's happening. The wind is coming in from this direction, and so it's piling up in these areas right along the coast. It is not going to be good. They're going throughout the rest of the evening. The A1A, which parallels the coastline here that we're talking about, that we've been looking at, is closed in some locations here around Flagler Beach and northward up into Flagler County. There's St. Augustine and going all the way over to Jacksonville Beach. I'm sure we have some flash flooding going on in some of these beach areas here, especially the beach roadways that are on this side, the far side, the beach side, if you will, the one that has the longest beach, Big Beach. I'm not sure, they have such huge beaches down here. You can drive on them. If you're a resident, you're allowed to park and drive, and what a cool deal to be able to do that. But this could rearrange some of that, this kind of a flow. Even though it's not a huge hurricane, that would be our biggest fear right now is tremendous beach erosion, enough to where you'd have to restructure your beach after this is all over with. So basically, one of the things that you'll be looking at and following with us as we go through the rest of this evening. Let's see if we've got anything else. Let me show you what, again, Brett did. And this was from earlier in the day today. Took this live drone video. He's sending me some more right now. This is a public restroom there, I think just south of Daytona Beach. This was done. The public restrooms there destroyed there at this one area because of the high surf that was coming in and beach erosion. They took out the foundation for this building in particular and several more there into the area. Now, a lot of these structures are very close to the beach anyway, and kind of over the years have gotten closer and closer to the actual water. You can see the roadway, the structure itself underneath the roadway is beginning to deteriorate, and so you actually get the asphalt coming up, and you don't have a whole lot of ground to play with right there. Drone footage again as you go up into the tower. Tower's okay, but the building's out, just, out from the tower. They are not. In fact, I don't know how you get in the tower at the moment because it looks like the stairs are gone, some roof shingling, that kind of thing. This is right now into the short term. This would only be exacerbated as we go through the rest of this evening into the overnight hours tonight, and you should certainly be paying attention to that hour by hour. And you know what? We're just going to be here with you throughout the entirety. Brett's going to have some more information for us. He's going to have some more footage for us as we go through the rest of this evening. Looking down the beaches right now, you can see how high the water is coming in from just outside. There's some bagging that was going on right there, too, some sandbagging that they had right there, vacant lot that was showing there in the video as well. And this is Brett flying dangerously with his drone coming back into the shoreline and some of the damage that was already done right there into the short term is what we've been seeing. We'll show you some more of that information as we move along into the hours to come, but right now the drone was one of the big deals that I needed you to see. Back to the maps again to show you what's happening with the radar image. Again, I'll put this into motion to show you the flow, everything wrapping in and around low pressure. It's very easy to see where the low is at this point. It is showing up very well on the radar imagery right about here, coming across Marsh Harbor and moving on from east to west, coming on shore, actually, if you will, kind of moving. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this that is a little disconcerting to me at the moment is, okay, so the storm is coming in here. Let me get a little bit closer. All you have to do is follow the isobars. All you have to do is follow the flow of the moisture here to see which way the wind is blowing. Now, it's coming in like this. Let me make this a little bit bigger. It's coming in like this over here. A little bit more of a north wind here, and even wrapping around right here, and probably offshore in Miami. I'm not positive, but I think that's going to be an offshore wind now in Miami, because of the shape of this structure with your low pressure sitting right about there. Now, what's that going to do? Well, it's going to pile up the water specifically from Port St. Lucie on, because now the fetch is going to be a little more direct here. That's going to bring in that moisture, all that water right here. And then if you just keep pushing it away, it's all right. But here it's going to pile up. It's going to pile up tremendously, I think, from this area, Port St. Lucie up to Palm Bay and into that region south of Titusville and Cape Canaveral. It is there's some inlets right there, Ponce Inlet, Jupiter Inlet. Some of those inlets there, I think the water's going to be shoved up in there for a while. So keep that in mind if you're headed out and about over the next several hours. That would be the case as you go into the next 3 or 4 hours before this thing takes on a different shape, if it does, in fact, at all take on a different shape, and I think that's quite possible that it could. Satellite image again, we'll always go to these because they tell the story, and overall, what we're looking at here, first of all, in the long wave is showing you that the colder cloud tops, those are the ones that have colder cloud tops, are the ones that have most of the moisture in them. They are showing up into the brighter colors. Those are the colder cloud tops. And you're getting some negative numbers here in the 40 to 50, negative 40 to 50 up there at about 35,000 feet. So it's cold up there, cold enough to be, that's what the blue is, I think, is negative 50. And so you're getting these cold cloud tops. Those are the ones that produce the precipitation. And that's some of the thunderstorms that are beginning to gather around the low pressure center right there. And I think I can show you, I don't think it's dark just yet. There's probably enough for me to show you at least. Let's see, is it dark? It's almost dark. Let me put this into motion just a little bit here. This is the visible satellite image. So what you're seeing is very difficult here to maintain because the sun is beginning to set. But notice the blow up of thunderstorms there, if you will, over those last few images. We started to see some of those. I'm going to stop it here for you to show you. We started to see some of those right there. See the blow up that took place south of Freeport? That's got the sun setting to the left, so you got a shadow on the right-hand side of the tower. And that's what that was. It was a blow-up of thunderstorms right there at the very end of what was taking place. You can probably already see it in the lower water level data, too. This doesn't matter what time of day it is. This is the water content that's available. Green indicating the most moisture. The browns are dry air, trying to sneak into the system overall, but it's got, again, quite a bit of moisture around the entire thing as it wraps up and moves from Marsh Harbor back over to Freeport and then coming on shore here pretty soon from the west and to the east. Let me get you some of the data here from Miami. We've got a remark of a Mesonet station there reporting that Government Cut had a wind gust of 40 miles per hour. The site has an elevation of 75 feet, but 40 miles per hour, we can do that. You can do that on an afternoon with a thunderstorm coming on by. That's not the real thing that we're worried about. What we are worried about is the sustained precipitation that'll be coming in, the sustained wind from one direction that's going to cause it to pile. 40-mile-per-hour wind there as well on Delray Beach. That's from a Mesonet station. Go a little further to the north, it's Lake Worth, Florida, where we still have a buoy station just offshore at the Worth Pier, measuring a sustained wind of 42, gust up there a little bit higher at 47, so that's about 41 knots there. That's very near, well, it's actually on the lake there, I think, at Fort Worth. And just north of Boynton Beach, another remark here, which is the same one that I just read. A station there in West Palm Beach measuring a wind gust of 40 miles per hour. That's at Palm Beach County, and just south of there, there is a station reporting a wind gust of 52 miles per hour. So you get the story. That's a little higher than I thought was going to be showing up at this time of day, because we're still a little ways. The storm is still a ways out there offshore. How far is it? Well, the center of the storm's about here, and we can draw the arrow. It's about 156 miles still offshore to the center of the storm. Very disorganized center of the storm, if you will. But offshore, that's, 40 to 50. That means we could still do 70 as it gets closer and closer to shore and moves on in pretty quickly here now. If you look back at Coconut Point, this was the area here that we were watching with the storm surge. Just how much surge would there be outside of Sebastian Inlet? This is on the east side, if you will, of Cape Canaveral there, one of the barrier islands, and we're still watching the stairs right there. Right now we've got water coming into the bottom of the stairs. About 45 minutes ago, it was about 5 feet from the bottom of those stairs, so it just gives an indication that we still have water coming up. It is still filling in here across this area, and that, again, is just outside of Palm Bay, just to the north of Evan Pines. The one that's a few miles to the north of there as well has sort of a similar situation in the Atlantic here, where you can see a lot of the wind is blowing through. We don't have water just yet. We have a trail over here on the left. This might be a deer cam. I'm not really sure at this point. This is a deer trail coming up on the left-hand side here, and we may be just trying to catch critters coming in as we look at it at this point. The Gulf is to your back. The Atlantic Ocean is to your front, and you can see that it is an onshore wind. That is going to be the case going into the rest of this evening with an onshore wind at all these locations off to the north. Just outside of Cape Canaveral, we do have another tower there reporting 49 knots, which is 56 miles per hour. That's a wind out of the northeast into northern Brevard County. Last but not least, near Klondike Beach in Brevard County, there's a tower there who had a wind gust of 49. That's 56 miles per hour. Moving out of the north at about 15 to 20 miles per hour there. And going a little bit crazy there. From Palm Coast, we go northward. Flagler Beach. Flagler Beach, that's that area. When I was going to school, Flagler Beach is where you can take your top off if if you were a guy. State Road A1A is closed in the vicinity of Marineland. A1A is closed right there. It goes all the way up to St. Augustine, the oldest city in the United States, and it looks like here it's closed as well near Villanelle. That is the situation there across that region, too, with some of that precipitation starting to move in and do so pretty rapidly overall. We did have some lightning. That's a dot. It might as well be a UFO. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's it. Got some new products here from Radar Omega. Let's just go back over here and look at the radar itself. And we'll go to a couple of radars here. We'll take a look, first of all, at the Melbourne radar because it was showing us one thing. But the Melbourne radar, looking out over the water, does, in fact, show much of the precipitation as it's coming on in from the Bahamas, the northern Bahamas, as being light to moderate. Broken stuff on the eastern coastline of the state of Florida that goes all the way down to Fort Lauderdale and beyond, or Freeport. Down in Freeport, we still have some heavy rain. I don't know how much it's rained there, but it's been gully washer overall, and it hasn't stopped just yet in any of those areas. The precipitation levels are coming up, and that'll just keep going through the rest of this evening there in that region. Down here in Miami, AMX is the Miami radar. This is a busy site as well. And this one actually shows you, the Miami radar shows you a better idea of where the center of this storm is. And here really is the first chance that we've had to look at the eye of the hurricane. This is the back left-hand side of the eye of the hurricane. The eye wall, if you will, is on this western side near Freetown and Freeport. Hey, in fact, look at what is happening here. We're actually seeing a restructuring of the eye wall. We don't have great representation at this point, but enough to where you can see a few things that are happening here. One is that I do believe we're seeing a restructuring because we have two outer eye walls right there for a short amount of time. Right there, I think, is the inner eye wall that was very visible to us not that long ago right here. I think that's the inner eye wall, but notice this banding here sort of takes over. A cyclical process that will take place from time to time where you replace an eye wall just because of the fact that angular momentum causes that to take place, and it gives us a little bit better if you just intuitively think here about what this looks like now. We have an idea that the eye is sort of like this, is shaped like this. And so for the first time, really get a better idea. That's a horrible, horrible circle that I just drew. It's a whole lot more concentric in real life. But more or less, that's kind of what we're looking at, which would also tell us that we could sort of, well, let's do this one. We could sort of measure and see how big our eye wall is if you took the measuring tool and you did that. Distance measurement, let's see. I got to get rid of that first. So the measurement here is about, it's pretty wide if you look at it that way, which just really just means it's disorganized. It's terribly disorganized at this point. It's not looking like it's going to have a very tight concentric eye at this point. A lot of things can change. I'm sure the winds, this is where the highest winds are going to be in the southwestern quadrant here coming through Freeport at the moment. Freeport is reporting 0 in the wind category, but that may not last very long there. As soon as it goes on by, we'll probably get some more information out of there. But this is on the Big Island. This is near Freeport, back over to Marsh Harbor here, where we're looking at everything that is taking place over the last few minutes. Still got some individual thunderstorms that are ongoing offshore here. I say thunderstorms. I haven't seen a ton of lightning at this point, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be any. This is at Kendall. Actually, we might even see some of this beginning to spin from time to time. You can look at this with me and tell as well where you see differing colors that are close to each other. We call that shear. Gate-to-gate shear would be taking place when you have pixel-to-pixel kind of stuff. Don't really see it just yet, but it is bound to happen, I think, as we go through time. Now, some of these winds already, as we were looking at, this is a 76-mile-per-hour wind that's going away from the radar site at this point, coming into the radar site at this point. The red's going away from the radar site down there below, and we do have some of those numbers that are up into the 50s. So a good indication. What if we were going to the middle of that? That'd be like 60 or so, and probably going to be the case there as it all comes in. It is sticky down here. I mean, this is where the relative humidity is so high. I mentioned not having your shirt on a while ago, but if you get up out of a chair and you don't have your shirt on, the chair's coming with you. It's that kind of a humid sort of a situation. If you've never been in South Florida where the humidity was so high, it's oppressive, actually. And when you lose electricity, you lose power, it's about the worst possible thing that can happen to you as you lose power down there in South Florida. I was in a couple of hurricanes down there back into the 80s. Lost power, Hurricane Kate and Atlanta that came across North Florida. It's just nasty when you do that, and especially, if you end up with nothing to eat. I was down there and I had to, can I tell this on the air without getting in trouble? I had to break into a vending machine. It's because I had nothing else to eat. And I left a note on the door and I said, look, I broke into your vending machine because I needed a Kit Kat in order to survive. And I ate a Kit Kat. I ate like 3 Kit Kats that were waterlogged for 3 days. Woo! Got that off my chest. That's been bothering me for years and years. Anyway, back to where we were here, basically with what we are seeing, which is a storm that is approaching. Coming out of the Bahamas, already passed through Nassau, passed through Freeport, back down to Fort Lauderdale and beyond. Much of that will continue to keep going in that general direction onshore to the north of West Palm, Port St. Lucie, back over to Palm Bay and beyond, and then further and further down to the south as we see it. I understand power crews are all over the Melbourne area. They're parked. They're ready to go. Thank you, Michael Peace. Just sent me that note. The power crews are ready, and that's good news. Those people do such great work. I saw them coming in from the north and today. Already headed down to the south to help out with the situation down there. So that is great news there overall. And we still have some of this that's going to be moving in later on tonight. So it's going to be an overnight threat for many. And those guys and gals will be working overnight tonight for quite some time in order to, take care of everybody. So pretty much what we're looking at. Very concerned in Port St. Lucie, Ronald says. And Ronald, let me just tell you, Port St. Lucie's off to the north here. You're in a trajectory where this comes into your south. It is going to be you're going to be in the area where some of the highest winds will be. Still thinking that is going to be the case, the high winds that will be coming in there. If we look at what time that's going to happen, again, we'll just quickly go to the model here and take a quick look. This is the hourly model that shows us hour by hour what is projected to be, and it updates itself every hour as well. We got just some scattered stuff coming into Port St. Lucie up until 6 o'clock tonight. But as you move to 7 or 8, this is the first outer band that'll be showing up, the outer band of the storm, which is right here. So that outer band is going to be coming on shore, and with that is where your highest winds are first going to be seen. These are going to be winds that'll top 60 miles per hour, perhaps, coming into Port St. Lucie by 8 o'clock tonight. By 8 o'clock tonight. And after that, you're going to stay on that side of the storm that I think is still going to be in a lot of the higher wind. Look, if this is true, this is one of the models, Port St. Lucie would be near the center, the eye of the hurricane, come 1 a.m. You might actually look up and see stars if you were to go outside in Port St. Lucie. So kind of following that, have you been in 60, 70 mile per hour winds lately? In some cases, you probably were. If you were in, some sort of a severe thunderstorm warning, it's not that rare to be inside of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds during a severe thunderstorm warning. And so a lot of that is, you've already been prepared for. A lot of the trees and limbs have already come down due to severe thunderstorm warnings that have already taken place earlier during the summer when you have one of those big, brisk deals coming in off the coast there. We get a sea breeze. So 60 to 70 may not cause any damage. It's likely everything that's pretty sturdy there and new would be fine in 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, because like I said, sometimes you go through afternoon thunderstorms that have that. Prolonged 60 to 70 mile per hour winds can cause stuff that is weak to go ahead and break off, and then that's when you start talking about the possibility of power outages. So I'd prepare there in Port St. Lucie. I'd prepare to lose my power just in case. Err on the side of caution. Have you some light available to you, some batteries operated lights, so that you can do that, and that would help you out tremendously there. And as you go through and do that, let's see. Make sure everyone. Michael says everybody get a shower. Oh, get a shower before the power goes out. Everybody needs to get a shower before the power goes out. That's a pretty good idea. At Michael's house, I don't know that he just invited that's just not right, Michael. Anyway, get a shower. That's a good idea. Go ahead and get you a shower now while you can. You got clean water, and, put water in your bathtub. Clean your bathtub and then put water in your bathtub. I wouldn't do it out of mine right now. I'd have to clean it first. But basically, that's how you can keep water that way. I know the folks over there this is not Ian, by the way. This isn't even Ian's fourth cousin. This is nothing like Ian. So, but they lost water for quite some time over there. And I just kept hearing the stories about how difficult it was not being able to take a hot shower and not being able to clean up. Well, that's that's one of the precursors of having a hurricane come by. But if there's any consolation to this at all, it's that this storm doesn't have the time to strengthen tremendously. It could go up to hurricane strength if that were the case. And there we go. And that's where we basically are with the moment, down to the moment, to what's happening here also. Let's go up here and look at our cams again, see if the water's going up here. Coconut Point, the camera up there, we still have water. It's got a little salty haze on it there at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it, but I didn't show it to you. The Coconut Point camera right now, water is... Yeah, it's way, remember it was down at the bottom step to begin with? Well, way over that now. The surge is, let's say we're coming up about 6 or 8 inches here over the past few minutes. The storm surge there. Again, this is just outside of Melbourne on the south side at Coconut Point, where we still have water coming on shore there. And the one that's further to the north is... Hey, there's some people there. Hey, I thought his trail camp's not a trail cam unless these folks come up and want to get their picture made. But nope, this is a camera down here that we're looking at where we may still have some indications of seeing that water come over the berm there into the short term. Let's see what's going on here. I just got an update about a satellite launch, but that doesn't affect us at all. A little bit further to the north, some of the other conditions here that we're looking at. How about we just look at another model here and talk about what everybody else is thinking? The GFS model, we often look at that model as well. It's not as high resolution, so when you look at it, it's going to have an open wave here. I feel fairly certain it won't be a closed low-pressure center. Let me back it up just a little bit more. Well, there it is, and it does actually have a center. And again, sir, you down there at Port St. Lucie, you need to be paying attention to what's happening here because, again, this has the actual center of the storm coming right over Port St. Lucie. Time, again, is right at midnight, at the midnight hour tonight, and then passing on by. The banding features, again, are going to be the greatest, where you do, in fact, get about, right up in here and down in here. This is the dry area here into the middle, the actual tropical storm, i.e. hurricane at this point. And so certainly that's what we're looking at. Sir, can you answer a question, please? Ask me a question. Can power leave? Can power leave? Sounds like a trick question. Can power leave? I don't know, but Michael says you need to get a shower. Go ahead and get you a shower. I would do that right now before you lose power. You should get a shower. Adair went to dinner. I feel pretty certain I lost him to dinner a little bit earlier, but I want to make sure that I've passed the information along to you. Thank you all for watching. We got about 1,300 people who are watching right now. Thank you. My mom must have called some people. Do appreciate you watching. If you got questions, I'd love to answer those for you as best I can, because I know you probably, this whole thing sort of snuck up on a few people here and there. We were looking at a couple of days ago at tornadoes that were taking place back into Texas following that, when this whole thing came out and started to show up as being a possible hurricane situation that was coming on in. I don't think we have a situation like that anymore. I don't have any reports from the Bahamas at the moment on how they've made out, but if somebody does, please pass that along to me, and I'll pass it along to everybody else. And ask me the question again, Mr. Ramirez. You said, can you answer yours? I'm sorry, I don't see the original question, but just send it to me again, and I will. It says, can power leave? I don't really know how to answer that. Can power leave? You can lose power. I don't think it's just power just doesn't kind of up and leave like Brett did me a little while ago, which is that's my own fault, basically. Did I show you the drone footage? Drone footage again that's coming in. Brett Adair took this drone footage of a bathroom, men's bathroom actually, where the bottom fell out of the bathroom here. They lost what was going on underneath. And can the power leave in West Palm Beach? Can the power leave? So the power can go out. Yeah, the power can go out in West Palm Beach. It could happen. It's not really likely, I don't think. But yes, the power can leave there in West Palm. If you're in Freeport in the Bahamas, Mr. Wilkie, please let us know what's going on. The Bahamas are almost a ghost town. Which part? I don't know that anybody left there, but a ton of rain. I know you folks in the Bahamas have gone through much worse weather in the past, where you haven't had so much that was really ongoing there. But it does happen from time to time when you see that sort of a situation, and you have the opportunity to leave. But what about Orlando, Florida? I got friends who are in a family who's in Orlando. Look, it's going to rain there for a while as we go into the rest of this evening and overnight tonight. Let's just look at the Orlando forecast here, and I can put this into motion to show you. It doesn't really let up there until tomorrow afternoon. 6 o'clock tomorrow, it looks like most of this mess is gone from Orlando, and you should be on the leading edge of seeing much drier air coming in. But if you're down there, at the happiest place on earth, well, it doesn't get super happy until afternoon tomorrow, it looks like, and then it all passes on by and everything gets a whole lot better overall. Let me mention this real quick, because it is unbelievable at what's still going on here, because we have other things happening across the rest of the world. There is a winter storm that's ongoing, and they're going to see big amounts of snowfall, maybe in feet showing up across the northern sections of North and South Dakota, Bismarck back over to Dickinson, Fargo. The changeover will occur early tomorrow morning. It'll be all snow by that point too, but there may be as much as a foot or so of snow that takes place here before it's all over with. In fact, I'll just put on the total amounts here to take a look at it. This is going to be that area right there that you're looking at. I think that's going to be 12. It says 22, but it's crazy. The models is out to lunch right there. Let's just cut that in half. Let's say about 50% of that. 13, 14 inches is likely from Bismarck back over to Grand Forks into the Fargo area there and southward. So the first real snow of the season will be taking place there into the upper Midwest as we go through and into the next several days, actually. It's going to take that a while before it's actually gone. And so thinking about that, let's go down and through and look at some of these other reports here. Villano Beach in St. Johns County, the emergency management there is still telling us that we have A1A that is closed. Probably just don't go down there. 50-mile-per-hour winds, actually 56-mile-per-hour winds at Port Canaveral. This just a few moments ago from one of those towers down there, Port Canaveral, which is down here near the Cape, and Titusville, right there on the tip. Right there on the tip. In Brevard County, that's going to be a 56-mile-per-hour wind that shows up there, too. Then down to the south, Palm Bay. Here's that Coconut Point camera. We'll look at it one more time here before we exit that to show you the water's coming up. It was about 3 feet down from the stairs. The bottom stair there is about 3 feet down from there. About an hour ago. Now it's already up to the bottom, if not the second or third step is what you would call that. That would be a step, and that's where it is. It's up to that point right now as everything kind of heads in that general direction too. Down to the south here to Miami, we do have a report that's going to be of a 40-mile-per-hour wind. Got to watch out for those 40-mile-per-hour winds there in the area as they come on through again. I'm not really concerned. I'm not making light of it because it's a constant wind. This is going to be a continuous wind that takes place here, and as a result, probably end up with at least some beach erosion that'll be taking place with all this as it goes on. So just don't forget about that as we move along. Let's talk about a few maps here once again to show you the latest that we do have 70-mile-per-hour winds being reported in the center of the storm. The National Hurricane Center still has this just below hurricane strength, the tropical storm strength. This is as of 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be looking for a new advisory, an intermediate that'll be coming across here shortly. But if you look at South Florida, here's the way this is going to happen. West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, you can see it right there on the eastern side of the state. Now, that's Lake Okeechobee, Clewiston area there in the middle. And then the Bahamas at the top of the screen. That is Nassau, the Bahamas there. Freeport. So the storm's going to be coming in from that direction, the top of the screen, if you will, down to the south. Winds will be coming in if you're on the beach here. Say you're at Melbourne Beach, Sebastian Inlet. Winds will be coming to you, toward you. They have to go somewhere. They're going to come on shore. They're going to move up and down, north to south. Well, they probably don't have much of a choice but to come on shore for part of that. Also leads to a slight risk for severe weather. What's that going to be? That's going to be tornadoes. There may be the threat for tornadoes to continue into the night tonight and the day tomorrow, too. There's a tornado threat that could be happening for the afternoon, the evening tomorrow, and specifically is the actual low pressure that is the cold front, attached to a cold front. But there's the low pressure that we're looking at. There's your surge that goes from 2 to 4 feet to the north in yellow, goes all the way up to the mouth of St. Johns River as 3 to 5 feet. The surge that you see on the back there on the Gulf side, that's after the low pressure goes by. The winds will shift out of the south and cause there to be a surge of 1 to 3 feet around Tampa Bay. The Ottauquechee River back over to Apalachicola at 2 to 4. There may be some decent surge there after the storm has headed on by. So that would be some decent something to actually pay attention to as we move along. The track of the storm, it's fairly congruent now with everything. Everything that we do have at the moment is pretty much going to be that same way because the low pressure itself, 30 miles to the north or south of the trajectory, which right now was West Palm, isn't going to change really anything. Now, you do see the red line. That is the hurricane watch that goes all the way up there. It looks like just to the south of Daytona Beach. That's a hurricane watch. The H there on the screen is for hurricane. That is a projected forecast to have a situation where we're up to a hurricane. It doesn't have a lot of time to be much more than that, than a minor hurricane. It only got to go up 5 to screw me up and make me have to start over with all of my graphics again because they all say tropical storm. So that would be about, par for the course. If you look at the forecast ahead as we see it, there's the red coloring right there. See the little donut hole? That's going to be the center of the storm, and that is at dark. Which is what? It's already almost dark for you there in eastern Florida. Already the sun beginning to set, and the wind speeds, though, are around that. See the 45 to 50, but the red right there in the northern part of that eye wall, that's some 65 to 70 mile per hour winds in that red. And the direction, notice the arrows coming in, that's going to be an northeast origination to the wind for places like West Palm all the way up the coastline there before it comes on shore. And there's some 50 mile per hour winds sustained with some gusts that could be higher as it comes on shore. This is 05Z right before midnight tonight, 05 Zulu time, which is 11 p.m. tonight, when the eye of the hurricane could be coming ashore. And that's basically what we're looking at. What about West Palm Beach? Well, West Palm Beach, you're in the center of where we think this thing is going to land later on tonight. You're right in the middle of what we think is a landfalling hurricane. You might actually be able to sneak outside, take a peek up, and see stars when it comes right over the top of you, if that is the case. And it's going to come pretty close to that area of being a situation where anywhere from Port St. Lucie back over to West Palm, the eye of the hurricane would be passing over right about this time. Some downed trees, sure. Some power lines, it's possible. Downed trees hitting power lines can cause that to be the case. So that's pretty much what we are thinking at this point, and I see no reason why that would change overall, at least not into the short term. I think that's going to be the case going into the rest of this evening. And overnight tonight, probably, as we move along as well, some of those showers that will be coming in, there are chances for these to bring some tremendous amounts of rainfall. Anywhere from 5 to 6 inches of rain may fall in a short amount of time in some of these general areas there that are just off and to the north. And again, look at the radar. This is the radar composite reflectivity again of what it would look like at midnight tonight should a land-falling hurricane come in right there near you. Right now we're live, the Windjammer Beach Club Cam. Lauderdale by the Sea at 4:35 Eastern Time is 73 degrees. It is 73, and some high surf is trying to show up. You can see off and on a few bobbing heads there. Some of the surfers who are out and about. There is a shark about on your left right there, a shark coming in from the first breaker. And again, we'll try to be, you're not supposed to say that out loud or really loud. I hope my audio is not going out on their end. Is it? My audio going? Nobody told me. Right there's the bathroom into the middle, and you got your surfers. Hey, check that out. There's a pretty good wave right there, and I can't do that at all. I can't do it on a little board. I can't do it on, but I love watching. It's pretty cool there to watch. So that's at the Windjammer Beach Club camera. I don't know exactly where that's at. I've heard of it, but I don't know exactly where that is at the moment. Also, we're watching the Florida Marina cam. I love this camera so much. This is that camera there at night where they have the moon glow. You might want to check this out on your own from Earth Cam. They're so kind to allow us to use their cameras there. It's Florida Marine Cam, and that glows in the middle of the night. And last night there were tarpon swimming in there along with the mullet and some other fish, maybe even, I don't know, I think it was tarpon. They were kind of long. It could have been sharks. Sharks is much more exciting, but I think it was tarpon. But that's one of the cool cameras out there, too. And we use, from time to time, we do use these cameras to give you a little bit of a better idea of what is happening out there as far as what watching and keeping everything into perspective. The other cameras, let's see, I think I have one more that I can show you from down in that general area from Boca. Oh, I want to show you this one because they might be there. Please don't go to a commercial. Please, please, please. This is not a commercial. This is the Manatee Lagoon cam. Now, if you look really, really, really close, get close. if you get pretty close, look down there. See down there, right to the right of the M and Cam. Look down there, and every once in a while you'll see a manatee. I think it's a manatee, or it could be a shark. It's a manatee or a shark down there just to the right-hand side of the cam, in between the cam and the earth over here. If you just keep looking, something's in there, predator of some sort, a large predator. Manatees aren't predators, though. They eat, like, grass and stuff. But this is the Manatee Lagoon Cam in West Palm Beach, Florida. Choppy seas out here. This is into the bay, I think, but look how choppy it is out there right now. The manatees, I hope that they are okay, and we'll be watching out for you here. Sometimes those manatees get the worst end of the deal. Again, I'm meteorologist David Neal, along with Brett Adair, who has, fallen off the edge of the earth here for just a moment. He is safe. I got a strong feeling it was time to eat, so he signed off there for just a few moments, but it's going to be a long night, so we'll be taking shifts here as we move along. Right now, still, the new advisory is not out. I thought the intermediate would be out. Told you a story. The new intermediate is out. Let's see, how's the best way for me to do this? I think I'm just going to show you my iPad. Yeah, I'm going to show you my iPad. Here's the new advisory coming out from the National Hurricane Center on what is still Tropical Storm Nicole at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That'd be 3 o'clock Central Time. It is moving to the west at 13 miles per hour. The minimum pressure is 985 millibars, 985 right now. The storm really hasn't made much of a change, but what they are saying now, a very dangerous storm surge is expected. Strong winds to the Grand Bahama Island, and let's just find out why they say that. Let's go to the forecast discussion. I want to go to it with you, and it's a little boring, but we'll try to jazz it up here. The satellite presentation of Nicole hasn't changed much since late this morning. The curved bands of convection wrap around much of the circulation, and there has been a ragged eye wall in radar data, both from the Bahamas and also from Miami. The reserve aircraft reported a minimum pressure of 985. That's about the same as it was last night. Flight level winds of 72 knots at 78 miles per hour on the final pass, but that's flight level winds at 850s, 1,500 feet up. The final pass through the center grew the Great Abaco Island in the northwestern Bahamas just prior to 1700 had the landfall because they did see clear air above, I think. Aircraft data still supported an intensity of 60 knots, and that remains the initial intensity for this advisory. Recent fixes of Nicole has it moving to the west at 270 degrees at 11 knots, so about 14 miles per hour, 13 miles per hour. The motion should bring the center onshore to the coast of southeastern Florida later on tonight, early Thursday morning as it passes over North Florida late Thursday. A mid-latitude trough moving up the central United States is expected to turn the cyclone to the north. The dynamical model guidance is in good agreement with this. Nicole still has about 12 hours with which to strengthen. It is going to be moving out over the Gulf Stream for a little bit here, so a few things could happen, but not much. It's not going to change very much at all into the short term. So what are they expecting? Tropical storm conditions, a dangerous storm surge, hurricane conditions expected across portions of the coast. Don't focus on the exact track. We always talk about this. It's a large storm, especially to the north. The wind field to the north is elongated. It's very far to the north, and that's one of the things maybe that we could be overlooking just a little bit here. At 4 p.m., the X marks the spot. There's where the storm is, just to the south and east of Freeport in the Bahamas. Again, the H says hurricane. Right before landfall is what they are projecting. By Thursday, 1 p.m., so by 1 o'clock tomorrow, it should be a storm. Just a tropical storm again. Somewhere, it looks like that's going to be over near Steinhatchee there, just to the north of Tampa, St. Pete, in that area, that general area, and then go all the way up by Friday morning to be into South Georgia, near Albany, just north of Tallahassee, if you will, and end up escaping as a depression by Friday afternoon, well up there into South Carolina. Now, two things that this is going to be concerning to us. Let me see if it gets mentioned somewhere else here. Wind speed probabilities. These are some of the winds, and these the big purple area. That's going to be 45 mile per hour winds or greater in that region. Hurricane force winds would be a very small area. This is what is projected to be possible hurricane force winds in that small green area there. And then again, rainfall is the other part of this that we're concerned about. And they even went down on that. It's 2 to 4 mainly. There's a Tampa, well, where the P is in Tampa Bay. Obviously, Tampa Bay is well on to the west there, but that's a 4 to 6 inch area right there. But basically, that green area is 2 to 4 inches of rain across that portion of the state. And again, the peak surge, let's talk about the storm surge here, if you will. And I need to say I understand. These are storm surge areas here that we're looking at that are going to be somewhere in the range of 2 to 5 feet possible. And that goes from roughly West Palm Beach all the way over to Port St. Lucie and northward into Titusville, Daytona Beach, the Palm Coast there, back over to Jacksonville, and southward as you get into Brunswick or the eastern sections of the state of Georgia. So pretty much what we're looking at there, our conditions are going to be, coastal conditions are not going to be very good going into the next few hours and into the night tonight. How about key messages, just briefly, hurricane and tropical storm conditions, dangerous storm surge, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Hurricane conditions, you know this. Dangerous storm surge is expected along much of the east coast of the state of Florida into coastal Georgia, the Florida Big Bend, and the Gulf Coast. Eventually, because we're looking at the backside of this, watch out for same old sort of stuff there. And arrival times here, it's kind of crude, but that just means tonight. Yeah, overall, that's just kind of saying that tonight is when that pretty much is going to arrive. I want to see if I can look, if you'll bear with me, because I'm going to do this just while we're live sitting here. That didn't work out. Let's go to this one. Let's go to Nicole and just look straight on at this storm and talk about this because I want to look at the sandwich mode here. And again, I apologize for doing this live on camera, but I really didn't have it another way. So there's the center again, and here are the two islands that we're looking at: Freeport on the left-hand side, and the Bahamas down to the south. Nassau's down to the south there. This is opened up. You can see there's dry air trying to sneak in on the north side of this, coming in from the east and sneaking in. And really all that kind of means is it's really not going to get any stronger. I don't see reason to believe that it gets any stronger than what it is here at the moment, because there's really no time left for it to do much at all, if you will. And so I think that's kind of where we are, where we stand with this at this point, is it is what it is. So don't look for any major changes here overall in that. If we look at the satellite image here in our computer, let's take a look at it because it's always so exciting. And put this into motion again. This is going to be the long wave IR method here, and I'll show you where the center of the storm is. It's still right over here where we thought it was to begin with. It is still coming to the west and southwest. There's a little blow up right there that took place. I don't know, a hiccup, something that hit right there really quickly, but it's coming into Freeport, and it's also bringing some dry air along with it. And there it is. Most of the dry air coming in on the back side of this, just like this. And you can see it filling in here. And that's what a storm says. The storm doesn't want that to happen. We do, because that really lessens its ability to do what it was going to do. Some outflow boundaries here down to the south that we're looking at. And again, I think that's going to lead to some isolated tornadoes going into the next several hours, too. We'll keep looking at the radar image to show you that. In fact, let's go to it right now out of Miami. I can show you on the radar where eventually, I don't want to go to the Miami radar. Let's switch it over here. Can y'all switch the radar back over? Yeah, switch that back over for me if you could. There's nobody else here. I'm just joshing to stall. Here we go. Here's the radar. Hit that button right there. Here's the radar, and there it is. So here's what we got, basically, is the center of the storm. It's huge. The eye is huge. It's bigger than, I can't say that on TV. It's big. It's huge. Look how wide this is. The center of the storm is very, very large. distance I can show you here. We're looking at 50 miles wide. It's not a tight round center of a storm. So that's just one indication that it's very disorganized at this point. If we kind of look at it and we do the eye test, and I back this up and show you the motion of the storm, where do you think it's going? Still looks like to me it's somewhat on a beeline to make its way. If I just draw a line right here, I think it kind of goes in that direction over toward the West Palm area. I don't want to make light of this. The minute I make light of this, something's going to happen. And it in this kind of a situation, if you're not smart, you can get hurt. Hopefully everybody is smart. You stay inside. You don't mess with this. But the one thing that would be cool is once it went on by, if you were able to see the eye of the hurricane, now if there's power lines down, that kind of thing, that's not something you'd want to do. And I'm only saying use judgment, a sound judgment, in order to decide what you're going to do. But wouldn't it be cool to look up and be able to see the stars? Especially when you got an eye that's this huge. This thing is massive as an eye wall goes. There are some heavier downpours here that are going to occur before that actually happens. But as the storm comes in, you'll notice if the wind shifts. Here's what I want you to do. If you live down in this portion of Florida, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach, here's the way you do this. Let me see if I can show you here. I'm going to try to demonstrate. Show me full. Here we go. I'm going to try to demonstrate this for you. If so you're standing there on the beach, make sure that the wind is hitting you at your back. So the wind is at your back and it's coming over your shoulders like this, and try to make it exactly perpendicular with your back. Not to the side like this, but make sure the wind is coming over your shoulders like this, cross your ears, and going away from you. And once you've done that, you've figured out a trajectory, because all you have to do then is put your left hand out and check it out. Yeah. Put your left hand out, and that's where the hurricane is, or the tropical storm. You put your left hand out. If your back is perpendicular to the flow of the wind and it's coming over your head just like this, left hand out and point, and that's where the center of the low pressure is, and that's where your tropical storm and your hurricane is going to be. No ands, ifs, or buts. There's no way to, that's the law of thermodynamics says that's where it's going to be. If it shifts, so, you can kind of, if you live down here and you see it shifting, and maybe the next time you turn and the air is coming over your back, but you've turned a little bit, well, that means that the low has moved that far in that direction. So it's a great way of, I don't want to say survivalist, but it's the easiest way possible without having an anemometer and all the other crap that goes with it. It's the best way that you can figure out where the low pressure center, where the adjacent tropical storm or hurricane might be. It's going to be to your left. If the wind is coming over your back, keep that in mind, and that's what we'll be looking at. Do you think Florida will experience strong tornadoes with this storm? I think there'll be some. Strong tornadoes are not likely in this kind of scenario. This is a tropical situation where most of the tornadoes that do occur are very small. They're not tall. They don't exist well up into the atmosphere. They're very shallow, maybe 1,000 feet, maybe 2,000 feet at times. So it's not an overall situation like you see out into the plains. In fact, sometimes the radar doesn't even pick them up because it doesn't go up high enough to hit the beam. And a lot of times we don't know about tornadoes during tropical situations until they've already hit. That can be the case. Now we have some information that lets us know if it's hit and there's debris. We do get some more Doppler information that we can use from time to time in order to do that. So that's pretty much the deal there overall. Impacts again for Port St. Lucie tonight. Some down trees, power outages. Yeah, I wouldn't expect down trees. I really wouldn't. But okay, it could definitely happen. Fort Pierce, what's happening into Fort Pierce? Well, Fort Pierce, actually, I think at this point you're a little bit out of it as well. Let's just take a look here. We'll try to dig in on the details here, if you will, of the forecast down into Fort Pierce and some other places. I know many of you are wanting to know about specifics, and I'll try to get those to you as I have a little bit of time here to do so. But Fort Pierce is just outside of the edge. This is going to be a little bit further. This is up near on the north side of Port St. Lucie. You're a little north, I think, of where the center of the storm might be, where the eye of the hurricane might be, but not far enough to where it shouldn't be almost identical to what happens in West Palm Beach. And so Fort Pierce would be the place. I think Fort Pierce is where up here near Stewart. Well, Port St. Lucie's to the north. So this is Fort Pierce and what is projected right there. So pretty much Port St. Lucie is the same as Fort Pierce. This isn't a tornado. This is a hurricane. It covers miles and miles, and not just a small area. It's going to cover a big area here. Somebody doesn't have a roof on your house from Ian. That is so sad. I apologize for that. How about Daytona Beach? Daytona Beach, again, off to the north. There's already storm surge. We do know that we've already had that A1A area is out. We've already had that being reported. Beach Safety Headquarters Weather Stem Station reporting a wind gust of 43. That's 50 miles per hour. That's at Daytona Beach just moments ago. So the wind is already beginning to kick up, but the roadway there I would stay off of, especially the beach road. And you want to be somewhere, back on the other side of the Halifax. Is that the Halifax River? I think that's the Halifax River there that runs the length, if you will, to Ormond Beach and back up to Flagler Beach. So watch out for that. Pretty much going to be an area there that you would, stay away from if you possibly can. What about West Palm? We did West Palm. These are all still pretty much the same. Fort Pierce, just talked about Fort Pierce a little bit. That bathroom was that in Daytona Beach? I think so. Yeah, I think that was. We'll get Brett back on here in just a little bit and figure it out. But I think that bathroom was in up there, somewhere close by, a little bit earlier. We would most unboarded windows hold up well to the worst of this storm? May throw in whatever area gets the worst of it. How about you're welcome to it? I think it might be only Brevard resident who wants the worst to come our way. Can you answer mine, please? We did. Okay. Thanks for your questions again. I do appreciate those. I love to answer questions as much as I can, because I know you probably got a lot of questions if you live down in this area, if you've already been affected by a hurricane or two. In Ian, on the other side, it was devastating. Brett tells me that even the eastern side of the state affected by Ian, and quite a bit of damage still there on the eastern side of the state, on the eastern part of the peninsula. And it goes all the way up and down up to Palm Bay and throughout the rest of that region there, where some of this is going to be seen later on tonight. Right now we got winds at 20 to 25 miles per hour. Looks pretty dominant there on the coast, on the eastern coastline. There are some reports still coming back and forth of winds greater than 50 miles per hour. We'll check our cameras up here, the ones that have the surge that we were watching, to see how much of that is still available. We got some again, a little bit of sea salt on the lens, but you can certainly see the water has come up over the past little while. The water was down here about 3 feet below here a little bit earlier, about 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can see how much the water has come up. This is all the way up near Cape Canaveral and into that area there, and we can go even a little bit further up and take a look at Indialantic. And this is going to be that, this is just a beautiful shot, by the way. This is, they're looking at the surf coming in. You can see the breakers off into the distance. The storm surge is beginning to come into the beach there. The sea oats are waving back and forth. A little trail right there that's coming up that I think a lot of residents probably take, just not today, as the weather does deteriorate there pretty quickly. What you're going to be looking at is some of the heavier rainfall. This would be an area, too, where the threat for tornadoes would exist later on tonight as we get closer and closer to seeing some of those banding features coming in. Certainly a deal there that we would be paying attention to. Huge eye. This thing is just massive. This center, it's not even really an eye anymore. It's a center of the storm. I was going to say that it was sort of reorganizing. Nah, it's not reorganizing. There's the back side of this is very open. The center of the storm, for those who are wondering, the center of the storm is really about right here. Freetown is probably where the center of the storm is at this moment. There's a 44 mile per hour wind at the BTAR site there in Freeport. That is sustained at 44 miles per hour, gusting up to about 50 to 55, I'm sure. And so the question is that it? Is that all it has to offer? And more or less, yeah, I think it is. We do have some wind speeds showing up. If you look at some of the velocity data, there are some wind speeds here that are a little bit greater than 60 to 70, but this is up at about 1,500 feet where we have that ongoing. There's some 60-mile-per-hour winds right there showing up in the velocity data. This is coming back toward the radar site. What's going away from the radar site is in the same neighborhood, 50 to 60. So the worst here that we're looking at the moment is at 50 to 60. The only problem is that it's sustained. If you're driving a high-profile vehicle, big SUV, something like that, you want to pay special attention to what happens. If you're, as you drive around, if you have to drive around, certainly it would be best if you didn't drive around. 64 miles per hour, they're just offshore. And some of these that are approaching shore now are into the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. As you look at it, there's 23, 24 at some of the stations here up and down the line. And if you just look at the direction, I want to show you again where the direction is, the wind direction coming in. And the arrows indicate it's a northeast wind coming in from the northeast and going southwestward. So, again, that holds our whole theory up. You take this little area right here at Sebastian, see the wind right there? If you had that wind to your back and you put your left hand out, that would be over here, and that's where the actual center is, over here on the left-hand side. So keep that in mind. You might want to, it's a bar trick. I don't know how you probably couldn't. I guess you could take that into a bar. It wouldn't really work. You had to be outside, I guess, for that one to work. Anyway, somebody had a gust of at least 50 miles per hour. I'd love to know how you measured that. 50 miles per hour in Hutchinson's Island. Where is Hutchinson's Island, Ike? Ike says it's Hutchinson's Island. You want me to look that up? Hutchinson's Island. Oh, I got to show you something. Hold on. Put this into motion. Hold on here with me for just a moment because you're going to want to see this. This is it's just now got this breaking news, breaking weather information here because I actually did just get this. Nope. Not going to work like that. Is it going to work like this? Yes. So just moments ago, I don't know who sent this out, but I guess I need to find out before I show it. Nope. All right, let me see if I can do this. Duplicate. Here we go. This is the radar from the Bahamas, and there's the center of the storm. You can see it as it just now made its way right into Freeport. This is from the Bahamas, the radar there, so it's a little bit. It's not as sharp as the one I've got. It's the one I have here at my house. So there's the storm, though. There's the center of the storm. And it did have an eye wall there for a while, but it deteriorated when it got to the island there. And it's just a humongous center now. It's not what it was a little bit earlier. So at any rate, that's what was happening there with that as it moved on along. We'll go back now if we can. And I'll do this live and on camera because I don't have a choice. And we're back to the radar site here right now. So this is more or less where we are. The latest from the National Hurricane Center did not change. They didn't change anything about the advisory that just came out. It's still 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is not a hurricane at this point. That's all right with us. We don't want it to grow any more than it already has. And so overall, what we're looking at this point is a storm that is what it is and not really changing that much at all. I think if anything, we're not looking at as much rainfall as we were before. The rainfall estimations have come down considerably. Now, you really haven't seen it. I know many of you are writing in and going, Dave, I got rain falling here at Boynton Beach. Well, that's just a shower, folks. That ain't nothing. Hialeah, you got a little shower there. These are showers coming in. Here's the real deal. This is the tropical stuff that'll be moving in. It's not very far away. Even as we speak here, you're looking at it being into West Palm Beach, 25 miles away. So it's moving at 25. It'll be there within the hour. The rainfall will. And then you'll start to see with these banding features that come in, you'll start to see the opportunity or the chances that we'll have tornadoes embedded within. That right there looks somewhat suspicious down here near Freeport. These are the banding features that'll be showing up. So you'll have training echoes, and that's when I think you'll predominantly have some of the highest winds available. You'll also end up with the possibility of a tornado or two that comes in with this. Again, as I look at it, it looks a little dullened here. Everything seems to be traveling in the same direction at the moment. I don't see anything that's really changing overall here very much at all. So that's kind of what's happening here into the short term. As this comes on shore, you'll start to see some of those higher winds. We'll go down to the AMX radar and take a look down there. Pretty much the same thing here as well. Allentown, northward back up to Boynton Beach into the Freeport area. And these are your highest winds being reported just offshore, just to the north of Freeport. Those will continue to slide on toward the beach as we go through the next couple of hours as well. So pretty much what we're looking at there into the short term also as all that goes by. Titusville, we were just talking about you there in Titusville. We have a camera over there not too far away, just to the south of you there, that is on shore. This is the Indian Atlantic. And hey, there's some hey, is my mic on? Oh, hey. Can I take that picture for you? No. They couldn't hear me, but Coconut Point, the water, the surge has come up there ever since we started looking at it. And this is just going to get higher tonight. We're going to lose some of this because of the daylight of the day, but the surge is coming up. It's reached the first stair or two, and, it's got a little bit of saltiness on the camera lens there at the moment, but that kind of happens. And it is that time of day. We're going to be losing some of the daylight here very shortly, so we'll lose some of our cameras, which have been of great help to me during the day today and always are. We've watched one or two areas there that were producing some of the highest winds. We got some huge waves coming on shore again that are out there. These are huge breakers. The surfers always enjoy these sort of opportunities, but you can see off into the distance there, the very end of the dock is producing some crashing there at the very end of things. Let me do this. Let's take a look at which one was that though? This is going to be this, and that's going to be that. So this was this. Excuse me. Sometimes I talk to myself. Sometimes other people will talk to me, and that's where we are at this point. We've got some of the higher wind speeds there that are just offshore, but some of those are bringing in those high surf, the high surf that you do see at the moment, which is what everybody's kind of playing up to there to make sure that they catch their wave before it's all over with. Let me see if I can if I can probably do this. It might even look cooler. Yeah, don't do that. Again, these are the winds that we were looking at that were, pretty high earlier in the day today. They were already being reported into the 50s and 60s pretty early in the day today. Do this, I'm going to do that, and take that. I'm going to pull it over to here so that we have that, and go up to there. Pull this down to there, and boom. Check it out. So now we're looking at the end of the pier. I zoomed in there just a little bit to show you how the breakers are beginning to come over the end of the pier. Right over the very far end of it. The little dots that you see out there into the water are surfer dots, and there are some pelicans that are flying. But notice right there the waves that are coming up and just over the top of the pier. right out there toward the middle, in between the bathroom and the very end there. I don't know what that is. I assume the one in the middle is the bathroom because it's kind of where everybody scurries to when you end up having a rainstorm come on by. But there is the high surf coming in over the top of the dock, the pier. No, it's not a dock. It's a pier. And it's, one of those times where the surfers love to get out and enjoy what's happening. The water temperature is still somewhat warm there. I don't know the exact temperature, but we were into the 80s just offshore. At least got to be into the upper 70s. The actual temperature is 73 degrees there at this camera. And it's normally a very beautiful, beautiful sight there to look out over the water and see the sun as it comes up. Actually, it sets on the other side. But as it comes up, it's normally pretty nice here as well. But you can see some folks who are catching waves there at the moment on this side of the state of Florida. They'll continue to watch and ride these out as we go through and into the rest of this evening. Back to the radar here to take a look at where we are because we're moving mile by mile. We've already got a couple of situations here where some of the storms that have moved in are producing some of the higher winds. Look at this. We have some winds showing up around Boynton Beach into the 50 and 60 mile per hour range. This is near Delray, and there's actually a storm report there at the moment from a station at Delray Beach reporting 40 miles per hour, about 35 knots there in the last 30 minutes. That's Delray Beach, Florida. And then just off to the north of there, a couple of other readings. This is Palm Beach reporting a wind gust of 40 with a gust of 40 miles per hour in Palm Beach near Haverhill. Isn't it Haverhill? Let me make sure. Haverhill, yeah. And then, again, up along the beach, again, we have another report there that's teeny tiny. These little reports are teeny tiny. Drew, who came up with this program, Drew, they're teeny tiny for me to try to touch those. This is Juno Beach, Mesonet station there. Juno Beach Pier measured a wind gust of 55 miles per hour. Get out. Sustained wind was measured at 41. The site has an elevation of 20 feet. But that is a teeny tiny little symbol. There's real, the further I go in, it gets tinier. So in order to see that, you'd have to have teeny tiny fingers, Drew. The one down here south of Miami, that is a Mesonet station that has 40 mile per hour winds. This side has an elevation of 75 feet. I'm not sure why that even matters. But as you go to the north here, again, we have another storm report of a tower there, 57 knots. This is the highest wind we've had so far during this event, 66 miles per hour from the northeast. So, look, we're still a good ways from the actual storm, and a 66 mile per hour wind was just recorded 2 miles to the north-northeast of Port Canaveral in Brevard County. That's a long way from the actual center of the storm. And I think what's going to happen here is because of the gradation between the high pressure that's to the north and the low pressure down to the south, these are going to be a little bit more astronomical than you would think. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about here. The high pressure and the low pressure down here. This is the low pressure. I have to change colors, but the international thing says I have to change colors. There's high pressure up here. Well, the wind has to flow in between the two. So the wind is coming in around this one like this and around and around and around. Well, eventually it gets up into the high pressure here, which goes in this direction, anticyclonic, and the wind is created in between those isobars. Those are called isobars, and the tighter those isobars are, the faster the wind is going to travel. So you can get a congruency that says, all right, if there's a high-pressure gradient there, then no matter what the millibar is with the hurricane, it can go up exponentially. It can go up much higher than would be the case. So we actually do have that situation going on right now, where I think the actual winds are going to be exacerbated somewhat by the pressure gradient that is off to the north, and so much of that should be a little bit higher than the norm as we move along. Check out this wave again, huge wave that just hit the middle of the pier there. And again, this is Windjammer Beach Club. The camera there showing some of the surfers that are going by, coming in from time to time. Not sure. I'm not really a surfer. If you are and you've seen this, are these good waves? Are these, are these worth getting out there? And I don't guess you get wet. They got their little suits on there, but is this worth going out there at the moment? Because they look like they're pretty high. They also look like they're slamming into the pier there. So you want to, I guess, stay on one side or another. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yes. I'm sorry, you didn't even know what I was saying yes to. Yeah. Okay. Good. This far out, South Seas rideable surf, only a few days a year. That makes common sense. I believe you. But it'd have to be. I mean, they look like they're getting like a 10, 20-foot ride, and then they got to go back out again. That guy's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoot, he came all the way in. That was just enough right there to just really make me look bad. But we'll keep watching that deal as we move along. Some of the other situations here are going to be bringing us the threat for tornadoes. I would think any minute now we're going to start seeing some rotating here. I still don't see anything in particular that looks like, hey, Dave, that's going to be a water spout. Which is a little bit odd. I thought there were going to be more of those. Now you're getting a little bit of lightning involved in this. So now we've got dynamics that are coming into play here. And so this little bitty, I know it's small. It's a really small thing here at the moment. But dynamically speaking, we got a little bit of lightning. So we probably have its own entity or somewhat of a cellular sort of a deal going on here at the moment. And we'll watch that, see if another one takes place. It's one lightning strike, but sometimes one leads to 2 and 3. And when you get them a little bit more they gather together, they're more tightly packed there, you can in fact end up getting some sort of a genesis, if you will, of a waterspout or a tornado. That can oftentimes be the case. All right. Look, just for just a second, look how lovely this is. This gentleman right here with his wife, hopefully, he was going to take a picture, and the other person that just walked by didn't stop. Well, they did take a picture. He took it at the end of his umbrella, I believe. If you love to watch people, this is the thing to do. Watch these little sites here. There's one down the southern tip of the state of Florida, too, that goes all the way down to the Keys. I'll have to pull that up in a minute because that's always one of my favorites as well. But again, the skies have darkened there off into the distance, and it does look like more in the way of precipitation coming in there. And I think, for just a second, let me think, let me listen. 1, 2, 3. Maybe. Let's just check. Check. You may have been gone so long that the computer dumped you. But give me 1 second here. Meteorologist Brett Adair is joining us again with some information. I know he's been out. That's what he's been doing while he was gone. He was gathering information because we just didn't have a ton here. So he had to come in and actually bring that back to me, that all of that information that he has. I just can't. Let's see. Hold on for a second, Brett. Just give me 1 second here because I guess I just have to do you all over again here and paste it there and do that. Look back over here and you are sort of there. You're way out of the shot.
All right, hold on. I can adjust.
Can you? I want you to do it live so people can watch you adjust it live on television. Now you just you just screwed it up. You went black again. I don't feel my left cheek. I've been sitting here a long time, Brett. You were supposed to be helping me out. My left cheek is so numb, down to my left leg. Oh, wait a minute. I don't even feel my left leg at the moment. Everything's numb. We have 331,000 people who are watching us right now. Thank you so much for doing so. We really, really, really appreciate it. He's such a tease. But anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about here first of all, and that is that probably see there's that little lightning strike there again that took place a few moments ago, and then back up to the north here, we still have some of that precipitation just now beginning to fall. Now listen, don't go away because we're about to do some cool stuff if Brett will get his act together, and we're going to show you some of this stuff, some really cool, neat things that are ongoing. First of all, is Brett's watch. He has a brand new watch. It's one of those space age
Ah,
watches that tells not only the time, but can also tell the date. And what have you
yep,
got? Oh, you've got your drone at the moment.
yep.
So
Um,
tell us about your drone, Brett. Please tell us
well,
about
this
your
is a
drone.
super duper supersonic drone, that you can fly in 150 mile per hour winds. Not, I really cannot do that. However, I can fly it in this wind, and we did fly it just a little while ago. Matter of fact, let me adjust the camera just a little bit
I was about
there.
to say,
I'm
did you not tell
getting
me you could
there.
do this?
I did.
Look,
Look, is that better? A little better?
oh, a little bit.
I'm trying. Hold on.
I got to get some water. Talk for a second.
Go. That's fine. So we came down through Melbourne. We were in Titusville. Came down through Melbourne on Highway 1 just a little while ago, and saw some power flashes. Actually, the winds picked up quite a bit with this band that moved on shore, and we had some big power explosions. I'm going to have David's some new video here shortly so that he can pipe that through and show you guys kind of what we saw. And then up near Titusville there, coming across the bridge, a lot of the sailboats were detached and had been moved. So we got some cool footage that's going to come up here in just a little bit. You're going to see me move around and such because I am literally in the process of making an attempt to get some of this video off the camera here and get it up so you guys can see some of this here pretty soon
How are you going to put it up?
and
Am I
give
going to do it?
David.
You can send it to me.
Yeah, I can. I can send you a link to the email. That'd probably be the best way to do it, Dave.
Yeah, do that.
If that works for you. Okay.
I'm a little concerned because your head is twice the size of mine right now.
I know, right? It's huh?
I'll zoom in.
Um. Oh man, yeah. We need your head to be bigger, David.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does need to be much larger than it already is.
I'm just saying, you don't want your head to be twice the size of mine because people will talk.
Do you want to throw our live stream up there for a minute? You can kind of see a little bit before it gets dark that we got some trees moving, especially when we get down into the I'm assuming you still got that link there, sir. I hope so at least.
I do, but I haven't seen a thing on it in a while. But let me try. Let's see what goes on here.
Okay. Got some palm trees and stuff. So I had an explosion. That's what I was telling viewers a minute ago. Had a pretty good power explosion here. We're in Melbourne. So trying to get all that footage up to you because it blew sparks all over the place right in front of our vehicle. So it was pretty intense there for a few moments.
Those cameras over there too, the ones that are just off the coast, they're going up. The water's going up quite a bit in the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'd heard that the water was rising. I talked to Brandon Clement on the phone just a few minutes ago, actually, and Brandon tells us that there's some houses up in Daytona. He ended up taking a ride toward the north, and there's some houses up there that are in danger of falling into the water.
Really?
So he's kind of there on scene. Yeah, talked to one of the fire chiefs there, and they gave him a little bit of information. He was trying to get a camera out there so that unfortunately, if that were going to happen, that we could watch it live. But they weren't real keen on that idea. So we we are not going to have a live camera from that. But if I know Brandon, he is going to park and be there. And if it happens, he'll have the first content of it coming out. So there is that. And I'm waiting on these videos to transfer off of this Sony camera. Then I got one video file that I'm going to take off of this other one from that explosion. Now, that explosion was pretty legitimate. I was a little surprised that happened with that little band. We lost power here across pretty much all of the area here on Melbourne Beach. Let's see. Zoom back out here. Well, you can see a whole lot better right here. Yeah, the waves here, David, are pretty dead massive. Pretty dang massive. So I'm gonna.
I don't know why I can't see your what's coming out of the front of your car.
All right, hold on just a minute. We'll do that. Not that big of a deal at the moment. I mean, nothing's going on now. It's really intermittent with these banding features.
So the new advisory came out. Not a whole lot changed there in what was new. They still didn't call this a hurricane, and I don't know. I don't know what it would take for them to do so at this point, but it really doesn't change much at all. Beginning to see a few little
right.
water spouts offshore, a few of them, and we were talking a little bit earlier. Now we had that lightning strike down here. Well, here's the first indication where you have a small couplet of two things that are going in the opposite direction. One of the first cases of seeing that, and that's just offshore from Kendall and Hialeah. And a few more in here, a few little nuggets in here where we have some spin, some rotation going on. I think that's probably just going to be heightened as we move a little bit further down the road and in the next several hours. And some of these winds, Brett, you can see in the velocity data, some of these winds are already up there into the 50, 60 mile per hour range. So verification, could be, we could see some of this verify, and the winds get even a little bit higher. Here's some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just offshore from Titusville. And in fact, the highest wind of the moment just came in up here. I think it was 48. 66 miles per hour is the highest wind so far that I have seen there in Brevard County.
Yeah, that seems legitimate based on what we're looking at. It looks like we've got a high in tropical storm, low in hurricane. Again, it doesn't matter if they designate this a hurricane. The conditions are pretty well going to be the exact same. 5 mile per hour winds is not a huge difference in this case. So we're going to continue to see this system develop and build. And like you said there on the surge camera that we now have active, you can see the water's definitely coming up, likely going to take those steps out at some point. But we have flipped the tides around, and we're beginning to get into that, that time period where all that's going to take place. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. I'm trying to move this, trying my best to move these files over for you. It is taking its sweet, sweet time.
Still watching the camera there. That the few young people who have nothing else to really do, or nobody at home waiting for them, are out playing in the surf. There, that is the Windjammer Beach Club camera, Lauderdale by the Sea, if you will. It's 5:26 on the East Coast. We got 4:26 in Central Time. 73 degrees there outside. Palm trees are swaying, and the surf is coming up there on that portion of Fort Lauderdale. High surf, some high winds, and out toward the end of the pier there, you can see it's getting pummeled now with some high surf coming in there and coming over the entire end of the pier. Let's see, here comes some people. I want to make sure they're on the up and up. This is my trail cam. I put this out a little bit earlier, and watching, and I've not seen any wildlife just yet, but a couple of people who are walking on by, and I want to make sure they're not up to no good. There we go.
Well, it happens like that sometimes, unfortunately, when it comes to live TV, and that's how we have to monitor.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Dave. We've had to.
I don't know.
We've had to.
No clue.
We've had to leave remote cameras really, really fast in segments sometimes.
I do remember
because
that.
people want to act mischievous.
Here's a live.
Mischievous.
Here's a live look at the end of the dock, Brett. The end of the pier right there, and you can see a couple of people who are out there swimming. There's a shark on the right hand side, but you got that high swells. Those swells that are coming in. See, the breakers are well offshore, and then the swells come on in, and they're coming. Watch this one that's about to come over the end of the pier. Here, the water has really come up, but this look, boom, boom.
Yeah, it's big.
Well, they were
Very,
coming over
very
the
big
front.
waves out there.
They were coming over the front of the pier there a little bit earlier, and still are from time to time, but that's only going to get bigger and bigger, I suppose, as time goes on. I haven't really looked at. Let me do that. Hold on for just 1 sec. I'm going to put the buoy data on here and see what we can see. Because there's a buoy right there.
Oh, good,
oh
David.
This is so
pulling your video out.
Cool. Hold on, Brett. Check this out. This is an honest to goodness camera. This is the shots were taken during the day. This is way out here, 41009, my favorite buoy. Of all the buoys, 41009 is my favorite buoy of all time. And you can see the swells that are out there. Check them out. Now, these are pictures that were taken there at the buoy and uploaded via satellite. There's no Wi-Fi out there. But check that out. Some very cool pictures. Now, the wind speed's at 38. This is at 3:55 p.m. I don't know if that's my time. 3:55 p.m., 3:50. Might be. I don't know. 38, had a gust of 49, 50 miles per hour. But the wave height, that's what I wanted to see, is 21 feet was the wave height at that point, with a period of 14 seconds and an average wave period of 8 seconds. Dominant wave direction, 68 degrees out of the northeast, and the barometric pressure was down. The sea surface temperature is 77. I didn't know it was that cool over there, but again, those pictures, I love these pictures. I said today I was going to dial a buoy, and I didn't do it.
Well, you made up for it now, Dave.
I don't have a phone, so.
Ooh. You made up for it. I am working right now on your footage.
I thought you were going to put the drone up live. That's what I wanted to see.
I can't now. It's dark.
Oh.
It's dark. I was going to try, though, where we were earlier, and the winds got too bad. It just didn't work out, unfortunately. But we'll get one. I promise you. We'll get one before the end of this storm.
Some of the other conditions, sea surface temperatures into the mid-70s there down to Sebastian Inlet. That's why they're wearing their little suits, their little outfits. I need to quit calling them their little outfits because I'm sure they take offense to that.
They have a name for those?
They're wetsuits, aren't they? Thermal wetsuits?
Some sort of some sort of thermal wetsuits.
Yeah. I'm watching for sharks. They didn't ask me to. It's just a service that I offer. Watching for sharks to see if they should be, coming up along the line here. Keep thinking I see the Loch Ness Monster over here on the right, but I don't know what that is. That's a pelican or something. But look at the huge breakers offshore. That's what's really catching my attention, is how the waves are breaking way out there, and then they're coming on back in and breaking again right here at this pier, at the end of this pier, and running the length of the pier. It'll be interesting to see if that thing is still standing tomorrow, because it's not really at its worst right now. I think the worst is yet to come.
I agree. I totally agree, David. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get. Man, I tell you what, flying my drone today was very, very complex because we had extremely high winds in some of these areas that we were trying to fly. So it was very difficult today. Hopefully this drone footage looks pretty decent.
You sound a little tired, B. Just a little.
Just a touch.
Just a little tired here.
Just a touch.
Guys,
these tropical things can absolutely wear you down. extremely fast. And, you know, we try to rest as much as we can. Adrenaline's running, and it's just hard sometimes.
Bless your heart.
I'll be all right.
All right. Let's do some analyzing again, and we go back
I'm
to
sorry. I'm analyzing the video,
yeah.
so if
You
you
do
talk
that.
a little
You
bit
do
about
that.
that, I'll jump in.
You do that. Yeah. I'm going to go through just as I was a little bit earlier, and again, I want to show you. Got a couple of lightning strikes there again, showing up right where we had a little bit of an indication of some inbound and outbound there in a small area. Nothing to get too excited about at this point or worrisome about. I just don't see a whole lot out there. I thought there'd be a whole lot more water spouts visible on the radar out there. The Melbourne radar shows pretty much the same thing, is that we have an inbound wind up here on the top right, the greens and the blues indicating an inbound wind there that is indicative of some that are 60 to 70 or some 80-mile-per-hour winds that are inbound coming back in toward Cape Canaveral. The direction this stuff is moving in, by the way, is, you can see, is coming back toward the radar site. So that would mean like this. That is the direction here, and we're looking at 76, 77 miles per hour. So there's some high winds there that are associated with this that are just offshore, not too far away from coming onshore as we go into the next hour or two. So definitely what we are looking at overall there is that whole situation unfolding. Again, here's another buoy that's just offshore. This is 41010. This buoy back in like 2001, I think, is when it broke away. Look at these images. You're looking at actual pictures out there in the wide open Atlantic Ocean, and notice the spray. So you can see how high the wind is because of the spray that's coming off of each one of the crests of the wave. Used to see right there, you can see the spray coming off the top. And used to, back in the day, back when I got started, it was actually before I got started, but the Navy men of old, this is how they would tell the strength of a hurricane when they would fly in. Before they had dropsonde data that would come back and give a radar or give a radio transmitter back into the C-130, they would use the sea spray and how it appeared to decide how strong a hurricane was. It helped them out with getting that. I think there's still some data around laying somewhere that sort of explains all that. If you've ever been in a hurricane, I've flown into a couple, and I've seen the spray on the inside, which is still, the inside of a hurricane is an unbelievable sight. There are some, in a decent-sized hurricane, they may be 100-foot waves that are in there in the middle. I used to have this idea that you could come up into the middle of a hurricane with a submarine, and that way you could follow it the whole way and get complete data. I don't think that's possible because it is so turbulent there. Anyway, this buoy had a wind gust of 55 miles per hour last hour. The sea surface temperature is about 80, but a wind speed of 40 miles per hour, and that's this buoy that is just off here, which is a little ways away from the storm again. And getting back to this buoy, there's a 40-mile-per-hour wind right there right now. Wind direction is 10 degrees. That's almost due north. That is right there near Freeport. Freeport is reporting a north wind, and actually, if I can put the METAR data on here, I can just show you the wind speed coming in there is 47 miles per hour. That's the METAR data, says 47 is the wind speed at Freeport out of the north. Beginning to see some 20 and 30 mile per hour sustained winds from Homestead, Florida, all the way up to the north into Port St. Lucie, over into the Palm Bay region, 30 miles per hour. And here's where we get back in. Look at this, 33 miles per hour at Jacksonville and St. Augustine. The pressure gradient is going to cause this through the rest of the night tonight because we have high pressure to the north that is building still even as we speak, the high pressure up here, and that gradient to the low down to the south is going to cause higher winds to be taking place than normal, I think.
That seems right, Dave.
Do you
I mean,
agree with
that's
me, Brett?
going to be, yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Good.
I think that's going to be a big key factor to all this onshore flow for such a long period of time. So I am currently finally got the video edited and rendered. I am about to upload this for you. It's going to take me just a few minutes, and I'll get this up to you, Dave.
Boo.
You got me?
Yep, I'm here waiting.
All right, I'm working on this.
You working on the video? That video that you told me
Yeah,
about?
I'm working on the upload to get this over to you. I'll send you the link in your email here in just a few minutes so that you can pull this and kind of talk about it.
Okay.
Pretty dramatic little flash there, little blow up.
Okay. While you do that, I'm going to be in this area right here. Probably not going to move. I'll be right in here while you do what you're going to do.
Good.
I'm not going anywhere because I'm
Good.
dedicated.
Your little space. That's your safe space. I forgot about that. That's good.
Because I'm dedicated.
That's great. Can you tell me?
Yes.
Up there near Titusville and Canaveral, is that's Indian River something there? What is that up there?
Well, that's the
David?
Halifax River that runs. Let me make sure. Indian River's further north.
Let me see. Maybe the Indian River Lagoon up
Inlet.
there is what that might be.
Up in Jacksonville is the
Yep.
inlet.
Yeah, Indian River Lagoon though is what's right there at Titusville. That's where we shot.
Oh, at Titusville. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize. I was trying to make sure that I had you some proper locations on the footage here that's coming up. Looks like the outer bands of the what I guess we would call the core of the storm are only roughly 30 miles off Port St. Lucie now, and just off of Fort Pierce. So we're gonna start seeing some of those really good gusts and sustained wind flow once that outer portion of the core starts to come on shore here in the next with a forward motion, it should more than the next 2 to 3 hours max.
Yeah, I figured that. And again, this is that camera there that's just outside of Cape Canaveral, down to the south a little bit. The water when I started was about 3 feet below the first step. It's already up and over the first step again, so the water is still coming up, and you can sort of notice the spray. There's been a lot of spray there from time to time that is, kind of been making its way upward. This was an area there that we knew the water was going to have to pile up. It really didn't have a chance. You can see it's sort of traveling southward. We have to be looking out to the east, so the water may be traveling a little bit further to the south, and I think that's probably because we still have a little bit of a northerly component to the wind right there.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And our high tide, I think, is still another 3 hours away from this cycle. So, there's still a lot of time for the water to come up, and then we're going to get some sort of a surge push as well. We can hope that it's in a lower tide cycle and not with a rising tide again early in the morning, but no guarantees on that.
Let me see what I can find out here. I did get a let's just see. So this is according to let's see, through Wednesday. So tonight high tide is at 406. Low tide is at 4:06 in the morning. This is the next 24 hours. High tide again in the morning is only up 1.5 feet here. This is Packwood Place, which is just outside of just south, if you will, of New Smyrna Beach in that area there. But it's back on the river. There are 4 tides, 2 high, 2 low. Per day, They don't change very much at all. The moon phases, as you can see, it's waning because it was full yesterday. But these would all be changed, dramatically. We're at a low tide right here. That's the blue dot, and going up now as we go through the rest of the night tonight, but only 1.5 feet here.
Right. That makes sense. Makes total sense, to be honest with you. But we're going to continue to see the tides rise either way.
We got a little bit better representation here on the radar of what the center of the storm looks like. Now, when it came over the Bahamas a little bit earlier, I did have the Bahama radar on for a little while, but now beginning to get out here and get the actual. Well, let me just change it over here to a further distance here. But this is the base reflectivity that shows you the center of the storm coming across Marsh Harbor maybe 30 minutes ago, and now beginning to see this elongated eye. It's 40 miles wide here, Brett, that goes from Freetown back over into the harbor. There just a little bit, but the eye wall, the western eye wall, coming into Freeport, up to 47-mile-per-hour wind now in Freeport. The highest winds would be seen there in the next few moments, I think, as this thing gets a little bit closer and closer. The high-res radar shows you the sort of the side edge, if you will. This is the western eye wall, but again, it was a much tighter eye wall about 3 or 4 hours ago, and it just, when it got to the island here, when it got to Marsh Harbor, in the Treasure Cay region right there, it just somewhat blew out a little bit, almost like it was going to restructure a new eye wall, but it doesn't have time for that, as we know. And look, there's even some clear air here at Freeport, so it's not like a band is coming through. But when that band does, I think we'll see our highest wind show up there, likely too. And let me put that into motion just to show you where it is, coming right now through the eastern side of the Bahamas and on its way inland later on tonight. Before midnight, it looks like, on the East Coast.
Let me get some confirmed information for you real quick before I go into detail about it. But getting word that we may, based on aircraft, have had some substantial strengthening since the last flight mission aborted out of the storm. So I am trying to get confirmation, but if this is right, the pressure has fell quite a bit. And when I say quite a bit, I mean it's into the 970s, if this is correct. The Smurf is showing close to 975.
Is it all right if we look over there at
Should be.
Tropical T?
That's where I'm at right now. You can kind of see the live recon data there. I don't see the drop for the eye yet, but they did cut right through the center of it, which is just now. It's going to be just on the south side of Freeport now. You can see there in some of the graphs.
That's like an outer band. I mean, it doesn't look like it came out of that 976, is it? What is that right there? 970 something.
Looks like it was 976 there. Oh, is it popped up on the screen now?
Yeah. Pretty far west of the center, though.
Oh, no. That's not it. That is a. Hold on. Those are wind directions there, Dave. I'm pretty sure.
Why don't we
But
just
I don't
do it the
understand
best
why
way
it's
I know how, which is read the graph.
976.
So there they went into it. Yeah, there's 975 right there, Brett. On graphically.
Right. We just
976,
gotta wait to
is it?
see if the drop kind of coincided with that, which I don't see why it wouldn't in most cases, given what we've seen with the trend of this storm. I think that the Smurf and the drops have been rather close. So
So the pressure bottomed out. What you're looking at, the blue line there is actually the flight level wind, which went down to basically nothing. The MSLP went down to 976ish. It looks like right there. But at the same time, you look at the graph below. This is the temperature. So the temperature shot up into the center of the storm. The dew point and the actual thermometer shot up right there at the same exact time. And if you look at the Smurf data here as well, bottomed out right here at the exact same time with the rain rate. And so they were in rain-free conditions there for a while. And I think that's going to match up. But they would also give us some sort of an intermittent advisory or something to let us know about that. But the last thing that the aircraft reported was a 10-second wind of 40 knots at 175, extrapolated to 998. That's the last. That's where they were last, not where the center of the storm was.
Right. It looks
I
like
don't like
it
how it
really
says.
looks like this.
Go ahead.
It looks like the center may have even grown larger in size. Man, this is an odd looking storm on satellite right now. I just um, pulled the channel 13 brightness infrared here, and it just is a very odd looking storm.
Is this like national? Is this like national security? They don't want you to know what type it is.
I guess not.
NOAA type unknown. Is it a matter of national security that? All right, there you have it.
Okay, Dave, I'm gonna send you this piece now.
Brett, you either send it or don't.
I got it. I got you. I got it too.
Because you've gotten me so excited.
I'm just trying to get you a video, Dave. I just want you to have this video so badly. Let's see here. Compose and send this to Mr. David.
All right, now I got to go in and I got to change every single graphic I made to say hurricane instead of tropical.
Did it go? Have they done it?
No, but they kind of have to now. It's just 5 miles an hour. If they found 970, whatever.
Let's see. Nicole bringing dangerous storm surge to Grand Bahama Island in strong winds.
Huh. Imagine that.
Right? I'm just so disturbed by that sequence of events, actually. Yeah, it did make a little northwest bump there on the radar. Which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Well, we're about to find out exactly what's going on because it's going right over Freeport. So,
That's right.
in a huge eye. I don't know if you saw the Bahama radar representation a little bit earlier, but it was a tight little ball. It was a little bowling ball there for a little bit, and then it just broadened out right there as it got to the island. I don't know if it was some interaction or whatever, but that one band is about to hit Freeport, and that, I guess you could call it Western Eye Wall. And when that happens, we'll find out. Do you know somebody there? Is Brandon there? Somebody in Freeport we can call and talk to?
I don't know anybody that's in Freeport, Dave, honestly. It's not that big of a storm in terms of us being over there, so we had to stay here this time. Let's see. I don't know that I've ever seen a tropical storm force wind field this large, other than maybe Sandy. I think. I mean, this thing is absolutely huge now. I mean, that the size of that thing is just huge, absolutely honking massive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see here. Okay, yeah, there's the official drop, 976, just southwest of or just south of Freeport there. Let's see.
Trying to find a station in Freeport.
Yeah, I mean, man, that is an ugly, ugly looking hurricane if that's what it is.
Well, it can't drop 10 millibars without being a hurricane. Surely to goodness they're on the verge.
Hmm.
Shoot, if you look, there's an eye, Brett. Uh,
I see it. I see it. It looks good. I mean, in terms of that.
well, it's finally closing off. You can see it's finally wrapping up from the south side and trying to wrap around itself for the first time, really. But um,
Are we out of power here still, Heath? No, we got power. We got some power back now. Let's see here. Yeah, I forgot and didn't realize that one. I messed that up myself. In terms of the black screen, gonna have to adjust the shutter speed here in order to
are you all right?
not really.
I didn't think so.
I'm here though. David, I am here. I am here with you and I am here for you, my friend. Oh.
All right. All
Is
right.
it that
It
obvious?
is.
Man. I mean, look.
You remind me of the last date I had. She was like,
God, David,
"Oh, okay."
I feel
So we got
slighted now.
46. We got 46 40, 46 miles an hour right now. There's Donna. If you live in Freetown, look up. Right now, if you live in Freetown, you need to look up because you got clear sky. It's the only time you're going to be able to look up and see the stars in what appears to maybe be a hurricane. We're awaiting the National Hurricane Center. We don't make those rules up. The National Hurricane Center does. And we pass that information along to you. Listen, a couple of things I want you to know right here, right now, is that Brett Adair's had about 4 hours sleep over the last 2 days, if he's had that, because I've talked to him about every hour.
Hey, update statement. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nicole becomes a hurricane while making landfall on Grand Bahama Island.
Yeah, I just said that. I know you are, but what am I?
Fix your graphics,
Did they
David.
go
Sick of
75?
this.
Did they go with 75?
They did, but what's crazy is that they went with a 980 surface pressure, so they actually found lower pressure than what they're saying on the advisory here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 980 is what they
Was the
went with. So maybe
976
it's like stronger.
extrapolated?
No, though that was a drop.
That's what I
They
thought.
made that official as well. Yep, yep, it was a drop.
All right. Holy mackerel. Maybe I won't change anything. I'm just going to.
I just I just call it Nicole. It's Nicole.
I think I am.
Tracking Nicole. There you go.
Okay. Tell Heath, thank you for all that you didn't do. We're at 30 into the 30s again. Got a few final. All right, so this Coconut Point camera is still visible. I love these cameras. They've got some sort of an infrared deal that goes on them where you can see a long way off in these. I don't know if we're going to be able to see this through the night tonight, but this is that Coconut Point area. Don put this, I think Don and Mike, I don't know who put this up, but Drew's folks there from Radar Omega.
Don put those out.
Don put these out, and we really appreciate it. They're helping tell the story of what's going on here tonight even. The Indy Atlantic here, this is the other one. Look how sharp this stuff is. Unbelievable. You can see a quarter of a mile out there into the actual ocean itself. The seas are coming up. You got somewhat horizontal rain that is falling here into the sea oats that you can see off into the distance. So the two cameras that we do have, this one would tell us whether or not we're going to have surge there in that general area. We do know we had 32-mile-per-hour winds right now at the METAR site. 73 degrees, 73 over 73. It is sticky outside. 45-mile-per-hour gust here, but 32 is our speed, our wind speed at the moment. That's just outside of Cape Canaveral. And you go further and further down to the south, and it changes very little there. Again, the METAR site back over at MYGF. That is Freeport, where we're looking at 43 miles per hour. That was the last wind speed that we did have a few moments ago. It is 77 over 75 there. So the humidity is almost 100% again there at Freeport. And you in Freeport are very close to being into the center of this storm, the eye of the hurricane, if you will. If it's not there, it is coming very shortly. The western eye wall seems to be coming in from your east, and it'll be moving westward over Freeport as we go into the next few hours. And it is a huge, massive center of the storm. Really, it's trying its best. I think the water temperature, you still got the Gulf Stream that comes up through here. The water temperature's up. It's trying to make its last little hurrah here, if you will, before making landfall and coming on shore. And so at least into the short term here, probably what is going on is that we're seeing one last little push here, if you will, of basically a storm that is sort of under, I don't know, it's kind of underachieved and then pretty much started to do its thing right before landfall, it looks like. We may see some strengthening, a little bit more additional strengthening take place because of its location to, if you will, the Gulf Stream. And there's really nothing mountainous there to take away from what you're seeing either. So it's pretty much just going to be what it is. And, you know, we'll ride it out. You're supposed to say, I agree, David. He's not even going to say that. He's just going to disappear. Hey, B. B, 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 B. You might be frozen there for just a second. Again, looking at the radar overall, we'll be watching the radar as we go through the rest of this evening. We're going to be watching it for many reasons. One is that I do believe as we go through time into the next several hours, we're going to start to see water spouts quite possibly here out over the open ocean, and those could move on shore a little bit later on. So that's definitely something that we'll need to watch. We're also still watching the buoy out here, 41009, and the last image. It doesn't take images at night, but it did take an image there. It's going to come back around here in just a few seconds, but it'll just show you how mean the seas are out there into the wide open Atlantic. 41009, and it had a wind speed of 49 miles per hour. That was the gust speed right before it went away. That's the one that's just offshore here from Cape Canaveral, if you will, and Merritt Island. Back down to the south, we still have additional showers, and some of this is backing and moving over the area that is Fort Pierce down to Port St. Lucie into that region there, 23 miles per hour and building there. And now the storm is moving over Freeport. That is a 43 mile per hour wind. But look, we're about to have this one little finger here. This is the western eye wall that'll be moving over here. There's some 40 mile per hour winds here. It doesn't look like it's going to be too much, but the gradient wind is still certainly there. On the backside, it's a little bit different. We have some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds on the northern eye wall as it comes on shore, and that will be approaching Port St. Lucie as we go into the overnight hours tonight. Again, we'll take another look at the at what's happening with the modeling to see if there's anything that's changed with that overall. I don't think so, at least not in the short term. The modeling would still suggest we have a landfall here. And let's talk about this landfall, which is the western eye wall coming onshore. Now, for hours and hours, a couple of hours beforehand, the actual ramifications of that are going to be taking place. So we talked about it a little bit earlier. Here's what's about to happen, folks. This is sort of brand new, if you will. Let me just go full screen here to take a better look, and we'll just keep checking in to see when we get Brett back on. But right now, here's a look at the radar. And what we're looking at now is the first banding features. I know you said you had rain. You had some of this showing up. It was rain. Some of the wind that was showing up as well. Well, the actual weather is here. It wasn't with the few scattered showers that you were seeing up and down the line. This is the heart of the weather. Anything that's there and over in this direction, that's where the really bad stuff is right here in this area. So that is about to come on shore. That little area that is the banding feature, this is about to come on shore here in the next 15-20 minutes. The highest winds that you will see so far are going to be coming in with these bands. The torrential rainfall, I mean, the rain is going to be sick when it comes on in here, because you're not going to be able to see your hand in front of your face for a while as this does approach and moves into the region here. Looking out for that. And just a little bit of a difference here as far as the radar goes. Let me see. That looks a little odd. See, now we'll start to see these little odd shapes. Right in here, this is a spin. This is a rotation that's occurring. It's not much. But these little things, that's what we'll watch. There may even be some interaction with land as we go on into the next several hours, too. When we see this coming on shore, sometimes you can get that friction to spin off a tornado or two. That is possible when you get in these sort of situations here as well. Down to the south here at the Miami radar, the AMX, I don't see anything that looks too exciting there that would excite me or worry me. That's all just a straight line wind sort of coming in across Boynton Beach and the rest of the area there too. So looking up and down the line, that's where we are at the moment. The reflectivity still has that mass just offshore. We'll look at the modeling data here to take a look at the big picture, and the model says, the HER model anyway, which is our hour-to-hour model. This is indicating to us where the storm is. What happens is it reinitializes every hour, so if it made a mistake, a boo-boo, it always fixes it pretty quickly. And so there's where the storm says it is at the moment, wrapping up, moving on to the west. The model has a good feeling for the enormity, if you will, of the eye, because it still has it being a very large entity there at the moment as it moves across. It's going to be going right over our buoy, by the way, so we'll get a lot of information there. This is at 10 o'clock tonight. It verifies at 10 p.m. later on tonight, so right about 6 hours from now, which says the actual center would still be out over the open water, but the relatively high winds that'll be coming with it will already be on shore. This will be the high wind area right in here. This is all going to be high wind coming on. It'll already be here into Port St. Lucie and West Palm Beach. When do you expect it to get at its worst? Well, I think some of this first banding will be, and that's about 9 o'clock tonight. I know we're talking to a lot of people here who are actually in South Florida, who are listening and watching here right now at the moment. And it's, you're looking at Port St. Lucie southward as an area where we've already had some scattered showers. Well, you haven't had banding yet. You haven't had the bands of the hurricane coming in yet. You just had some scattered light thunderstorms come through. The effects of pressure gradient start to show up about 9 o'clock tonight. That'll be a north wind. If you live there on the beach, it'll be coming in from your left. If you are looking out over the open water, it would be to your left. That's the direction your wind's coming in. So if you got an awning or something that faces to the north, watch out for it there throughout that whole area there. I talked to you about this a little bit earlier, too. If you want to use the old adage, if you want to put your back to the wind, you would be looking southward. If you're in West Palm Beach and at 9 o'clock tonight, the wind will be at your back if you were looking southward along the beach, straight along the beach. Port St. Lucie, it'd be about the same thing. Always remember, if the wind is exactly at your back, then you are very likely going to put your left hand out, point it straight out, and that's where low pressure is going to be. If anything, it's going to be it's now a hurricane, is going to be to your left. And if you look again at the big picture here, we'll go a little bit further out. We just got another little update. And so the last image here, probably got to do that again. Don't do that. Let's do this. So I'll start it up again and see what we got. I'll stop it right here. That's 6 hours from now, 7 hours from now. Well, I thought it uploaded. Anyway, just offshore. Let me go back to an hour earlier, 21Z. We'll take a look at it from there. Move it in motion. So the western part of the eye at 9 o'clock will be very close to West Palm Beach. Now, here's the thing. If this is the trajectory, and I have no reason to believe it's going to be off more than a few miles. So let me put, I'll go with black here. I hope this shows up pretty well. So here's the center. This is the hurricane. I'm just going to draw. Well, that didn't work at all. I apologize for that. That was dumb. Let's try this. There's the center. That is the low pressure itself. So as you look at it, everything's wrapping in a counterclockwise fashion around this. So that means from a point just south of West Palm Beach, that will be an offshore wind. The ocean over here from West Palm Beach southward, the ocean is going to be completely flat down here. There'll be no surf from here down. No surf at all. And then as you get to the point to where you're north, that'll be an onshore wind. All this is coming onshore. And so this won't be flat. This will be some of those 8 to 10 foot breakers, waves that'll be coming onshore. Right in that area right there. I don't know if that looked like a mess. I apologize if it was. But if you get down to the nitty-gritty of the thermodynamics of a low pressure, an adjacent hurricane, that's what we're talking about right there as the storm comes in and moves generally in that direction. So kind of looking at everything going on by then through the rest of the night. It will actually start to, I don't know if it clears out completely, but it's going to try to start after like 3 o'clock. You should be waking up to sunshine tomorrow morning in Fort Lauderdale, into West Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie. There'll be thunderstorms into the afternoon, and actually that'll be a little band, an outer band that'll be hanging back across the southern part of the city, and so that might actually kind of sit with you there for a while and not really just go away. So there's your low pressure center. The adjacent areas off to the north. Here's all the showers and thunderstorms that are occurring, and these could possibly be the ones that are tornadic, or are maybe water spouts out here over the open water, but if they come on shore, then they're called tornadoes. So a lot to talk about, a lot to think about here. We've been on the air for quite some time now, but we're talking basically here about the potential kinetic energy, the potential of what could happen, and it's just now beginning to happen in many of these areas here. So kind of think about that into the short term and make sure that you know what's going on here into the area. Thank you so much for all the questions, the questions that you did answer. The National Hurricane Center did go with 980. Recon did have a 976. That was a dropson data, so but they just listed 980. It's a pretty big pressure drop to go from 985 to go to 976, and I don't know if they did that for public perception, because it was like, do what? To see that, but it did in fact happen. So winds are now placed at 75 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center says 75, and there may be some higher gusts and some squalls. Now, we're still watching some of these reports that come in. We had a report earlier of 66 miles per hour from the northeast. That was at a sensor data just outside of Titusville a little bit earlier. And that's, sort of in that area up there near Titusville and over to Daytona Beach, but in that region that we would be paying close attention to that. Let me go and take a look again here if we can, because one of the things that we're watching now is the satellite image is beginning to show more and more of some organization. This is the first time I've seen really an eye wall an eye show up of any desertion throughout the last couple of hours, and it's really just some sort of a small indication that the storm is trying to get a little bit more organized as it approaches shore. Why? Couple of reasons. One is that we do have a channel coming through here. This is just outside where the Gulf Stream is, so there's a surge of warm water coming up through the channel. Also, diurnally speaking, we've lost the heating of the day, the radiant heating, so the atmosphere is cooling aloft faster at this point on, and that allows the air to rise more rapidly. So you're probably going to get a few more thunderstorms, nocturnal thunderstorms. We often see them as the air cools, thunderstorms begin to build, and it does look like some banding is trying to come in and wrap around this thing. That was the only thing it was kind of missing through the day today. It was having a complete and total wrap around, or a circle, a cyclone look to it. It always had sort of an open little area that was allowing dry air to come in. It kind of looked a little bit what we would call subtropical during the day today. In fact, that it had a cool front that was draping out of the southern part of it, a trailing area that was a baroclinic zone that helped the storm to derive its energy from the change of temperature, not necessarily from the water, where a tropical system gets it from the water, where the temperature on the inside of the storm is warm core, not cold core. It's warm core, so the air is rising. It uses the latent heat of the water to rise rapidly and then exits from the top with an anticyclone aloft, very much like an engine. As long as those things can take place, then the storm is healthier. And maybe now we're just sort of seeing that at the very last phases here. We got a few outflows I can see here as well down near Nassau that are trying to occur. But if you put this into motion very quickly here, I can just show you that what we're looking at is the last stages of a tropical storm. Now, Hurricane Nicole, winds are just at 75 miles per hour. Yeah, it could make it up to 80. But a thing I pointed out earlier in the day today is that 60 is not that different from 70. And I'll just say it, 70 is not that different from 80. Now, 60 to 80, that's a pretty good jump. And that's when you, that's not negligible. That is, that is a point to where, you kind of take that and you have to look at that and go, okay, I understand that, things are a little bit different now with this whole situation when you get to that. And so that is the case as we move along with all of this intentionally as we sort of watch what is going on. I can show you earlier in the day today, Brett did shoot this video. This is drone footage that Brett took of an area that was just south, I think, south of Daytona Beach, where they had some damage. Excuse me, I had to take a drink. Had a little bit of damage there. Most of it was from beach erosion that took place, and that was earlier in the day today, and he's getting some more video. He promised me, you were there. He promised me how many times in the last 45 minutes, I'm sending you this video now, Dave, and then he would go to sleep and wake back up again and say, I'm sending you this video now, Dave. So I'm expecting to get that, just really, honest to goodness, any minute now I'm going to get some video from Brett to sort of back up what he's been talking about through the day today. But to show you what I'm talking about, we just keep going with what we have here. Let me see if I can add some, I'm going to do some of this stuff on the fly, so please forgive me if I don't do it correctly. Here again is what we have. There's the old track. Here is the new track where we have a Category 1 hurricane. This is the special that just came out a few moments ago. This again, I am using, I don't know if you're familiar with it just yet. This is called Radar Omega. You can see it. I knew I'd point to the wrong thing. Radar Omega. I have used another app most of not all my career, because we didn't have apps when I first started, but I've used another app that was fine. It did not change at all, though, in the many, many years that I used it. And then I was introduced to this and got super excited about it, because it was everything, really. If I were able to build an app, I can't build a birdhouse. If I were able to build an app, it's what I would put into the app. In fact, if I were on television, I was on television the greater part of my last 40 years, I would have used this app, so many portions of it, to be on air with because it has a little bit of everything. As you can see, I've gone from satellite images back over to radar images to modeling, so much stuff. And now I'm showing you some of the latest from the tropical aspect of it. And this is the special that came out just a few moments ago that was updated. The National Hurricane Center, NHC, says now we have 75-mile-per-hour winds, which make this a hurricane, Nicole. Its movement is to the west. I can update that for you. 12 miles per hour. The barometric pressure, 980 millibars, although the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft that was out there did find 976 millibars. I think it was a huge drop, so they kind of went in the middle with what they have for clarity in Freeport. But that is what we have presently as the new advisory, 980 millibars showing up there at the present. Now let's take a look at where we're going. Now, still, the forecast says that as we approach land, 75 miles per hour, there's really no change, no major change is expected in the strength of the storm by this point. We'll still be looking at it moving to the west-northwest. There may be some gusts up to 90 miles per hour. The trajectory of this storm, folks, is going to go right through this area: Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach. I still think Port St. Lucie, if you happen to look up, we don't ever suggest you go outside during a hurricane, but if it does go down to, I'm not going to get in trouble for this. If it goes down, if you're there and the wind completely cuts off and you're paying attention to the storm, the wind cuts off, I'd look outside. I'd see what was going on. Now, if anything electrical fell, that's dangerous if you were to do that. And but if you want to see what it looks like to be in the middle of a hurricane, I'll tell you, I've been in the middle of several. A couple of things that I remember more than anything else. First of all, I remember hearing the birds. We go from wind to it shuts down and it gets pretty quiet, but the birds start to chirp and you can hear them. They came with the middle of the storm. They've come from somewhere, from land somewhere. Right now, with the eye of the hurricane sitting over the Bahamas right now, the birds that are there are inside of the storm, inside of the hurricane. They're going to fly all the way back over here with the center of the storm. They're going to fly, and you'll notice them. You will hear them very loudly if you step outside during the eye of the hurricane. The other thing you're going to remember is the smell. The smell is going to be of pine. Sometimes these big old loblolly pines down there in the south, they'll break off if they get to a certain wind speed. Not at 75, not at 80 miles per hour. It'd take a little bit more for the pines to start to break. Those are pretty strong pines, but I do remember the smell of pine being in the center of a hurricane. So it's pretty much of the same when you come about it. Really? Are we? So I look down at the chat and we're talking about Taco Bell and gas. I guess that's not a question, or I would answer it. Anyway, back to the maps, and again, there's the where the storm looks to be going, looks to be heading in this general direction off to the northwest. Does it make it back out over the water again? I don't think so. Most of the circulation will stay onshore too, by the way. But everything, here's the deal, is that everything to the right will end up being a tornado-prone area. So as it comes northward and onshore, everything in this region will be tornado-prone. That's for tonight. And then for tomorrow, that'll shift even a little bit further to the north. But this is where our tornado threat is going to be through the night tonight, is anywhere to the right or to the east of the storm. That would be the case. And then probably during the day tomorrow, that's going to lead to a chance. In fact, surely to goodness they upgraded this to be, look. Oh, that's tropical. Let's see if I can find a day 2. Yeah, so they did go with a slight risk, day 2, slight risk, and that goes all the way up. See if I can get rid of it. There you go. makes common sense. I mean, I didn't see this beforehand, but I knew it had to be in place. This is the day 2 for tomorrow. This is a slight risk area in yellow. It's a marginal risk all the way around. But this just simply says that the likelihood of tornadoes would be occurring on the right side of the center of the rotation. So the actual storm is likely to go up just to the left side of this track is where the storm is probably going to go, and the threat for tornadoes would be all the way over in here. So that's going to include South Carolina, North Carolina, Wilmington, Savannah, down to Jacksonville and Daytona Beach. You'd still all be in that region there where the possibility of a tornado could be. And if I go and I look at tonight, I don't think that has really changed tonight. I think the risk tonight is still the same. It's going to be right down here along the coast. Yeah, that didn't change at all. So roughly I-75 to the east of Orlando, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, back over into the Palm Coast, Palatka, Florida, St. Augustine. You're going to be in that region, and probably somewhere outside of the region, you'll still be in the threat of a tornado or two taking place. Again, the last couple of images, we put this into motion to show you AI has developed, and I developed about 15 minutes ago on the satellite imagery. The National Hurricane Center upgraded this to a hurricane moments ago as well. 5 o'clock, they actually said this was going to be Hurricane Nicole. They just updated that a few minutes ago, so certainly something that we'll be looking at as we move along further throughout the rest of this evening. The buoy that is over here, let's just take a look at that as well. This is the buoy that is closest to the storm at the moment. Let me stop it from moving. It's not too far away, actually. This buoy is going to be only about 40 miles away from the center of the storm, so this thing should tell us a lot if I can get it to work. The wind speed is at 41 miles per hour. It has a gust of 5190. This is SPGF 1. It's Spigoth 1, and it has a air temperature of 75 degrees. The water temperature is right there into the upper 70s, but 41 sustained with a gust of 52 miles per hour. The wind direction is 360 degrees, or almost due north. As you would suspect, the wind right there is going to be due north. It's going to be just the opposite the further south that you go, but here's your north wind. It's going to be from this direction down below. It's going to be from this direction to the right side and this direction here, coming in around the center of the storm, which is right there. Thermodynamically, that is the way it has to be and will always be. And as I said, if you were standing here and the wind is to your back, the low pressure is lying in wait to your left. What else do we have here? We take a look at the big picture again. Dry air really trying to sneak in on this system now to take some of it away from the actual storm itself. Let me get rid of the risk here very quickly to talk about this, but as you can see, it doesn't look like much when it comes to the this is the water vapor. This is how much vapor is allowed. The green's going to be the more moist. You say that, the moisture. The most moisture you'll find is in green. The highest water content is in green, and pretty much the brighter colors indicating the dry air, and there's still some dry air trying to sneak into the system on the south side. Look at the radar. We'll go and do that. Take a look at what's happening with the radar imagery, which once again has us sold on the fact that we do have a storm just offshore. Some of the outer banding beginning to come onshore here as we speak from Fort Lauderdale Beach. Go back to the radar, and we'll take a look first of all at the radar MLB from up here at Melbourne. It's just a big load. I'm not sure what I can say on the internet yet. It's a bunch of precipitation that is falling here at the moment. I'll put in the high resolution imagery, and there you can see the part. Again, you've only had a few showers here and there, folks. The part that you will notice you are in a hurricane is just offshore, still just yet. This is the hurricane part of the storm. Well, you'll know that you're in a hurricane because of the torrential downpours that'll be taking place. This will be monsoonal kind of stuff where an inch an hour of rain could take place. They may want to go up a little bit because this area on the left-hand side is a tremendous amount of rain that is falling. Some of these rainfall totals are going to be in the 1.5 inches or so per hour category, especially this stuff right in here. That's going to be big time as it comes on shore. Again, we look at the velocity data and see if we have anything that looks remotely like it might be a water spout. No, not up in here at all. All of that looks pretty much uniform and straight line. Down to the south we go, and kind of the same thing is happening here. The AMX radar out of Miami has a pretty much, again, not anything that looks daring. That might be a little spin trying to come up there very quickly, but not much more than that. You go back over to Freeport. Again, we're looking at 41-mile-per-hour winds showing up across that area, so not a big deal overall as far as any change occurs there in those situations. Once again, our camera up here near Palm Bay, this is the Coconut Point cam. Golly gee whiz, check that out. The water is coming in pretty hard from the south. It is moving all the way up 2 or 3 times there on the steps. You got tons of moisture here with the rain that's going to begin to fall. We're going to end up seeing this pretty quickly as we go through the rest of this evening be probably non-viewable, because I think we'll lose some of this, some of the ability to see, because the rain is going to be coming in at such a fast pace. And we go a little bit further to the north here, and I can show you the other. This is the India Atlantic camera, which again has much greater visibility. You can see the actual wave action off into the distance there, but you're also looking at the horizontal rain that is falling there just in front of the camera lens, and the sea oats there that are just into the foreground. It's going to be raining pretty heavily there over the next couple of hours. That might be another place where we lose our visibility very quickly going through and into the rest of this evening. So that's what it looks like from the Melbourne radar there overall. I don't see anything that would indicate, I don't think we have any new. There's a 66-mile-per-hour wind so far. That is the greatest, highest wind that I can find at the moment there in that general area there. Go down to the south. There's some other spots here. We do have a few warnings. This is the Mesonet out of Juno Beach there at the pier. They had a 59-mile-per-hour wind a few moments ago. Sustained at 40, but a gust up to 59 there at Juno Beach not that long ago. Delray Beach, we still have a wind reported there of 40 miles per hour just to the north and east of Delray, so keep that in mind as everything continues to move through there as well. And down to the south, you were seeing an offshore wind. Not a whole lot going on here. There's a buoy down here that we can look at, and the wind is coming in. Wind direction is 330 degrees. That is just a little bit. 270 is going to be due west, so we're not far from that. The wind speed is at 30 miles per hour, gusting to 32. Not much overall change. The air temperature is 85 degrees, though, and the sea surface temperature is down to 79 at the moment. And let's see, what else have we got? Freeport, 75 degrees, 75 over 75. And they just had a wind gust to 53 miles per hour at Freeport. 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. You can see the direction it's coming from is the northwest there, coming southward at a pretty decent pace overall. There are some pockets here of 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds beginning to show up just outside of Stuart, Florida, and just outside of Palm Bay. Those will continue to ride this area here for the next several hours. There's also some stuff down here to the south that looks like it might be spinning or rotating. That indeed is another area that we'll look at too as we go into the next few hours. Key West radar has been pretty busy, although nothing like what we saw a little bit earlier with some of the heavier precipitation there. It's all coming in on the north side of all the precipitation, which is just to the west of Nassau, Allentown, Hialeah, Florida, and Homestead, all areas. This is a little bit more energetic out here to the east, and these look a little bit more like thunderstorms beginning to form just south of Allentown. Let me see if I've got anything that might be rotating out here. There's some rotation right here at the edge. This is the 75-mile mark, or the purple haze area, where you don't get the Doppler effects that you can have within the 75-mile range. Doesn't mean it's not working. It just means the Doppler effects don't work as effectively. And then you go northward here to MLB, and that is going to be the radar here out of Palm Bay and Titusville, where we still see a lot of this stuff still ongoing here. Also, that we'll keep our eyes on. Much of this is going to be continuing throughout the rest of the night tonight. It won't let up until early during the day tomorrow before things start to change just a little bit as we move on through time. Again, the live drone shot. If you'll watch this for just a second, give me a second. Let me see if Brett delivered with that video and see what I can do. Hold on. All right, that's what Brett took just a little while ago. I think I can show you now what he took from Melbourne. There, a lightning strike. This is from just a little while ago. Brett shot this of a stroke of lightning that hit a power. Yeah, that's a power line right there that I think goes into a junction. Slow it down if I can. Check that out. That's unbelievable. Look at the dude on the left there. He's like, what in the world was that? That is a strike. I don't know if it was a lightning strike. It's hard to tell. Or if it was just an arc that took place. Nonetheless, the guy and his dog, the dog turns around. If you can see that, the dog turned around to look, but the dude didn't. There he's looked. Now he's looking at it. Wow, that was unbelievable. That was earlier. Brett shot this a little bit earlier there, just outside of Melbourne. I think I can tell again the rains. At least you can do at this point. This is some of the surf coming in there into Cape Canaveral, just outside of Cape Canaveral, I think. This is on the other side of the bridge there as you get on that south side. And some of the higher surf that was coming in, getting to lap up on the roadways there. And some parking lots. It's back in the bay, actually, so you're really just getting bay chop. That's not the surf coming in from the ocean by any means. That's going to be coming in from the bay. And just outside of there, we still have some of the higher winds. These are some 30-mile-per-hour winds coming through the palm trees there. Just outside of Cape Canaveral once again. I'm trying to find the identities here. This is going to be Titusville, actually, there. This is the Indian River that comes through Titusville there on the eastern side. And some of the marker buoys there, if you will. Red right returning, if you know anything about that. This is Brett with his drone. Look at how the drone is trying to fight the wind. He wasn't kidding when he said he had his drone out there with some high wind coming in. Doesn't look like the drone was going very far at all. But that's some incredible kind of stuff there that was happening. I don't know. I don't guess there's any audio on there at all. But you can see the chop, the bay chop that was coming in and going over the seawall right there. Dare you to come sit and read a book right there anytime soon. Here is a sailboat. There are actually a couple of sailboats, and that one's tied up. Like, I don't know. I don't know when this happened. I believe this is going to have happened maybe during Ian, because I mean they've actually got a tarp over the side of that one, so that's not something that just happened in the last day or two. But you can see quite a few boats that are on the shore as you go down through there. There's 1, 2, 3. There's quite a few of them that were popping up there on the shore. That was a little bit wild. Let me get back here to the picture. we'll have to show that all over again. And I don't know why all the sailboats were there. Trying to think if that was from Ian. Brett said there was a lot. Let's see. Trying to figure out where that was facing, because Ian would have had an east wind coming in. That was just kind of weird, the way that all that looked there. But those some of the damage, it wasn't from today. I can tell you all those boats right there, because they had a tarp that was over. They were trying to preserve whatever kind of belongings that they had there in order to to watch that. Let me see if we can watch it one more time, because I got to see this light. I don't think that's a lightning strike. I think that's just an arc that took place just by chance, because there was very little lightning around at that time. But again, the high surf, this was from again earlier in the day when Brett was out taking this video. Again, let me take this up a little bit faster here, because I want to see some of these boats again, these sailboats again. And again, that's like a 35, 40 mile per hour wind he's got his drone going into. And that is Brett's vehicle, the black vehicle that you see right there. I think he was probably standing in the back of it operating the drone. He is a drone expert, I'd say. He can fly that thing through a tire if he wants to. But then going down through here, this is probably some damage. Some of the boats that were run aground from Ian, because there's really only so much that you can do, especially when the tide goes up. This is what happens when they get left behind. This could be a good opportunity if the tide goes up here enough, and even beyond, you might be able to get your boat out in this case, but you're not going to find anybody who's going to be able to pull it out from there. So there has been some damage done. This is sort of old damage, I know, because I do see the blue tarp that is there, and that's what we're sort of looking at the moment. All right, let's go back and get you up to date with where we are, what is happening here across the rest of the area, and anything new that is going on. Basically, at this point, we still have some onshore breeze that is showing up. I say breeze, it's actually been some high winds and surf. I don't see anything just yet that looks indicative of a any kind of a spout or anything that is offshore. I see there's a little area right here. This is sort of how they begin to look when we start talking about water spouts that are offshore. They sort of look like this. There's just a couple of little pixels there. They're a little bit brighter, but they're all within the beam, the radial beam. Right now we have 40 mile per hour winds right there. We're still looking at some of the evidence of what's happening back here. And there's a 54 mile per hour wind at the buoy just offshore Merritt Island in Titusville, as that pretty much comes on shore again. Radar imagery, we'll go back to the radar here real shortly and take a look. Let me put this into motion to take a look at what's happening here. The big eye, the huge eye, is still kind of spinning around there, starting to do a jog, if you will. The highest winds at the moment are in Freeport as we speak. That little western eye wall, if you will, is rotating around, so they should just have that one band there with enough rainfall. Doesn't last very long, the rain doesn't, but the highest winds should be coming into Freeport there, and we'll start to see maybe a little bit of evidence. Well, let me see if we can just go to the METAR and find something a little bit higher. 55 mile per hour gust a few moments ago at 34. That wasn't that long ago. 55 miles per hour. Just a huge eye overall is in this. Now, a little bit earlier, we found out that we had some of this activity as it was coming in. We found out that there was the Bahama radar that was showing up. The Bahama radar had a small eye. I mean, this thing had a little bitty eye when it came in, and so it probably had some of the higher winds there with that. Now, the deterioration of that eye is more or less just showing you that we have a few breaks in the northern side of this that are showing up that keep it from the momentum that it wants to have. It's that whole twirling thing, centrifugal force that has to take place. The skater's rule, if you will, when you pull your arms in together, the smaller and tighter that gets, the faster you spin. Well, that's what a hurricane wants to do as well, except in this case, that's like 55 miles across in the eye wall, so you don't often see that. And, that's the good news here tonight is that now we're too close to land. We're already probably starting to see some interaction with land on the southeastern side, of Florida, to where the effects are being seen. And I talked about this. I talked about the showers that were out there for you folks in Port St. Lucie and West Palm. Now you're beginning to see the hurricane. You're beginning to see the bands that come with the hurricane. They're coming on shore now, and these are the ones that are going to have the highest winds for you. So keep that in mind. And let me see if I got anything from anybody out there if you're starting, because I know we had some people from South Florida who were actually with us. And just to get some more information from you, I'd like to know what's happening down there as the stuff finally comes on shore. And we'll definitely be doing that. Let's see what we got here. I don't see anybody who's down there at the moment, but I'd like to know what the banding means when it comes on shore for you, because it is going to be different. Those showers that move through, that's one thing, but the banding features that'll be coming on shore now, they're the ones that are going to have sustained winds. They'll have the ones that last a while longer, and the gusts that are going to be within. And you know what? Sometimes these gusts are a little out of whack. I mean, sometimes the gusts might be a little bit higher than you would typically expect. So that certainly can happen. Right now, just as we talked about a little bit earlier, this is going to be a wind that is due north. It's coming in out of the north right here. So it's parallel to the beach. That means you're going to be pushing the water, by the way, down the beach. This is not a beach erosion. Well, it's a beach erosion problem. It is not a surge problem at this point, because more of the water is being pushed down the coast. It was coming in perpendicular a little bit earlier, and so the water had to go inland. Now it's being pushed southward down the coast more. Still, there is a wall of water that's back here. It's lying in wait, and it's going to be coming on shore in another couple of hours. It's this wall right here, most likely, that'll be coming on shore. So if you got high water right now, it's not over. It's going to get higher. The water level is going to get higher going into the next couple of hours before it gets better. So keep that in mind as we move through the hours to come. It's definitely going to get worse before it gets better. These, again, down to the south here, these are going to be some of the overlaying thunderstorms that we're looking at, that quite possibly we could end up with a spout or two showing up from these. Actually, this whole mess down to the south, though, is moving offshore. Here is very likely a spout. It's broad, but it's rotating. That whole thing is rotating. So the first sign really of having a rotating storm that's very close by. And I say storms, I use that term, and it's not very stormy at all. That's the thing that always kills me about a hurricane, is that a lot of times you're not talking about storms. You're talking about such low level kind of a situation here, where sometimes we don't even see a tornado on the radar because the beam shoots right over the top of them and they sneak underneath. That happens quite oftentimes when it comes to a tropical sort of a situation here. We still have some of the reports that are coming in that indicate we do have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. There's our camera again out of Coconut Point, and just looks like Black Friday at Walmart. That's kind of, it's just kind of going crazy there. Stuff coming in from left to right. You got water coming in, going back out again. The water is highest. I think it's higher than I've seen so far. It was about 3 feet below the first step when I first looked at it this afternoon about 3 o'clock. And India Atlantic here, this is the other part that we're looking at. I can still see the water offshore there, but again, you got some heavier rainfall coming down into that region too. Rain's going to pick up in earnest across this region. The sea oats there, you can see them waving back and forth into the high winds, and the situation there is only going to get worse and worse as we go through time. That is India Atlantic, just outside of Melbourne, Florida there, not too far away from the actual radome or the radar site at the moment. Look at these winds too. Some of these winds way up here in the 30 mile per hour range. There's a gust of 39 just outside of Merritt Island. We've got some winds that get up into the 39 to 40 mile per hour range. Here's a 56 mile per hour wind just outside in Brevard County, just outside of Klondike Beach. A 56 mile per hour wind. That's right there on the coast. You keep going up the coast again, and we're just on the other side here, the Indian River. That's going to be the Volusia County There's a wind gust of 60 there in Volusia County. That's going to be on the other side of the Mesonet, 2 miles to the northeast of New Smyrna Beach. Go a little bit further to the north up to Daytona Beach. Here's a remark from the beach safety headquarters there, where the station recorded a 50-mile-per-hour wind, 50 miles per hour. That was recorded there not that long ago. And then a little bit further to the north here into Marineland, you've got a correction on a tropical storm report from Marineland saying that they recorded a wind gust of 52. They're taking 52 compared to the 50. Well, we'll forgive you. It's 2 miles an hour. And these winds stay pretty high. Look at this one over into Jacksonville. We got a Jacksonville Beach reading. Here's a 48-mile-per-hour wind gust in Jacksonville Beach. 33 sustained, gusting to 48 miles per hour there. Or the further you go north, the more and more you're going to see. The buoy offshore there, not much different. We still have some high winds associated with the whole system. Way up here, we have some 12-foot wave heights. You have a 61-degree dominant wave direction, and the air temperature is 66 degrees. Sea surface temperature is 71. Much, much cooler up here. That's 41,112. The buoy number is 41,112 there. I'm still watching all these buoys because they do give us lots and lots of information. A couple of lightning strikes out here. You can see about 3 of them well offshore. There is some energy out there even as we speak. And a couple of lightning strikes down to the south here as well. But all this is moving south-southeastward at a pretty decent clip overall. Back to the west we go, and we can show you the satellite image. I want to do that 1 or 2 more times here because there it is, the actual center of the storm as it rotates around Freeport back over to Marsh Harbor. That is the low pressure itself moving through the region. Marsh Harbor to Freeport down to Nassau is where you have the blow-up of thunderstorms. Is right there around Freeport at the moment. The blow-up of thunderstorms, I use that term nominally because I don't see a lot of lightning there, but where we have growth, where we have we call this is loosely called the CDO, or the central dense overcast of the storm that is trying to build around it, and it has done that off and on during the day today. It's tried its best. This is the little storm that tried. It did have a little eye there, kind of went away, and they did find the wind that they did find was, or the barometric pressure that they found was down to 976 millibars by the recon drop zone data, but 980 is where they went. That might be just, settling somewhere there, not to have a 12-degree or a 12 millibar drop in one small time period. But once again, that's what we're looking at, is we're looking at the overall number here being right at 980. Should it go any further down, I don't know if they'd change the miles per hour. I've seen this so many times to where, you're kind of waiting to see what happens. And I know as a geek, a certified geek as I am, I always, I used to watch this stuff back when I was a kid. I watched the recon data come in just line by line at a time. I was, when I was in school at Florida State University, we used to watch that stuff and we'd go crazy. Me and the other geeks, the weather geeks, we would go crazy if we saw like a couple of millibars drop. That's why I have no life today, or wife, for many of those reasons. And we'll just discuss that a whole other time. But right now, Marsh Harbor, I'm not going to get sentimental on you. I just need to take a drink. How about that? I have 3 cats and a chicken now, so I'm happy. Anyway, right now what you do see is from Freeport back onto the east is where we have that little area, that little eye there, if you will. The center of the storm is still moving on in this direction. Now, it's about to happen. Now, so far, I know a lot of you, you're like, my name's Bennett and I ain't been in it, but you're about to. You're about to wait a minute, was that an 18? There's an 18-foot wave height at 41. This is my second favorite buoy of all time. This is 41.11.4. It has a wave height of 18 feet now. And this thing is right close to the coast. This is right there just north of Fort Pierce. And some of you were asking me, some of you from Fort Pierce were asking me a little bit earlier what was going to happen. Well, there's some huge waves down there now because it is starting to, the effects of the hurricane are now starting to come on shore. You were lulled to sleep there perhaps a little bit a while ago, but now it's just now coming on shore, and you're beginning to see some of the effects of what is happening here. And so some of this, as it keeps coming in this direction, it's only going to bring these surf and sea levels much higher. What is that? Oh, that's another buoy. Is it a buoy? I don't know. I can't touch it. Here's another report from Juno Beach just a few moments ago. This is going to be for 40-mile-per-hour winds. They had a wind gust of 59 miles per hour. We're getting closer and closer to having some sort of wind gust that approaches hurricane strength here, and I wouldn't be surprised. We already had a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust a little bit earlier, but Delray Beach now, we have a Mesonet station there reporting 40 miles per hour, 35 knots, gusting 35 knots. And then further down to the south and southwest, we're still looking at sort of the same thing overall. The low-level water vapor imagery is so broken up. This looks pitiful. I mean, if you just like the dynamics of a storm, you want to look at it and geek out. This isn't it. This is horrible looking. It's so disorganized. It's got a dry punch coming in on the north side. That's what this yellow is a dry punch of dry air. We hate dry air when it comes to hurricanes and tropical systems here. We love it if we have a building, if we have a structure that's on the coast there, because this just means it's really not conducive for any kind of development. It means chaos to the storm when you see these kind of little yellow areas that are coming into the storm on all different sides. I mean, look how they're eating away at this thing no matter where you go. So it's not really a big deal there overall as to what is happening right there. Then you go down here to the south. The Mesonet station is showing that the Delray Beach north reported 40 miles per hour. And so that's one of those other areas too. I got to take care of a little bit of business here. I want to put this thing back into motion for you on the radar, and let me do something really quick and see if I can get some more information coming to you. Right now, the storm is just offshore. We're watching it on the radar out of West Palm Beach. Actually, this is the one out of Melbourne, and I'll put this into motion. The actual center of the storm is just offshore. Just now, the western side is coming through Freeport into the Bahamas, but on a beeline now to make its way into West Palm Beach sometime around 11 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time, to midnight is when this is projected to make landfall. It is from now until then that your weather worsens in South Florida. We are not waiting for the eye to get here to say, okay, now I'm in a hurricane. You are now in a hurricane. You are in the effects of a hurricane. You're in a hurricane watch throughout much of this area, by the way. And so, warning actually now, hurricane warning up the coastline. So right now the weather is getting worse and worse by the minute, and we're just going to keep following that for you for just a couple of seconds, and we'll move on. Give me just 1 minute, and I'll return in just a second. All right. Once again, that's where we currently stand with what we do have there in place across most of the eastern side of the state of Florida. We still continue to watch the big picture overall, which is telling us that most of what you do see at the moment is going to be a continuation of the low pressure and everything else about it that is moving closer and closer to shore as we still follow most of these areas going through the next couple of hours. It's all going to be conducive to what happens with the low as it moves a little bit further onto the west, coming out of that general area there that we were watching, coming out of the Bahamas and moving on eastward across this area. That's going to be a big deal moving through and into the next several hours too, because we do in fact have some of the conditions favorable for this to continue that move and maybe strengthen just a tad more as we go through time. Obviously, that is not Brett Adair. We'll get to him in just a couple of seconds and see what's going on with the bigger picture overall for most of these areas. We're still kind of looking at the fact, too, that we have the threat will continue for an occasional tornado warning or two to take place, especially as you get a little bit further into the shoreline areas here. We're watching the radar picture there where, a lot of this is just what it is. It's going to be coming in as a pretty big area. Thunderstorms. I say thunderstorms. They're not thunderstorms. A few of them are. I mean, they're enough to get me off the hook about, kind of what it is. But nonetheless, the overall picture is still suggesting that we'll just see what we have now, which is the off and on scattered areas that'll be moving into the region over the next few hours. That's going to bring some of the precipitation to the western side of the eye wall and beyond. We probably will even have some more situated down to the south of there as well. Let me look at, I just got some new information here. Let me check on this real quick. Okay. All right, so basically what we have here, at least into the short term, is some of the heavier precipitation trying to come in from Freeport and then make its way a little bit further into the area that is being watched here on the eastern coastline in particular, and all points beyond. We'll be looking at the fact that we also had the chance to see some of these produce tornadoes as we go through. First of all, they'd be waterspouts, but then if they come on shore, 1080 by 1920. Oh, I can't do this on the fly. 1080. That's sort of what we'd be looking at there with the whole situation there as well. So I'm going to try to let me do a couple of things here. Trying to get a friend of mine on here as well to take in some of this and build this on the fly, which I'm not good even at building it out of the fly, but I'm almost there. Drew, do you hear me?
I do.
Okay, you hear me. Do I hear you? Let's see. Do I have you on? I think I'm going to have to do this, and now you might be on. Speak to me.
There you go. Test 1, 2.
I think you might be on. It's always a big question here overall, whether or not I can hear you. Would somebody out there tell me if they can hear my friend Drew?
I will pull up the feed myself and
see if you can do that.
They may beat me. Let's see.
I got some really kind people out here, though, who are helping me out here tonight. Yeah, they hear you. TT says,
Perfect.
Yep. And you look good. You look much better than Brett did earlier. Brett looked like he had been rode hard and put up wet. That boy was hurting.
And he was tired. So,
He was.
Of course, these tropical systems take a lot out of everybody tracking them. You've been there.
Yeah, a few times. A few times. I once did 26 hours a couple years ago when I was at Weather Nation. I did a 26-hour shift, and it wasn't that they made me, Drew. It was that I was so possessive of it. Once I got started with it, I was like, no, you can't take this away from me now because I can't brief the next person who's coming in. I can't, and there's no
Exactly.
way they watched me all this time, so I got to stay with it. And it's kind of been my upbringing all along from where I came, is needing to stay up with it because I just don't feel like I can hand it off very well. But anyway, thank you for helping me out here tonight. Brett's still doing quite a bit of stuff and trying to help out in between as well. Drew Richards, by the way, Drew is with us now from Radar Omega, which I gave you a plug, the plug of all plugs, because I really do love your system.
We appreciate that. And like I said, I'm happy to be here, happy to watch the coverage. You are doing an excellent job this evening. And we've been tracking the now hurricane. Just got that special update from the National Hurricane Center right before we jumped on. So if I say tropical storm Nicole, I apologize in advance. We've been saying that all day long, but I was really tracking some of those bands to the north of the center just before we come on air. There's lots of lightning starting to pop off in those. So
Yeah,
it's going to
that
be
did just
interesting to
sort of
see those.
happen.
Sure did. It's going to be interesting to see as those continue to rotate inland later this evening and overnight if we get that tornado threat that you've been talking about.
Yeah. Somebody said Brett's napping. I don't think he's napping, but yes, we are using Radar Omega here. That is the radar image that I've been showing you here off and on over the past couple of hours here. This is a full screen of it, what it looks like full screen to show you. We've been watching the eye, the center of the storm, which was somewhat of a smaller eye wall a little bit earlier, which now become a very ragged, elongated sort of looking thing, big gooberish looking thing. I mean, this thing has just gone kind of crazy here with its look. It no longer has a wraparound. I don't even know how to measure it at this point, Drew, because it's doesn't really have an eye wall to do that with.
It really don't. I tried myself again just before I come on, and I think I measured maybe 60 miles across, but
Yeah.
it's just hard to measure because we don't have that structure like we did earlier. So we'll have to see if it kind of gets its act together before it makes official landfall later this evening.
Which was kind of weird because right about the time this thing did blow up and it no longer had, a small, a tight little eye with it, they did go ahead and issue this as they found 976. I don't know if you read any more about that. I haven't really had a lot of time to research, but I did see 976 from the recon. That's from the drop that they had. So that would have been the official, but they went with 980, and it's almost like, do we really just do what would have been a 12 millibar drop there to go from a 70 mile per hour storm up to a hurricane?
Exactly. Yeah, that kind of took me by surprise as well. So very interesting to see how they put that data together from the aircraft. And I'll be looking forward to that next update that we get a little bit later this evening to see what that pressure does.
Yeah, so one thing I do know, I got quite a few friends who fly. They don't fly over land, so they're probably not flying straight into the storm at the moment over Freeport unless they're either on the upper part or the lower part. They just actually don't do that. Let me look at the METAR data. Still have a 56 mile per hour gust, Drew, coming in from that METAR there at MY. At my girlfriend, we'll just call it, that is there in Freeport. MYGF, and some higher wind gusts too, and the effects of the hurricane. And we were talking about all these showers all day long today coming into the eastern side of the coastline, but the effects of the actual hurricane, the banding, is about to show up on shore. And so you are really, some of you folks who've been watching this going, ain't no big deal here. The banding is about to be a big deal. That's when you'll see your highest winds. That's when you'll see the most torrential rain that won't let up. I mean, it'll be that stuff that you see sometimes in Vietnam on television. It's torrential. It's just some horizontal rain that'll be showing up. But your highest winds are going to be associated with that when that does come on shore. And it's about to do so in some of these areas, even though, Drew, we were talking about this, there's such a pressure gradient. We got high pressure to the north up here to Wilmington, and then the low pressure down to the south. And the gradient is such that we have just about as high winds in Jacksonville as we do well down near the center of the storm.
Very, very good point. I was actually thinking about that this morning while I was looking at some of the data. Since we have such that high pressure across parts of the Northeast US, we don't necessarily have to have that crazy low pressure with the now hurricane because it's all about that pressure gradient. So, even though we've got a 980 millibar storm, since we have that insanely high pressure across the northern part of the US, that's what's channeling this huge, huge wind field into the southeastern part of the US. So it's very interesting to see again when you look at some of the pressure readings up, especially North Carolina, South Carolina. Not that far from the storm. Still some pretty high pressures up in that neck of the woods. So it's all about, you weather nerds know this, but if anybody's watching that may not, it's how rapidly that pressure changes over a given distance. So again, you've got the high pressure up across the Northeast, the low pressure being the hurricane across the Bahamas now, and that's just funneling a massive wind field into portions of Florida, Jacksonville area, like you said, tropical storm force conditions already all day long. And it was interesting to see all the way up in portions of southeast Georgia. We've already had storm surge issues earlier today. So that's just going to continue to get worse as the storm moves further inland and then further north over the coming, really next 24 hours or so.
Yeah, that buoy up there that's just off of Savannah, 41112, is my second favorite buoy of all time, by the way, Drew. It's my second favorite one. 12.47 foot waves that are coming into the buoy there. There's just offshore of St. Mary's. That's pretty low land right there, and from Brunswick on down to the south. It's kind of marshy in that area there, but that's some really high surf coming in there. And then it's in my top five. 41008 is reporting 35 mile per hour winds, but gusting up to 44 right now. The wave height is 10.5 feet. That's just offshore of Brunswick. And so the gradient, that's what we're talking about, is a pressure gradient between high pressure and low pressure. Think of it as like being in between two buildings when you're down at the beach and you walk in between two buildings. I'll never forget this back in 1986, 7. I'm going to get the date wrong. Hurricane Danny, my television station. I can't remember. No, it's going to be 96. It would be 96. It was 1996. I'm sorry. Hurricane Danny, which came up to the Gulf Coast, and my television station sent me down there. In fact, I did the weather. I was the live affiliate. I was a live person, I think I can say this, for all the Fox affiliates across the nation. They were brand new in 1996, and so I did the weather from the beach down there at Gulf Shores, Alabama, Hurricane Danny, and I was on CNN with Wolf Blitzer. Wolf Blitzer said, "Dave, Wolf Blitzer said, 'Hey Dave, how's the weather?' And I said, 'What up, Wolf?' Sort of. And so as soon as I got off, the CNN producer called and said, 'Is it really that terrible?' Because it was a 70 mile per hour hurricane, a 75 mile per hour hurricane. I don't even think it went to 80, but it sat there forever, by the way. We had 23 inches of rain there on my Davis station that I had. Well, the next hit we came out, and Wolf says, David, the weather's really, really gotten bad, because I was in between the Pink Pony and another building that was right there as you come into I-59, just off to the left there. I was in between two buildings, and so I did a little channeling effect, and that's what happens when the air, it's just like on a creek, when the water has to go get through a more narrow escape, it's going to go faster in order to do so. It's the same deal with the wind. So in between two buildings, it has to go a little bit faster. Well, that's kind of the situation that we're talking about right now with the pressure gradient. The tighter the isobars are, faster the air has to travel in order to do that. Let's see.
Of course, that wind field size as well, as you said about the waves up in the Georgia area, this reminds me a lot. Not quite the same setup, but Superstorm Sandy, Hurricane Sandy, that's known by several different names. That was not a strong system when it come in the eastern seaboard several years ago, but that was a massive, massive wind field. So you've got such a large area seeing 60, 70, 75 mile per hour winds. that does a huge number on that wave factor and the storm surge factor. So again, I'm concerned. You talked about it earlier, right when you went live earlier today. This is only a Cat 1 storm. This is not an Ian. This is not an Ida. This is not Katrina. But don't take this for granted. Don't think, there's not going to be any worries where I am just because it's a Cat 1. This is a huge storm. And again, Ian was a Cat 4, strong Cat 4, but the wind field on Ian, I was in Tampa when Ian was coming ashore just south of Tampa, and we didn't even have, hurricane force wind gusts where I was at in Tampa, and, just not even 60 miles to the south. Sustained winds, 100, 120 miles per
Right.
hour. So, that's the biggest difference with this storm versus Ian. Ian was a monster. Ian did a huge number on Southwest Florida, but overall, the tropical storm force winds only went out, 100, 150 maybe miles from the center, where this one is going out almost, 500-600 miles. So big difference.
Hey, Drew, let's talk about these. These are your cameras. I think Don, your owner there, one of your owners, your owner, I don't know. He put these down there. Is that what happened? This is the one that's at India Atlantic, actually.
Yes, these are our Project Mesovort cyclone port cameras. These are our storm surge cams. So this one here is Vince, Welty, and Don went out early this morning, got this one set up. These are battery operated cameras. Don has made these. It's just genius how he's put these together. And of course, they're all interfaced with the Radar Omega app. If you have any level subscription, you can see these real time, just like we're looking at there. And this one's going to be pretty incredible to watch throughout the night. As you can see, we're kind of in a lull. We're kind of in between rain bands, not a lot going on, but just offshore, we've got some of that nasty weather. And this one, I think, of the two, this one has already stolen the show. We'll have to see if it continues to do so. Dave, let's make a friendly wager. You think that staircase is going to make it through the night or not? There on the left-hand side of the screen.
I don't know. When did you watch it before when the water was about 5 or 6 feet down there? So it's come up, quite a bit already. And I haven't seen an image yet when it wasn't still coming up. So it's already like the low level is at that first step, basically.
Yes.
I have watched the water. So as the storm was getting closer, again, the thermodynamics of the storm, you got to think about it. It was a north wind there for a while. I mean, it was almost a due north wind there for a while. So the water was rushing left to right. You're looking out over the water, by the way, so to the left is north and to the right is to the south. So I was looking at this, and the water was rushing down to the south. It's not so much rushing anymore. It's still moving to the south, but it's got to start piling up there pretty soon because that's going to end up being an easterly wind, and then eventually even just south of easterly wind. And so the water may actually go in the other direction. We may see it going northward.
I think we will later tonight.
It'll be very interesting to see if you can still see that one little 2x4 right there that is in the foreground, and whether or not it gets up above this. I don't know if this is just a stretch of beach. I don't know exactly where this is, but yes. Are we going to make a wager on it? No, because I agree with you.
Exactly. It's going to be fun to watch. And I fully agree. We're going to have a period of time later to where the waves are going to be coming right at the camera. And then, yes, it's going to swing around, and we're going to see that water go from right to left as that center crosses inland, between Orlando and Tampa later tonight. So just incredible. We deployed these same units, believe it or not, during Ian. So it was a huge shout out to Don to be able to turn these units around. Some of them had some damage. Some of them took on some water. Some of them we did not recover after Ian. They're probably on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico somewhere. The Sanibel Island surge pack, where we deployed it in Ian. Yeah, that whole stretch of island just got washed away. So it did not make it through Ian. And then a couple of other bridge packs that we had just took a little bit of damage, took on some water, but he was able to turn these things around, get everything charged back up, repaired, and you got it. We did not expect who expected a November hurricane. We sure didn't. So it was kind of a last minute thing. And again, huge props to Don and Vince for getting those deployed earlier this morning. And they're going to be pretty cool to watch overnight tonight.
What is their main purpose? What officially? I mean, is it a storm surge sort of a situation? What are they going to do when we don't have hurricanes anymore?
Bingo. We can use those outside of the hurricane season. So, just we've been kind of talking about throwing back and forth some ideas. Picture a large mid latitude system coming through this winter where we've got severe weather on the warm sector. Maybe we've got an ice storm along the warm front, say, Kentucky, Illinois, somewhere in there, Missouri. And then you've got a blizzard on the northwest side. So, yes, we can actually use these same units. Not for hurricanes, not for storm surge, but we can deploy these across the country in the different sectors of the storm and be able to watch the blizzard conditions, be able to watch the ice storm, and be able to watch the severe weather, squall line, tornadoes, whatever we have, all at the same time in the app. So we've got some pretty cool plans, pretty cool discussions that we've had about that, and I'm looking forward to that a little bit later this winter and into the spring months. And of course, we'll refurb everything once again to get them ready for hurricane season next year.
Weirdly enough, I mean, you could almost do that tomorrow.
That's right. Yes. If we had enough of them refurbed and ready to go, you're right. We've got the huge blizzard that you've been talking about up in the northern plains, and then it's ice storm warning in South Dakota as well. I'll tell you, was you around for the 94 ice storm? Did you cover any of that? Memphis,
94.
North Mississippi into North Alabama.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my first early memories of a terrifying weather situation. You would think most people say, what's your earliest, what got you into weather? You'll hear stories of hurricanes and tornadoes. That was probably my event, hearing the branches crack for days, and we didn't have power for 2 weeks where I live in Alabama. It was pretty wild. So yeah, that was my first recollection of a terrifying event, and our thoughts and prayers out to the guys and gals up in South Dakota, because it may get pretty rough later tonight and tomorrow. I was just reading up to a ½ inch of ice possible, along with 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. So that may be wild.
Yeah, the ½ inch doesn't really matter. I mean, just a tiny bit. As far as driving goes, the ½ inch is what's worrisome about losing your power and that kind of thing. But ice is ice, and I spent the last 10 years, I just came back here this year from Denver, Colorado, and ice was not really a thing. It either snowed or it didn't, and a lot of the time it was just a matter of the calendar. If it was November the 1st and preset was coming, it was going to be snow in Denver. It didn't really matter, and then up until April the 1st, it was all sometimes it'd rain in April, but not up till May. It snowed in Denver, Colorado. The ice is a southern thing that I dealt with. Now, I lived up in Minneapolis for quite some time as well, so I saw some of that there too. But yeah, seeing different kinds of weather, that's been sort of inspirational to me as well. I always heard about what it was like to go through Minneapolis, one of those winters up there, and I just embraced it, man. I got me a fish house, and I just joined right on in. I had a fish house that was nicer than the house I live in now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, had a nice house.
Love that.
You just adapt. There's some more lightning out here, by the way. Now, this is some of the new banding that's coming in on the north side. But look, there's energy here. There's quite a few lightning strikes that are occurring, and that's somewhat unusual when it comes to a tropical system like this. You don't often get that kind of energy involved where you'd have that. Now, oftentimes when you see lightning that is sort of congruent to one another or in the same area, can lead to some sort of a genesis of a spin or a rotation. We know that that's been the case oftentimes. That's the case even during the summertime or the springtime when we look at springtime thunderstorms. But even a week and a half ago, we were watching the waterspouts coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico that were coming on shore there in eastern Texas and back into Louisiana there for a while. And actually, eastern Louisiana and back up through Mississippi is where it really started to take shape. But there was a lot of lightning there involved around the rotations as they occurred. Now, those are still pretty good ways offshore. We don't have Doppler data on that just yet, but nonetheless, we'll be getting that. and still sort of looking at what is happening. I don't see anything north-south. Still watching both the radar sites here out of AMX, out of Miami. Uh, just a few little areas here, nothing really suspect at all. All this is going offshore, by the way. That's down to the south. And then everything else that's going in the other direction is well up here to the north. And just don't have anything there either. But I can tell you folks here who have been watching and talking about this with us through the day today, who live in South Florida, many of you who are asking questions about Port St. Lucie, about the West Palm Beach area, well, you're just now really getting into it. You're getting into the area where the outer bands are now coming onshore. Those will be the ones that give you prolonged periods of rainfall, prolonged periods of wind, gusty winds that will be occurring. It'll be a northerly wind for most all of you there, with the exception of Fort Lauderdale. But that's just the origins of the storm at the moment, with a low, the center of the low, or the rotation, which is still well offshore. Drew was talking about trying to measure it. You put the measuring stick on it, and who knows where you actually put the other side, but that's 40 miles or so. It does not have a tightly organized radar indicated center like it did. Drew, I don't know if you saw a little bit earlier today, but the Bahamian radar came out. I did a little search on that, and I found that it was a tight little eye when they showed that.
I was shocked, to be honest with you, to see that structure in this system. So, I would expect what we're seeing now, the ragged eye, the late season hurricane. That's more what I expect. Just real quick, I was watching some of the comments. A couple questions over in chat that I noticed. What's the possibility this strengthens to a 2? No, we're running out of time. As you see, it's so close. It's over the Bahamas now. It's going to be briefly back over the open waters before it makes a landfall in Florida later this evening. So, yeah, we're just going to run out of time. This thing has really struggled, as we expected, to even become a Category 1 hurricane. So, yeah, really no chance to make it to a Cat 2 overnight tonight. Another question I saw was, will Fort Myers be hit by the storm? Couple different ways to answer that question. A direct hit from the center of the storm, no. But will you have impacts? Yes. So you will have gusty winds, showery activity. The center of the storm will stay to your north, so you will have somewhat of an onshore flow after the center moves to your north. Right now, you've got a north wind in Fort Myers, offshore flow. But just remember, as that center moves onshore around midnight tonight and then moves offshore tomorrow morning, those winds will turn back around to the south and eventually southwest. So that will bring you a little bit of onshore flow, some wave action, maybe some minimal storm surge there in the area, but nothing, again, like what we had in Ian there. And then one last comment. Someone is in Boca Raton, really nervous. Please tell me what to expect. So again, in that area, impacts from the storm, yes, but the center looks like it should stay just to your north tonight. Lots of wind, lots of rain, but don't expect a direct impact there in your area. So just hunker down. It's going to be a breezy overnight, windy overnight, but it should be clearing up by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Boca's that area that is going to be a close call. I think you're going to be on the south side probably of the storm. That's the Boynton Beach area there, just north of Coral Springs is Boca. And so it's hard to even see. See, we actually could see the center of the rotation on the satellite imagery a little bit earlier. This is the long wave IR that you're looking at right here, but it's filled in already. I don't know if that's some sort of interaction with the actual land there, but again, it's a little storm that tried, and for a brief amount of time. If it hadn't been for the recon finding that lower barometric pressure, we'd have probably still been below a hurricane status at this point, because we just haven't had any other. We had a 66 mile per hour wind is the most I've seen so far, Drew, and that came up into the Cape Canaveral area just outside of Merritt Island. But other than that, so the Boca area is right here near Coral Springs. You're going to be under the influence of that, more of an offshore flow, I think, than anything, as this thing just kind of rotates around. And if there's going to be a center anywhere, it's going to be between West Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie. I don't even know at this point if you go outside and see a clear area, because it has occluded quite rapidly there, and there's plenty of cloud cover over the top of it. The radar imagery. Again, I keep going back and forth in between to show you what that looks like, because still at this point, that's our best way to find and follow is from radar representation, because it's instantaneous for us. But at this point, we just don't see any reason to think that much is going to change overall. That movement to the west is at 12 miles per hour, and I think that does continue, which puts us for a landfall at about midnight. But from here on out, don't think about it being a point, because you'll be disappointed. From here on out are the effects of this storm. From this moment on, for West Palm Beach, for Port St. Lucie, for Palm Bay, all of this area, A1A region that goes up the east side of the spine of the East Coast, up to New Smyrna Beach and beyond, the effects of this hurricane are now on your doorstep. They're only going to worsen. If you've got some 40-mile-per-hour winds now, expect them to go up to 50 when the outer bands start to come on in. I don't think they're going to dissipate, so the outer banding will come on shore, and when it does so, it's going to be coming on shore with some magnitude here. And again, these winds, even without the center any longer really showing anything else, these winds are at 60 miles per hour coming on shore here at the moment. We've got some going away from the radar site that were in the 70s. So there's an inbound and an outbound wind here that correlates to just below hurricane strength. That's going to be about 2,000, 2,500 feet above the ground, but oftentimes that can translate down when you get closer and closer to the eastern side of the state. So nonetheless, what we are looking at now is the whole situation sort of unfolding and the banding beginning to come on shore, which means the worst of the conditions will start to move closer and closer to you there. Palm Bay all the way down to West Palm Beach. Fort Lauderdale, that is an offshore situation now occurring. Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, all the way down to Hialeah, you are seeing the wind coming in really out of your north and west at about 300 degrees or so at the moment, and so everything is pushing well offshore instead of coming in the other direction.
And I'm still trying to find some wind gusts higher than what you just said, David, and I've not been able to. So I still think that's our highest wind gust of the day.
66.
66 near the Cape Canaveral area. So we'll be watching and waiting to see if we can beat that with the reports as we get this thing inland later tonight. And remember too, if you're watching, if you are inland and this center moves right over you, the friction of being not on the beach really, really hurts these systems. So think about, television towers or cell phone towers being up 100, 200 feet in the air. Winds are going to be rocking tonight at that level, even inland. But once you're on the ground with trees and a little bit of terrain in Florida, there's not a lot close to the beach, but there's a little bit of terrain, inland. That really helps break up those wind gusts and sustained winds. So, with this being a Cat 1, 75 mile per hour sustained winds, if you're right at the beach, oh yeah, it's going to be rocking, pretty good when this center comes in. But if you're inland, hurricane force wind gust is more than likely what you can expect with tropical storm force sustained winds as that center moves across you.
All right, so let's sort of look beyond all this if we can. We'll, we'll take a look at the model here real quick and look at the HRRR and see what's happening here into the short term. The HRRR has a hour-by-hour look at what happens here overall. The storm that we're looking at right now, let me back this up just a little bit to show you what we're looking at. Kind of in a trajectory that moves it along the coast, and again, if you really need to say when does it come on shore, for me myself, and I talk, Ken Graham and I are really great friends. Ken was my meteorologist in charge in Birmingham, Alabama for many, many years, and I got to know him. He was the director for the National Hurricane Center for many, many years, and now he's the Grand Poobah. Ken Graham is the dude, by the way, and I just talked to him earlier in the day today. But Ken and I have always gone through this little thing to where I've always disputed, when is a hurricane on shore? When is it, when do you have landfall? But I used to have this fight with them all the time at the National Hurricane Center. As far as I'm concerned, the minute it touches shore and you're in a clear area, it is made landfall. They actually still use the center of the storm somehow, even if it doesn't truly have just a center. and that argument continues between me and them, but they know I argue everything. Uh, so yeah, it is a situation where, at least if you go by the her model product, the western eye wall will be on shore. Right now it says 1 a.m. and so that would be just after midnight tonight, or around midnight tonight, when that does take place. And then passing on by into the overnight hours, you'll really start to dry out. You folks who live in West Palm, such an improvement in your weather quickly, because there's a dry side of this on the south side. We're going to start bringing in dry air, which is the death of a hurricane, by the way. If it's not land itself, then dry air is the death of a hurricane, and there should be a surge of dry air coming in on the south side of this eventually. The center of the storm somewhere around Orlando by 8 a.m. Now, that's not good news either. I know a lot of people who are at Disney this week, and you're in that right quadrant there, if you will, in Orlando at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a rainy start there. There's still the threat of a tornado or two that could occur. Anywhere you still see banding, there's still going to be the threat of a tornado. And I could draw in this here and at least show you that some of what we're talking about will be these bands that are still out over the open water that have the potential to come on shore as tornadoes. And it's that very reason why the Severe Storms Prediction Center did go ahead and issue that as a prog that as a possibility for the day 2, which shows up as a slight risk that goes all the way up the Atlantic coastline here, and just truly gives us the indication that there's going to be, and I have to go something off key here. I went to freezing rain for the product, but just to show you what I'm looking at, there's the slight risk for those counties that go up to Wilmington in North Carolina and run roughly 100 miles inland, because of spouts that'll be coming on shore. Now, eventually when a spout comes on shore, it wants to weaken, just doesn't have the dynamics with it. It's created out there over the open water because there's so little friction that is occurring. But dynamically above it, it doesn't have anything to continue. So that's why the slight risk doesn't go too far inland. And but it does stretch the length of the coastline all the way up to Wilmington. So that is that's the day 2 outlook there. And then the again, for the rest of this evening, that's down here. That's what we're looking at here on the eastern side. They might have actually trimmed the south side of that off. So they're going from Port St. Lucie now. I think they could have trimmed that. I don't know. Do you know, Drew?
I think they did just a little bit from what it was earlier.
I think it included West Palm earlier. But anyway, the yellow is a slight risk, again, indicating where there are the possibilities of having a couple of, again, they'd be spouts most likely that come on shore and would be termed as tornadoes at that point. So that's why I keep looking on the radar imagery to see what's happening out there over the open water, and to see if anything changes. And that's again what we're looking at here, the day 2. I didn't even look at the day 3, but that'll be a continuation. Yeah, that's good. Day 3 still has, this thing doesn't exactly jet out as quickly as I wanted it to.
It does not. We may have severe weather, as you see, ongoing. And sometimes as these things start to wind down, you remember we get more tornadoes, when these are weak tropical systems, making that conversion from tropical to non-tropical or extra tropical, whatever you want to call it. So going to have to watch the Carolinas for some issues coming up as well. David, when you get a chance, check out that Coconut Point surge cam. I'm crazy. Call me crazy, but we may be starting to see that stairwell maybe sort of come apart a little bit. Check that out and see what you can see, because something looks different to me than it did earlier. See that on the bottom there? It looks like we were almost getting we could see the wood section of the railing, and now it's almost like we see another piece hanging out there. So this is going to be fun to watch as we do a play-by-play of the stairs later tonight.
And every once in a while, the sea salt takes over the lens a little bit, but it clears on up a few minutes later. But something
looks weird, and
something's a little different. Has it moved?
I got a good wave a few minutes ago, and I thought I saw something moving. Yes, so we'll have to keep eye on that to see if we see a big section of stairs just float on by the camera later tonight.
It just looks crazy. All that rain's horizontal. Some of the rain's coming up from the bottom, and it's pretty nutty there.
It is.
And
The other cameras still, there's people, believe it or not, running back and forth on that little walkway on the other camera, but still relatively calm at that point, just north of the Coconut Point area, near the Melbourne area. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that other camera as well. That's probably going to get pretty crazy later tonight when that surge starts to come in. Again, we're not talking about Ian surge of 10, 15 feet, 3 to 5 feet, maybe some 6 foot. But again, that's enough if you're right there on the beach to have some inundation issues. Easy for me to say. And I was talking earlier with some locals down there, and we've still got all that damage that Brett was showing on the drone earlier from Ian. So we're not just having your normal everyday hurricane and surge issues. We've already got damage from a previous storm, and we're just piling on the issues on top of that.
So is that somebody with a light out there?
Two people went out and one person come back, and I think it may be.
Do we need to send somebody out to find them?
We're definitely.
One came back.
I've got both cameras, and we're definitely getting that stairwell starting to come apart. Believe it or not, I can see a lot more. The whole thing looks like it's leaning now on the Coconut Point camera. So, we're doing some.
It is. Oh, it is. And notice the water, it's not exactly moving down the beach anymore. It's coming in.
It is.
But it's having to go back out. It's not really traveling down the coast anymore.
And you can see the whole structure just kind of rocking. Not a lot, but it's shaking a good bit. So I don't think that's going to make it through the night. So we'll have to see how that holds up, how long it holds up this evening into the overnight hours.
You need to here's my suggestion for Don. Don, when he leaves, he needs to take like one of those little flags that you have out in your yard to tell your dog where not to go, and put a little flag there so we can see which way the wind's blowing.
That's right. Yep.
Stick me a little flag there on the end of that railing. I'd know.
That is right. One cool addition that we're looking at is adding. We have bridge packs that we deploy during Ian that have camera and your full weather instruments. These are our surge packs, so we mainly just put the camera and a barometer sensor in there. But one thing we're looking at adding is a wind sensor to the surge packs next year. So we've definitely got people just hanging out, and looks like they're taking pictures. And our second person that was on the second cam has come back.
Good.
They're out dancing in the wind, and they're playing in the sand like there's not a hurricane offshore, but they're living their best life now.
Let's take a look at this video again. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. This is the video that Brett shot from earlier in the day today, just outside of Titusville, when we had that. Did you talk to him about this? He kept teasing me with this, but
I was actually watching his live stream when that happened, as far as that the power flash there.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen this video that you're showing yet, so this is new to me.
So this is his drone footage there, and this is when he was back into the bay there. This is obviously back in a bay area. That's a chop coming in on the bay. You can see a bridge going over the Indian River. I'm 90% sure the Indian River. Some of the palm trees swaying there that indicate some 30-mile-per-hour winds, perhaps, maybe a little bit stronger from time to time. I'm not an expert at that, but I can tell you it was blowing pretty hard there. He did send his drone out into this wind. I'm not a drone guy myself. I have a small one. I pay $10 for it a place, but it wouldn't cut this at all. He sends the drone out into this really strong wind away from his vehicle. You can see it's out there right now trying its best to maintain position. There's Brett's vehicle off into the background there. He takes the drone out to show you the high chop that's occurring. Again, this is in the bay, not out of the open ocean. And then travels down the coastline to show you some of the abandoned sailboats that were left out there. And these, again, likely, I can't say for sure, but I would assume are from Ian, and which is a little bit odd because that's on the East Coast and not the West Coast where Ian came on shore. But there are numerous sailboats that are still. They try to moor them. There's the roping that you can see. The only way to get these off the shore there would be to have another high king tide or something like that and be able to pull them off. But then you got the horrible weather that's occurring right now that kind of prevents that, Drew. But that was his video that he shot earlier in the day today, and the whole situation, the way it looked when he sent me those pictures in. So it was a pretty nasty situation there overall to begin with. And he's where is Brett? Do you know where he is?
I was just looking, and I don't see his GPS anywhere on the radar map, so he may not have it turned on. But yeah, I'm not sure where his location is currently.
It's all right. He's allowed a break here and there. The dude was so tired. I asked him a question about, I don't know. I asked him a question at, what is it now, 6:40? Probably about 4 o'clock. I asked him something. He was on camera there. And then he just started leaning forward, and his head got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I said, dude, Brett, I'm going to have to reshape my head if you're going to have such a big head in the screen. And then he started talking, and he didn't finish. And I was like, oh, bless
Exactly.
your heart.
Yeah, he needs a good, nice winter nap after the storm.
That would be good for him. He does. They always. I've been with him. I went last year. Brett and I went to Irma. It was kind of my last hurrah. I took him on his very first trip down to the Gulf Coast. I can't even remember. It was a Gaston. It was a G-storm, I think. Long time ago, I took him on his first hurricane trip. So I said, you can take me on my last. And it was my last, dude. It was the last time I'll be up for 24 hours straight.
Yep. Hurricanes are a different animal. Where we are inland, we have our tornado outbreaks that we cover and we live through, but huge thoughts and prayers to everybody in hurricane land, because that is just a different beast.
It's a different beast. It's and I do feel I've been through a couple of hurricanes. Hurricane Kate and Elena happened to me when I was in school at Florida State University when I was there in the 80s, and lost power for both of those. Lost power for about 2 weeks out of Hurricane Kate. I happened to live next to the governor's mansion, so I got power before anybody else. All of my friends came to stay with me, but my little apartment was, not that I lived in a nice house. The governor's mansion was right there on campus, which was, it was the capital city, so I lived on the same block in a little bitty apartment. And so I did get power back, but God, it is so miserable there after a hurricane or during a hurricane when the humidity is so high and you can't take a hot shower. It's just unbelievable.
You were talking about that earlier, and hopefully if we have widespread power outages down in Florida with this storm, with it being so late in the season, we won't have those crazy excessive temperatures and the 80-degree dew points, but it's still uncomfortable. And I tell you, trying to sleep at night with no air movement and that sticky air is just, it's unbearable. So hopefully we can get through this storm without major widespread. But again, now's the time. You have a few more hours before this comes ashore. Get all your supplies ready to go. If you go to bed tonight, be expecting you may wake up sometime in the middle of the night or even tomorrow morning if you're a deep sleeper like me and not have electricity. And it may be an extended period of time, depending on where you live, before the utility crews can get out and put everything back together and get you back online.
I saw a bunch of utility crews even today up this far north that were getting ready to come to the south. They're trying to do their best to be preemptive on this, and that's always a good idea, a good thought at the very least. Hopefully, with what we're seeing in some of the radar trends here, maybe they won't be needed for widespread relief, power outages at this point, because we do have a somewhat of a weaker sort of a hurricane coming in and onshore here. I didn't see anything else that came out of Freeport, which is we pretty much had the eye over Freeport for a while. They had a 49-mile-per-hour gust there, but not much more. And again, Drew, some of the higher gusts we're seeing again come far to the north, even up into Jacksonville Beach. We have a gust there of 45 miles per hour with a sustained wind at 33. And a lot of the winds back over the peninsula are still into the 20s and 30s here, but more or less what we're looking at, still some of this is offshore, but just now beginning to come on shore. We've been talking to you for quite some time about the effects, what it was going to be like. What's it going to be like in West Palm? What's it going to be like in Port St. Lucie? Well, what it's going to be like is what it's like right now. And then worse as we go into the next few hours. So you're in it. Now you're in it. You're in the outer bands, the western part, quadrant, if you will, of this storm as it comes on shore. But now everything is exponential from this moment on. Winds will go higher. They're not going to go lower again. They're going to go higher and higher and higher until the center of this storm is past you. So just keep that in mind. Make sure that you have some plans, some alternate plans here for power, battery operated, whatever the case may be, whatever you need to do. Certainly, you may need to go ahead and be thinking about that and thinking about how you can help out your neighbors too. If you have an elderly neighbor, please check on them and make sure that they are okay as well.
That's it. And monitoring storm reports as they come in real time all across the country. Last report was at, let's see, 6:30 p.m. Central Time, 7:30 Eastern, out of Putnam County, Florida. That's up near the Jacksonville area. Looks like we've got a storm surge report of about 2.5 foot storm surge up in the Jacksonville area already. Let me pull the details on this. Moderate flooding of 2.5 feet was observed at Dunn's Creek near the Satsuma, Florida gauge. Putnam County Emergency Manager had photos of multiple streets and yards that were flooded due to storm surge. So again, just incredible that we're already having 2.5 foot storm surge up in the Jacksonville area from the storm that's in the Bahamas.
Let me just mention this very quickly, and I don't want to just toot our own horn, but it's some of the comments that I'm getting make me very, very happy, and I just want to say I appreciate it. I appreciate some of the things that you're saying, which are, thank y'all for being real. Thank you for giving me the real information here. I appreciate that you were doing that. There's never been, I've been a weatherman. My first job on television was 1982. I was the chief meteorologist at WTXL in Tallahassee, Florida. Drew was not born. And I started out then, and I started out with, you weren't born. Were you born?
What year did you say?
82.
I was not born in 82.
He was not born in 82, and that was my first job as chief meteorologist for the ABC affiliate in Tallahassee, Florida, which is where I went to meteorology school. You don't think I took some crap? Dude, I was on TV at night at 5 and 11 o'clock, and then I came to my first meteorology class at 8 a.m. the next day. You don't think I got some? It's where I got a tough skin. Is what happened. It's where I got a really, really tough skin. But anyway, I don't think any of those people are on the air at the moment. But Ginger, well, a few people are actually. Alan Seals is, and he's in Mobile. He's a good friend of mine too. Alan and I were roommates. Alan once did his thesis on the reason I said partly cloudy instead of partly sunny. He did his doctorate. Oh, wow. He did his doctorate on why I said one or the other. Anyway, I digress. I don't believe in I don't believe in hype. I know, in fact, it's been a thing against me, maybe my entire career, is that I didn't really self-promote the way I should have or could have, or probably to be more successful. Sadly, self-promotion is one of those things that goes along with it. I love the weather, the real weather. I watch it. I can't tell you how much I watch it. I watch it the minute I wake up and the minute I go to bed. I'm watching the weather, and typically I'm talking to Brett Adair about it. So it's always fascinated me just as an entity. I sort of retired about a year ago, but then I found out I didn't quit watching the weather any less in retirement, coming back here from Denver, and built me a little studio, and now Drew's given me the opportunity to be on air here a little bit, which I truly enjoy. But I enjoy these comments of people saying, I appreciate the fact that you're giving us the right information without hyping it. It is what it is. So many people, Drew, I wouldn't dare hype now because people are too intelligent. There are too many people out there who know when you're hyping or when you're not, being real. with what's happening. And so we're just kind of, it's pretty nonchalant here at the mall. We're telling
Mhm.
you what's happening with the weather as we see it. I've seen it all in the 40 odd years I've been doing this. I've seen just a little bit of everything, except every day, one thing still surprises me, Drew. One weird thing comes out of the blue and goes, I didn't know that, or I'd never seen that. Something always happens in a day that just makes me in awe of the weather. And
Mhm.
and so I still enjoy it to this day. I enjoy everything about it.
It's something that gets in your blood. I'm the
Yeah.
exact same way. Now I'm lucky enough to work in the weather industry. It's incredible. Working, I did about 12 years in the hospitality industry, working at hotels. And I tell you, it's hard to work in the hotel industry during severe weather days because
Yeah.
you're always watching the weather, but you got
Yeah.
to do something else. So that was
Yeah.
the hardest thing for me. But yeah, I appreciate the comments coming in. I'm monitoring them as well. David, you've got a comment that you probably need to take a drink of water because it's been a little bit since you have. So
Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm taking in a lot, but I'm not. So, can you talk
yep,
for me for just a second?
yep.
Mike on mute and go over here to the
I've
boys' room.
I've got it. Just continue to monitor the reports, monitoring your chat comments. So while David takes a quick break, if you've got any questions, feel free to put those in chat and we will jump in. And when he gets back, we'll tag team any questions that you might have. So feel free to go ahead and put those in the chat room and we will get to those in just a minute. But again, like David was saying, appreciate everyone tuning in here this evening. We are tracking Hurricane Nicole as it continues to move west into southeastern Florida later tonight. You can see on David's monitor there, just off screen, currently tracking the wind speeds in the Bahamas. So far, the highest wind gust we've seen today, about 66 miles per hour near the Cape Canaveral area. I'm also watching some of the snow reports come in the Northwest. Montana looks like we just had a report of about 6.5 inches of snow within the last 24 hours. Looks like in the southeastern Idaho, 7 inches of snow in the past 24 hours. Snow drifts over 1 foot there. So a lot of winter weather that we'll go back to here in just a little bit on the stream. But again, glad everyone is tuning in this evening. We'll get Mr. Brett Adair back in here shortly. He is taking a break, getting some dinner, and he will be back with us a little bit later this evening to take this hurricane inland as it continues to move northwest. We're not really seeing that many wind reports. So I think, again, we're getting that lull. We're getting the main portion of the precip starting to move inland now. So if you're anywhere, we'll go ahead and take that radar full screen here in just a few minutes when David gets back. But West Palm Beach to Port St. Lucie, all the way up to the Melbourne area, we're getting that big rain shield starting to come in. We're getting the winds starting to pick up again. You've already had gusty winds all day long, but this is where the main part of the storm will start to move inland, and you'll see those winds just gradually continue to go upward. Sustained winds will continue to go up into the tropical storm force area. So that's anywhere from 39 miles per hour and above. And then, of course, hurricane force winds kick in at 74 miles per hour. And this is officially a 75 mile per hour Cat 1 hurricane as of the latest special advisory from the Storm Prediction Center. I continue to watch our cameras off screen here. We've still got people going out into the Gulf or onto the beach close to the Gulf on our storm surge cams. So if you know anybody down in that area, just make sure you tell them, don't be silly tonight. Be safe. Don't go too far out into the water. Don't go into the water at all, really, because it's too dangerous. You don't need to be in that. So again, we'll continue to track those wind gusts and the waves ramping up as the storm moves in. Glad to have you back, Mr. David.
Well, I realized I left you there without a graphic, so I apologize.
No, you were good. You were good. I'm watching chat, watching reports, and we were watching the radar that you've got right over your shoulder there. So it's all good.
Yeah, you see the hurricane warnings that are on there. I need to put them on this as well. Let's see. Tropical weather. How do I get those on here? I haven't put those on yet.
It should be under your weather alert settings to turn on your hurricane and tropical warnings. Yep, right there. Weather alert settings. And click on the tropical. There you go.
Hurricane warnings. We'll just do it that way for now. These counties over here on the right, and I sort of just had been talking about them, but I didn't really show you the information that was coming in. And just to show you what it says, this is the hurricane warning again for these counties that are on the East Coast here that says the peak winds. This is threat to life and property that includes typical forecast uncertainty in the size, track, and intensity, potential wind up to 73 miles per hour. This is actually, I'm not positive. I think this is the tropical storm advisory because it would be a hurricane warning. We'd be talking about over 73 miles per hour. But nonetheless, storm surge is possible here. We're looking for a 3 to 5 foot storm surge that is possible. This is just some of the things that they'll tell you during a hurricane warning for these counties off to the east. Let me take this down. Again, I'll have to try to find an ice product here sometimes is what I look for, Drew, to get rid of. What's my best way to get rid of the data?
That's usually what I do, or you could what I do sometimes on the fly, zoom out and click a random radar out of like Alabama or Mississippi, and that'll clear your screen off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just to show you the counties as they fill in here. So it's going to be from Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be from Brevard County all the way to the north up to Daytona Beach in that area. Volusia County, I think, is the furthest north that we go there with the hurricane warnings at the moment. They'll start to lift. We'll see them go away from the bottom to the top as we go through the next several hours as the storm approaches and then moves across the rest of the region here. But nonetheless, that's where the hurricane warnings are at the moment. Got to check out our cameras here too, because I was really caught up in this one. This is nasty. That just looks like a horror movie.
It does, but it's that section of the stairs is hanging on. I haven't seen much change in that camera image the last 20 minutes or so. So it's I think we've again on and off wave action, but so far we've still got the stairs.
And then the one that's a little bit further to the north here, you can see again, I called this my trail camera. Look, what is that down at the bottom? What is that? It is a trail camera. What is that? Oh,
I see.
Do you see it? Is it a little rabbit in a hurricane? How do I zoom into that? You do see it, don't you?
I saw something right when you said it.
Hold on. I think I got to take the image. Oh, it's a little something. Look. See it?
I do. I can't tell what that is.
It's a Wolverine. I think it's Wolverine.
There you go. And I'm seeing some, notice every now and then you can see the waves crashing out there on that camera. So I do think before probably the midnight hour, we'll see water coming all the way up just below the camera here.
We probably will. But now, I'm sorry, it's an animal and I got to go find it. So hold on here. I'm going to do a zoom in. Now that I am a super OBS user, it is.
There you go. Perfect.
What is it?
I cannot tell what that is.
What is that? It's there at the bottom. Wait a minute. Let me move it over a little bit. Somebody out there has to help me what this is, because
it almost looks like a rabbit with the ears, but I can't tell. No, it's not a rabbit. I don't know what that is, but very good eyes.
Going through a hurricane. Is that a baby? Is that a fawn? No. It's so hard to tell if I squint. I could make it into Sasquatch if I sat here long enough and just kind of like. What is somebody said a frog? I don't.
Oh wow! So we've got water coming all the way up. You were looking at the zoomed image. I'm looking at the zoom. We just had a wave come all the way up onto that walkway that you were talking about. So here in a minute, whatever that is probably going to have to move because he's going to start taking on water.
Let me back out. You've already messed my image up. For
a
second, I thought that was a baby deer.
And it may be. I cannot tell. But that's a good eye though. I've been looking at that image for hours and I hadn't seen that until you said something. So good catch there.
Let's see. Gotta get back and make this go full screen. I've messed it all up terribly now.
Oh, you've got me more interested. There you go. I'm focused on your zoomed in image more so than mine. So looks like on mine he moved. So whatever it is may have just left us.
Oh, I really wanted somebody to tell me what that was.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. I think he's gone. Now, is that water right there? Do you see my cursor live? Is that water coming up the trail?
It was just a second ago. Yes. Right now, I don't think that is, but if you keep it on there just for a minute, we might get another wave that comes all the way up, and it literally come up the trail and it come into that grassy area that we're looking at there on the left-hand side of the screen. That was the biggest one I've seen all day long. So we're really probably in the next literally 30 minutes to an hour, we're going to see the surge coming in. I thought it might take until midnight, but we had a wave come all the way up to that staircase there on the left.
Give me one more second to make this a little clearer here, I think.
Yeah, the good news is everybody has cleared that camera. Nobody is running in and out, dancing, acting like there's not a hurricane. So I haven't seen anybody on that camera probably in the last 15 minutes or so. So hopefully everybody is going to stay back as that storm surge starts to come in, because again, the power of water, you underestimate the power of water. Even if it's ankle deep, it can quickly knock you off your feet.
Absolutely.
And then it's a bad day. Yeah, no other reports coming in. We were talking about some of the snow reports when you stepped away from just a second. We've had 6 to 7 inches of snow reported up in parts of Montana and Idaho in the last 24 hours. So when we get a break in the hurricane action in just a little bit, we'll go back up and look at some of the snow we were talking about earlier. But right now, I really want to know where that little animal went. I guess he maybe found him a safer, drier spot to ride the storm out.
We've got it was a chupacabra. Somebody says it's a chupacabra. Somebody said it was a fawn. I thought it was a fawn for a second, but I thought it was spots.
At first, I thought it was a cat too, but I don't think it was a cat. So it's interesting.
But just the realm of ideas that we came up with, because somebody said it was a frog, or it was a frog, and an alligator, and Mark Bush says it's a cat. Jolly Knight says it's a bacon sandwich. Jimbo says it's a skinwalker. Oh. Yeah, a bunch of cats. We had a lot of votes for cats.
Yep, we did. I'm glad we can have a little fun with this, because again, like everybody's saying in chat, this is not. Oh, excuse me, I lost my voice. This is not Hurricane Ian coming in.
No,
I gotta get a drink of water.
No, it's not going to be Hurricane Ian. It's not. I mean, it kind of is what it is, and there's not a whole lot to change that at this point. It's just pretty much going to maintain the way it is at the moment here. The velocity data, again, we can look at to show you. I don't see anything that worries me. There's some stuff, all that looks like all the energy is well out here offshore, quite a bit offshore. There's quite a few lightning strikes that are occurring, but coming onshore here at the moment. You see some of these wind speeds. We're into the 22, 30 mile per hour range, 31 miles per hour up here at Titusville. We had a gust of 40 there just a few moments ago. Again, all this stuff is coming in and moving onshore and across from this area here overall. But the big picture says that the reflectivity still has most of this offshore. The center of the storm, it's just huge. It goes from way down south of Freeport, where we have a 41 mile per hour gust at the last hour. That's still out of the northwest. So we've really yet, and we might be slowing down just a tad here, perhaps. I don't see the kind of forward motion that we were projecting a little bit earlier, and it might be because there's some sort of an eye wall replacement thing that looks like it might be trying to take place. It's a huge eye, nonetheless, as you can see, and I can put the old tape measure on it and show you. It's about like the 50 miles wide. I'm sure there's probably a little bit more precipitation somewhere in the interior there, but Between that and the fact that just on satellite data, it is a total and complete mess. It just looks like it's falling apart right there at the last few images, and then there's some dry air that's really entrained into this. That's these little pockets that you see are just pockets of dry air that got sucked into this thing, which would again prevent it from being anything other than what it currently is. All this came in on the south side of this system as it moved up through here, found some dry air, entrainment down to the south. It got scattered in into all this and is now still making its way on westward. I got a 50 frame loop here. Give it just a second and I'll show you how it really filled in. The eye showed up and then it really began to fill in pretty quickly and occlude. And now if there are any breaks showing up, they're just intermittent there up and around Freeport. That'll be working its way onshore as we go into West Palm Beach here over the next hour or two. But as a whole, it's still a fairly massive storm system here. And the wind field is still projected to be well to the north of this system overall as well. So that's where we currently are at the moment. Drew, I'm going to pop Brett back in here for just a second and talk to him and see what's going on in his neck of the woods and try to figure out if he's had food or not, because that's the most important thing when it comes to Adair, at least at this time of night. Let me fix this really quick. Drew, I'll get back to you in just a few seconds here. And Brett, do you hear me?
Keep throwing that smoke. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No, I don't hear you, Brett.
Well, here, I'm going to put code red on here.
No,
we're going code red on you. We got a hurricane warning in effect, and it's code red.
I'm so glad that you broke in to tell Drew and I that there is a hurricane warning in effect.
There is a hurricane warning. So we're in Melbourne. We had to stop and secure some sort of a middle ground lodging. We were able to find a hotel here that has generator power. They also have internet, so we don't have to worry about those issues if we run into them later tonight. We've noted several power flashes around the area, around the downtown Melbourne area, looking in that general direction. And you showed some of that earlier on the feed of what we captured right there before dark this afternoon. Seeing a lot of those blue flashes off in the distance, off and on as we get these heavier bands to come on shore. But it looks like really the big outer eye wall of this thing is starting to really come toward the coastline. It's further south of us right now, but it's moving its way here toward Melbourne, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie. It's about to get real rough down there in Fort Pierce, down toward Palm Beach Gardens, even portions of West Palm Beach, even though the center of circulation is likely to go north of you as it continues off toward the west-northwest now. You're still going to deal with some rainfall. And I'll tell you what, David, something I've noticed, and I know that you've been looking a lot at the satellite right there in the northern eye wall, there's a little bit of dry air that has wrapped in, and you're starting to see some of that cellular element with lightning there north of that eye wall. So we're going to have to watch for tornadic activity, I think, really after midnight once this thing makes landfall, maybe further north of the center up into portions of central Florida.
Yeah, we did see that we've sort of been following all the lightning strikes there out of Doppler range, but obviously there's more cellular sort of stuff going on there, especially north and east of the storm. And there was some down to the south. I don't see that like I did a little bit earlier, but this is a huge eye wall now. I mean, it's about 60 miles wide if you go from what looks to be precip to precip. It filled in greatly, as you said there on the satellite image. So far, Brett, what I've got here, the highest wind I have, Drew confirmed this a few moments ago, is still the 66 mile per hour wind there at Port Canaveral. Actually, when that came in, Port St. Lucie.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. What's that?
Okay.
And
I said, oh, boy, because Port Canaveral up there with, we've got the rocket that's still out there on the pad, the Artemis rocket.
The Artemis, yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yeah, because they weren't going to be able to bring it in, right?
From what I understand, the maximum type wind rocket can take, they turn 6 miles per hour, 6 miles per hour that they expect that rocket to be able to take and continue to stand up. So hopefully we don't get any gusts into the triple digits.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that's the case. There's still some high wind offshore. I mean, you can still look at the velocity data and see we've got some 80 and I saw some upper 70 and low 80 velocity data that was beginning to show pretty well there in both of those areas. And then down to the south, we still have some of that as well. Pretty easy to say now that the center of the storm is going to end up north of Fort Lauderdale. That's going to be an offshore wind there at Fort Lauderdale. And maybe even to Boca before you start to get back into what we think would be the influence of north wind first of all, and then you could go calm there at West Palm Beach and all points to the north. But it's so hard to tell, Brett, because you can't find it. It's hard to find on the satellite image, and you can just sort of barely see the northern part of what would be the western eye wall on the radar imagery there. It's as big as a Coke bottle, though, if you set it on there.
Absolutely. It's pretty impressive, though, in my opinion. But I tell you what, you can see a very sharp cutoff to the precipitation on the southern side. Really, Miami area is dealing with a little bit of light rainfall, and down toward Homestead, it's bone dry. So that tells you there's a really tight gradient on the south side of this thing. It is more north side loaded with the wind, the precip, really all the impacts.
Yeah, a little bit better radar representation from Miami, actually, from at least the last few scans here. And just kind of shows it as a whole over the western edge of Freeport, the western side of the Bahamas there, coming closer and closer to being onshore as we move on through time. Now, this is a westerly wind. This is an offshore wind down to the south. You folks who are living in Coral Springs, all the way down into Hialeah and Homestead, that is offshore. That's not coming onshore. That's mostly going offshore, parallel to shore. Up at West Palm Beach, the Boynton Beach, even into Port St. Lucie now, starting to see more of a parallel flow that shows up. Brett, we've been watching these cameras too up in here near Palm Bay. The Coconut Point camera, that thing's been pretty active. In fact, you didn't see it, but moments ago we had a chupacabra that was seen out, not on this camera actually, but in all seriousness, there was an animal that was parked there near the India Atlantic camera just a few moments ago. Right now, we still have some wind coming through. We were watching, Drew and I were watching, there's this pathway right there where people were going down it. And I don't know if you can just do a little squinting, you can see the actual breakers are beginning to come up, but water ran up that pathway just a few moments ago. So it is getting higher and higher there, too.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we're really approaching high tide now. I think we're within 15, 20 minutes of the high tide here across a good chunk of this eastern section where, the center is going to come across. So this is probably going to start peaking out, at least in terms of the tide cycle, in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Then that will start falling off a little bit. But the problem is it's not going to fall much because we've got the momentum from the storm moving in. And we're going to see that rise with whatever storm surge it brings with it out of that shallow shelf in the Bahamas.
So a couple of the other cameras that we're looking at right there as well, those are all on the northern side of everything as it rotates up and around, coming in through the Freeport area there. You can see the upper edge of this is just a little bit higher up, but these are going to be feeder bands that will be coming onshore. Now, you folks who've been asking all this time about when's it going to happen? What's going to happen to Port St. Lucie? What's going to happen to West Palm Beach? Well, now it's happening, and at this point, it's exponential. From this moment on, it's only going to become worse and worse as far as your conditions go. They're going to be higher winds with each and every minute that goes by, thermodynamically speaking.
We need to make sure that we stay out here and not get across the bridge.
Yeah, don't go across the bridge, Brett. So pretty much what you're looking at right now is the weather at its best for you over the next few hours, and it will get worse. Port St. Lucie over to West Palm Beach into the Boynton Beach
Like this is
area.
bridge.
Definitely need to be watching out for that as we go through time here. And again, as Brett
Oh, it's
said,
back
we
there.
do have hurricane warnings that are in effect all the way up through some of those counties. Looks like coming out of Brevard County and all the way up to Volusia, I think, is where it mainly goes. So.
Yeah, I think Volusia is kind of the northern boundary of hurricane warning, and that may not even be necessary if the center comes. But the problem is there's going to be gusts to hurricane force across a pretty wide area here and there, I'm sure. So better to be safe than sorry with those, especially now that we've got a northward jogging center. Very good motion over the last 20 or 30 frames or so out of Miami, showing that we do have somewhat of a northward component to the center circulation's movement now.
All right. Anything else I can provide for you here? I think I showed your video earlier that you had from down in where was that? That was over in that was Daytona Beach Shores. What was the other video that you had earlier? The Indian River Lagoon. You frozen? Boy, that's a stoic look for somebody who's not frozen. That needs to be your Christmas card. We need to, Drew, I don't know if you can see this, but you need to get Brett, have that as his Christmas card. I think I like that look. Let me see if I can get Drew back up here. Too many things going on. Drew, you still with me? Drew, now you're frozen? Let me grab your link again and throw you in here and see what happens.
That's what we were just discussing here, Dave. Not real sure where you went there.
I didn't go anywhere, dude. I've been sitting there. I can't feel my left cheek, and I've been here for a while, so I'm not going anywhere just yet.
Yeah,
What were
we're
you
working on
saying?
it here, guys. I know I'm still on the frame there. I just couldn't tell if Dave was talking or not. So,
I am.
anyway,
Do you
radar
hear
loop
me?
with the hurricane warnings there overlaid, showing basically as this thing approaches the coast, dealing with a lot of heavy rainfall now across portions of the Palm Bay, Saint Fort Pierce, Indian River Estates, Vero Beach, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach areas, Jupiter. All that area is starting to get in this western eye wall, or outer eye wall as we call it, and it's got a lot of rainfall and winds pushing in the area. I bet we start seeing some of those higher wind gusts here before too much longer.
Yeah, you would think so. Even into the even into the short term, a lot of our higher gusts so far have come pretty far to the north. Up here in Jacksonville, for instance, at least our sustained winds are pretty high up in here. We had 30. There's a 35 sustained there at Jacksonville Beach at the moment. That's probably going to be a gust of 45 still. It's 69 degrees, so the gradient is still a factor here no matter where you're talking about. Even Brunswick has a 25 mile per hour a sustained wind at 45 for a gust. That's way up into South Georgia. Brett? Did I lose you, B? Brett? Come back.
Let's see.
There you are. Hello? You hear me, B? He seems to have lost me. I do hear him, but... Anyway, what we're talking about is that we do have some of the highest winds at the moment. They're pretty far up the coastline here, where we still have,
Okay.
much of these that are going to be in that range anyway, from the area there that is just
Gotcha,
above
gotcha,
Jacksonville
gotcha.
Beach and throughout the rest of the area. Uh, Drew, can you hear me? Drew, hello, Drew.
David, we were just talking. We can hear you through the stream. Of course, there's a delay. Brett and myself has lost your audio coming through the program here. So I see myself on screen, but I can't hear you in real
Okay.
time. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Hmm. And I'm not really sure what to do at this point in order to fix that particular thing. I am. Let's see. Do you hear me now? Am I still delayed? My lips are moving to what I can hear, but
Still can't hear you, David. If you've got a, not sure what happened there, but I can see you, but I don't hear you through the audio
do I
program.
look good? This is a good opportunity for me to just say whatever I want to Drew to make up for all those other things. Let me see. I don't know, Drew. I don't know what's probably going on here, Brett. How I lost Brett either at this point, but I'll find out in just a couple of seconds if you'll give me just a minute or two. Let's see. Do you hear me now, Drew? Do you hear me now? That is so weird because I see both of you. I see that both of you are still on the camera with me, and we're still kind of talking about the same thing. I can put everything into motion here to take a look at what's going on with the maps. And as they move along, we still have this whole system coming in on the western side. Drew, do you hear me? Still don't hear me? I should probably reboot, to be quite honest with you. Sorry, folks. Been a long day already. Still talking about what's happening into the overall big picture here. Let me see if I can show Brett's drone and fix what's happening behind the scenes here. Still no? Still don't hear me? How about now? Well, now everybody is gone. Nobody wants to be talking to me here at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to have to shut it down and bring it back up again, but if I do, I apologize for that. Can't begin to suggest why that would happen at this point. I'll try you one more time here, Drew. Let's see, Drew. Drew? Drew? I don't know what could have happened. How about now? You still don't? Refresh what? I hear you on my end. No. Hey, Drew? Hmm. Drew, 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 Drew. Drew, 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 Drew. Drew, 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 Drew. Drew, 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 Drew. Hello, Drew. Well, how do you just go merrily along? How about now? That is the craziest. Can you hear me? Really? And so that's what happened. And the rest of it, I'll just have to tell it another time, Drew, because before that, you wouldn't believe the whole thing that took place. Can you believe that that's what happened? Because I was telling Brett, I said, yeah, that's what she said. Come right out. And so that's the whole story. I have no idea what just happened. I would say. Maybe. Let me see what I'm afraid to touch something now. Let's see. Can I do this and still keep you? You still there? Good. So we're full screen on my iPad here. I don't know what happened to Brett, but he can just fend for himself. Let's go back to the radar again right here. Got a little bit more of let's see here. Drew, so you're going to be
Test.
How about now?
Audio test. Looks like that was it. You got it?
You're not where I thought you were going to be. For some reason, you ended up being on desktop audio. But anyway, if I have you now, here's the radar image as it's getting closer and closer to coming into West Palm. Are you up?
I am here, and I believe, David, go ahead and take that camera if you can, the southernmost camera. We just lost our stairwell. Looks like it's laying on its side on our surge cam. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
What is that?
That is the structure that our camera is attached to.
Oh!
Laying on its side on the beach now.
Check it out. Oh yeah. So if you flipped it over, so we're oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Can I flip that over?
Wow.
It just went out, didn't it? Or did it? Oh my gosh, it's being carried away. Drew.
Yeah, that's pretty that's again power of the water. That is a deck walkway structure that has now been totally ripped off of its foundation, laying on the beach sideways, and we've got a prime time spot of the water coming in.
Oh, has it got audio on there?
Does not have audio.
I'll do the audio
that for battery saving reasons.
Oh my gosh.
I guarantee if we had audio, it would be pretty noisy with the waves crashing in.
No, that's incredible. Unbelievable. It's still, it froze.
Yep, it may have got some water inside the electronics, unfortunately, but wow. Nope, it's back. Give it a second. It'll be back. We completely went under the water.
That is insane.
We've got a huge wave that just took the whole unit underwater. Yeah, here you go. You got it back.
What is that? Now, wouldn't this be crazy if, you saw an alligator walk past or something weird?
It would.
It took me, if you hadn't
look at it, completely under the water right there. My goodness.
Is Don okay with this?
That is why we do this, so we can see the footage, but we don't have to be standing out there with a video camera.
No, I wish we'd have been recording it. That was
We are.
Are
So
you?
we are recording these
Okay,
to our
good.
server. So when
Good.
it's locking up like that, basically we may have some interruptions, some hiccups, as you see, but the footage is being saved in real time. So
Mm,
hopefully we will have a solid
yeah,
archive to go back and watch here
that is
a little bit later
nuts.
tonight.
So I guess you won the bet. Did you win the bet, or did we bet?
I think we had both agreed that it was
Yeah,
going to go, right?
I kind of thought it was going to go too. I didn't know it was going
I
to go
didn't.
like that.
I didn't
I,
think it would go like that, and I didn't think it would go this early.
I didn't know
So
that there were that many steps associated with it either. There was a platform and then 6 more steps. So the whole thing
exactly.
had to go over. That was incredible.
Yeah, we the fact that we've still got it too, that it's taken on so much water is just pretty incredible because
Is it not waterproof?
they are in a waterproof Pelican case. Yes, as far as rain and sideways rain and as far as being submerged underwater for
Yeah,
extended periods of time, not so much.
yeah, that's incredible.
This is pretty incredible. Yes,
Wow.
it's yes, like I said, this is very reminiscent
Oh,
of
if you
the
go out and
Sanibel
come back
Island.
in, sometimes it'll restart again.
Yes, and I've still got the feed. It's give it just a second. Yeah, watch this.
It's like going
Completely
through a washing
underwater,
machine. This is like a
and then there you
GoPro going
go.
through a washing machine.
I think the structure is now upside down on the beach, and we're looking. Did you see how the water's dripping off?
Yeah.
So I think it's completely rolled the deck and the steps, and now we are looking almost straight back up towards the sky at the bottom side of the wooden structure. So
You can at least tell the wave period. I mean,
you
if
can.
you count about 15 seconds, you know when the
It's
wave's coming in and back out again.
incredible. Yeah, and again, just I've said it, and you've said it, and everybody said it. If you even think that venturing out on the beach is what you want to do tonight, you might
No.
want to watch out for floating decks and docks and pieces of wood because yeah, it looks like you. There we go. It's I've still got the camera streaming. It's buffering from time to time, but it's just incredible that we've still got an image from being beat up, turned over, and taking on water. That is incredible.
So this signal, tell me about the signal. Is this a cell signal?
It is. Yeah, we're using the cellular networks to get the video feed back out.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I don't know which way is up at this point. Unlike you, is it laying on its side? Is the ground on the right?
And we may have actually lost it. I'll keep an eye on that camera if you want to check on that other camera. I've been so invested in that one, I haven't been watching the other one, but I'll keep an eye on this one because I lost it, and if it comes back up, I will let you know so we can
let me know.
pull it back up. But
Let me know.
Still seeing some waves occasionally crash on that camera on the little trail there on the left side of the screen. But so far, nothing has come up into that grassy area. So again, I think it may be just maybe an hour or two longer before we start seeing the biggest part of the surge come in and really start inundating that area with that camera. But yeah, I believe
Do we happen to know how far away from the water it was to begin with, or is there any set height he put these two to sort of see what was going to go on?
I can find out right fast. Yep,
It's don't worry. I just kind of wondered because that beach was a long way early in the day today. I could see that beach was coming in quite a ways in the distance. The foam's now coming up that trail, as you said. I'm not so sure that it's the actual Atlantic Ocean, but it is nonetheless sort of coming up into that area. I still think our animal is down there, hunkered down, if there is such a thing. Drew, at the bottom of the screen, every once in a while I can see two eyeballs down there behind the grass. So I don't know what it is, but I think it did. I think it's decided to kind of hide in the grass right there. I don't know if that's actually the case.
Yeah, I do agree. Every now and then you'll get
I think so. A little eye
raindrop or something that kind of glares it, and you'll catch a glimpse
maybe
of something down there. So
I'm just an animal lover, so maybe it's just what I wanted to see. But
all right, so the camera that we just lost, just heard back from Vince Welty. He was down with Don that deployed that camera that we just lost. That one above the water. from the water was 10 foot, maybe 15 high above the water. It was right by the barrier wall. So what may have happened, Vince said, that could have hit that barrier wall, splashed up, and then took out that wooden structure that the camera was attached
Okay.
to. So,
Well, we know it flipped over. I saw it took me a second to orient myself as to, kind of where I was when it flipped over there to begin with. But,
and yes, I missed the point of it going over. So our social media team with Radar Omega, they, I'm sure, are pulling that footage, and they'll be going back and they'll be posting that on our social media accounts here probably in the next little bit. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly what type of or what size of wave was the last wave that structure
yeah.
was able to stand up to.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know if this is real or not, but the METAR there at Freeport doesn't say anything. They would be somewhat, at least near the southern eye wall as it goes on past. Beginning to see it edge closer and closer now to, looks like it is going to encompass West Palm Beach in that area. From there to Port St. Lucie, I think it's going to go kind of right through the middle as far as the center of this whole thing goes. And your winds right now with this outer band that's coming on shore, you probably are reaching some of your highest winds so far in these areas. Boynton Beach, probably, and back over to Stuart, Florida, probably there as well. We're beginning to see some of these higher winds. That's a 35-mile-per-hour gust there. Coming in at that general area there, too. There is some sort of a mesonet there that, let's see, this is going to be from much earlier in the day today. That is not a recent report.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we're not getting any recent wind reports from that area. I'm getting tons of wind reports from out in Colorado and Kansas, New Mexico from our big system out in the plains, but I have not got any wind reports. It's the one about 4 o'clock was the last one I've had in Florida. So we'll be waiting and watching to see if we get any wind updates as this area of heavy rain and the center of Nicole starts to get a little bit closer to land.
Just real quick, go out here and see what we got.
Yeah, we're starting to see that area. There's what we don't want to see in South Dakota. So yeah, there's the area of mixed precip between Sioux Falls and Aberdeen. Look at all that lightning.
That's nasty.
35 degrees right now in Huron, South Dakota, with a thunderstorm. North winds sustained at 15 miles per hour. So incredible elevated instability that's going to be leading to our possible ice storm there.
It's actually 35 over 35.
Yes. That's
So
good. That's good for them.
It's not even dry.
No, and hopefully that will keep them rain a little bit longer. But if you go right to the west, back near Pierre, yeah, we've got 32 degrees with light freezing rain being reported at Pierre, South Dakota right now. So the event has definitely begun. And again, ice storm warnings are in effect out in that area. There you go. That's showing you the frozen precipitation that is not snow. You see the pink there on your screen. That's likely a mixture of sleet and freezing rain. Remember, sleet has a beat. If you hear it, little ice pellets beating around, pelting your windows and pelting your car, that is the best case scenario because sleet does not stick to the trees and the power lines. It does make an icy mess on the roads, but that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's raining and 30 degrees outside, and that's how you get your big ice storms.
There's a lot of lightning over there.
There is a lot of elevated instability with that storm as it's getting its act together. We may very well, in the blizzard that gets its act together in North Dakota later tonight and into tomorrow, we may have some thunder snow up in that area as well.
Wild stuff.
Yep. Welcome to November.
Yeah.
David, we've had a big wobble. While you're looking at the frozen stuff, I'm looping Miami next rad radar. And remember how earlier we were talking about it looked like that forward motion had really, really slowed down. That is the case. And I think we've just had a pretty big wobble of the center of the circulation. I've got my track on with the National Hurricane Center points, and the center of the circulation is almost um, completely north of where the NHC track line is. So, it very well may wobble back to the west or west southwest to get back on track, but a pretty significant north wobble in the last hour or so.
Well, you remember that line that they draw is supposedly the center of the storm,
Yes.
which is super duper hard to find at this moment. It's a little bit more clear, I guess. It has become that way over the last 15 or 20 minutes, but if you look from Melbourne southward, you at least get half of the semicircle, if you will. You get half of it here, so the other part would be coming back through Freeport. I wish the Freeport METAR was working there, but nonetheless, kind of what you have there. Some of that instability, the dry air pockets that are coming in on the north side of this is inducing lightning, thunderstorms there, just beyond our reach on the radar actually at this point, but that's going to be something that we'll watch as we go through the next several hours too, and that rotates around whether or not we end up see the dry air pockets in between here inducing the lightning that is occurring there within the last 30 minutes or so. And then back down as we look at this in our velocity data, I don't see anything imminent at this moment that's indicative of anything that's tightly spinning that would be moving on shore, at least in the short term. So a lot to watch out for here right now. At the moment, the AMX radar still showing you the center of the storm is right there around Freeport, with the bottom half. If you just kind of fill this in with a pin, it kind of would look like this, like a huge eye. And the middle of which would probably be somewhere like that, just offshore. And that's got to be more of a... We ticked further in latitude than we did in longitude that time, I'm pretty sure.
I agree. Yep, I definitely agree. And like you said earlier, we're just kind of talking about the politics of weather at this point. The impacts are going to be the same, whether this thing jogs a little bit to the north or jogs back south. It's all just going to depend on where the National Hurricane Center says that official landfall point was. That's really the only difference that will make. So if you live anywhere from West Palm down to Boca or all the way up to Fort Pierce, the Melbourne area, impacts are not going to change whether that center wobbles north or south, because it's already so close. We're probably within 3 to 4 hours max, I would say, of landfall. Does that sound about right?
Oh yeah, well, and most of the banding is already on shore. I mean, if you look at the radar at this point, most of the first banding features are coming on shore. So that ought to be the worst weather you've had so far today. Should be about now in Port St. Lucie and West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach through there, as all that comes on shore. Now, in these features that you see on the northern part of the eye wall, when that one comes back in, if it wraps around, you'd have some higher winds here, quite possibly, before this comes on shore. But right now, that first little feeder band came on. Torrential rainfall here. I mean, it's got to be raining like cats and dogs coming down here into the West Palm area. These are going to be some of those rainfall rates that are super duper high. I think here as we look at that, and it's probably, let's see if I can find like a 1 hour total here. And you can definitely see these are going to be 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour rates that are coming in and coming on shore here at the moment in all of these little areas just to the east of Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie, that kind of thing. So that's the heaviest band that we've seen so far out of this system that's coming on shore here as we see it at this point. And that's the 1 hour precip storm total. We're still looking at the bulk of that being offshore, but now some of these rainfall totals, again, look, this isn't hail contaminated. This is going to be pretty close to real here. We're in the 1 to 3 inch category already, just south of Port St. Lucie. That's not a lot. You can get a ton. What was it? Ian dropped like something stupid in Orlando. Was it 18?
Somewhere around that. Yes, it was ridiculous.
I think it was 18. I think the weird thing about it was that the NAM for Orlando at the airport, the NAM had a grid point of 18.73 before a drop. And when it ended up like 18.25, something like that. It was so close.
That's pretty incredible, and that's the biggest thing I remember after Ian passed through. Going back the next day and trying to recover our mesovort
Yeah.
sensors. I mean, obviously we knew, lots of damage, lots of flooding. Storm surge was just insane. Going back down from the Tampa area southward, the freshwater flooding from the rivers, just incredible. It took, I think, at some locations up to a week or maybe a little bit more for all that river flooding to recede. So, yeah, just insane amounts of rain. And thankfully, with this system, I don't think we see 18, 20-inch rainfall totals. Will we see flooding? Yes. Storm surge, we've already had it. Inland river flooding, possibly, yes. But the storm is going to be moving quicker, a little bit quicker than Ian, but it's just not nearly as strong. So you're not going to get that, northern or northwestern eye wall like we had in Ian that just parked in one location and rained and rained and rained for 6, 7, 8 hours.
Yes, it was 17. It was 1724, and the NAM had 18.1 as the QPF 24 hours beforehand. And west of there, like 20 miles west of there, there was nothing. There was no precip whatsoever. I do remember that the NASA at the NASA facility, they had like 15 or 16 inches there. And again, that's not the case here as we look at it. That's not the case at all. Titusville had 15 inches. It's starting to come back to me a little bit now, but this is a situation where you may get. I say that because for people out west, 5 inches of rain is scary. It's catastrophic actually. When you talk about some places, Denver, Colorado, for 12 inches of rain is kind of typical. You add on some snowfall to that, but that's in a year, and we're going to get that in a couple of days here in some of these areas here just down to the south. But it ain't that big of a deal because it's a sandy, loamy soil, and it can take it. I mentioned a Hurricane Danny that I was in many years ago. We had 22 inches of rain down there on the beach, and the biggest thing I remember about that whole event was that an alligator got away from the zoo and was floating down the road, down Highway 59. Well, down, what is that goes, Beach Road, 98?
98, yep.
98 that goes down through there, and there was this huge 17-foot alligator that had a name. I can't even remember the guy's name, but those are some of the main things. That was the first time I ever realized that the Waffle House was going to be the last to close.
Exactly. And David, just as I expected, huge shout out to Lily, Juliana, and Trey, the Radar Omega social media team. I will put you on the spot, and if you can't do it, I probably can. On the Radar Omega Twitter page, they just posted the full clip of the wave that come in and took out that camera. So again, don't know how hard or how easy it is for you to pull up the Twitter and show it maybe on the iPad or something.
I can probably do it if you talk here for a second.
Definitely, yeah. So basically, if you're not already, you can go over while David pulls it up. Go over and follow Radar Omega on Twitter. You'll see what he's pulling up here in just a second. But it was right at 8:35 p.m. Eastern Time, Coconut Point, Florida. The Cyclone Port surge pack was overtaken by water as a large wave destroyed the stairs to the beach. Conditions continue to deteriorate along the eastern Florida coast as it braces for Hurricane Nicole, which will make landfall later this evening. So again, pretty incredible that we'll be able to pull that up here in just a second and show that. And again, go over.
It's on right now. Can you see it?
There you go. You've got it. Yep. Check out the wave that almost comes directly at the camera.
Boom!
Takes out the support structure, and over it goes. So,
yeah, that's where you and I started watching it right there, and it took me a minute to figure out where I was. Yes, it's going to play again here.
We got it right when it hit the ground, and I was like you. I was a little disoriented and couldn't really figure out what was going on, but Incredible. And again, that's why we do the Project Mesovort. That's why we deploy these cameras and these sensors, because we don't want to be the one standing on that platform when the big wave takes it out. We would rather put the equipment on the platform and show you the final images before the water overtakes the camera. It's pretty incredible.
Wow. Yeah, I had no idea it was a large stair.
Yes.
More than 4 or 5 stairs. I didn't know it was going to be that big of a deal.
Exactly. But yeah, still looking for other reports. If anybody is in that area, it's my monitoring chat this evening here on the live feed. So if anybody has any updated questions or comments, feel free to jump in. And JC says, yeah, definitely the problem in Central Florida, it's still a sponge after all that rainfall with Ian. So, we're talking about how we're not going to see Ian rainfall totals of 15, 20 inches, but very good point, JC. It's not going to take that to see some flooding in Central Florida after you had all that rain at the end of September. That sandy soil that David was just talking about. It holds the water when you get that much rain. So watch out for some flooding. Just get to where you're going to be all night and hunker down. Again, this is not a high-end hurricane like Ian, but just try to get to where you're going to be and stay there. Don't go out. Don't venture out. Don't go out and sightsee tonight because you're just going to possibly be in the way. You're going to be putting yourself at risk of, again, if you're inland, you might get a branch that comes off a tree and hits your vehicle when you're traveling down the roadway. So again, just don't put yourself out there to be in a bad spot, and try to stay indoors, and we'll get through this storm. Everything will be better tomorrow when it starts moving out.
You mentioned something that one television station where I used to work, we had, how some people have like a swear jar. We used to have a cliche jar, and so you were only allowed to say hunker down. Actually, hunker down was one of the no. You were never allowed to say hunker down.
Yes.
And had a dude that couldn't help it. That was his big thing, was hunker down. And the S word, that's the other one. You're not allowed to say the S word or use that phrase. But anyway, used it, so we can't use it again. It's $1,000 every time.
Awesome. Wow.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you what the price is going to be. And I think it was $1,000. Didn't we make a bet on $1,000 whether or not that walkway would hold? I think we did.
So I think we both get $1,000.
I'm going to have to rewind that tape.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. Let me pull up our other camera because I've been watching chat and I've not been watching our other camera. And I don't see any more waves coming up on that one, so it's probably still going to be just a little bit later. We're a little bit further away, and since Vince Welty told me we had that I guess seawall structure, that was what was really causing the waves to crash against that first camera that went down. So we'll see a little bit later tonight as the waves keep coming into that camera view there. Where was that, David? That's up near Melbourne on that one, right?
Yeah. It's India Atlantic. It's
there you go.
Right down the south side of Merritt Island, I think.
Perfect. Yep, you were exactly right. Could not remember where that was exactly located, but you can see just offshore. Look at that big mass of rain coming in. That's going to have a lot of wind with it too. So the conditions will continue to go downhill probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes as we get that big rain shield rotating around.
And that's really some of the worst of the weather that you will have seen in Titusville and Kissimmee, St. Cloud, and Port St. Lucie. You're probably getting some of the worst of it at the moment, but there's going to be some that's probably even a little bit harder rain and probably a little bit higher wind that'll be coming in and rotating around the north side of the storm. Palm Bay, Probably already seeing some of your highest winds there that'll be approaching the area as well. Where it is not, where it is, where you're going, what hurricane? Boca Raton, probably down to Homestead and Miami. Very little precipitation actually into Miami so far. Let's see if we just go to the radar there and show you. Most all of it has been about 15, 20 miles north of there. The stretch, if you will, is Fort Lauderdale northward all the way over to Coral Springs and into the Boynton Beach area, and then stretches downward. But it's this very thing, this dry slot that has incurred here, that's the dry air wrapping around the whole system, that is probably firing off thunderstorms on the northeastern side of what we were looking at all along. And so that's the region that we'd be looking at to whether or not we're going to have something that spins and rotates over the next coming hours. As we go through the rest of this evening, that is a straight line sort of a situation there at the moment. And then a wind that is somewhat straight line and very well uniform and acting dynamically the way it should according to the laws of conserving energy. What this thing is basically trying to do is do that. It's moving out over the open water for its last little trek before coming inland and losing that ability to use the water content, the high heat level of the water content as an energy source. So once it does that, it'll come on land, it'll weaken some more. Between the fact that it no longer has the water and friction, we'll see a weakening storm through the night tonight and the early part of the day tomorrow as well. South Florida is really flat, but there's enough friction there to slow a system down pretty good as it makes its trek across the northern part. Let's look at the model again. I want to look at the HER really quick. We might could even make a little stab at the 12K, I guess. I don't think the 3K is very far out at this point. And just sort of take a look at the reflectivity, where we're going. And this is the NAM model again, which pretty much does is the same thing. The NAM throughout the day today in both the 18Z and what we're seeing right now, which is the 0Z NAM, wanted to take a little bit of a northerly jog right before landfall, and it still kind of is sort of skirting the western side of the eye wall, if you will, off to the north a little bit. But this is where it starts to get a little subtropical too. This is where we see the tail end of it looking a little bit more like a frontal boundary, a baroclinic zone, than a tropical system overall, which again it's somewhat bound to do as we move through the next 4 to 6 hours or so. You folks who are in Orlando who are worried about your trip to Disney, you get a break, and it happens pretty quickly actually during the day tomorrow. The NAM says by noontime most of the rain should be out of the area, and it would most likely just be showery at that point. I don't think it's a total washout to take place there, and so there is a little bit of hope there overall. That you might get some of your festivities in there at Disney. And again, the 3K NAM shows pretty much the same thing. It's high resolution stuff. Huge eye, which we can attest to as we look at it on the actual radar itself. But that comes in just north of Port St. Lucie into the Palm Bay area, south of Titusville, and up near our cameras, by the way. I think our one camera said good night. But the other one hopefully can hang in there and give us an idea of what's going on as maybe the center of the storm gets a little bit closer. And I don't know that you'd necessarily see a calm wind, but you probably end up seeing the most of what a storm can give you at this point on this camera, because I think that'll be an east wind for quite some time. You'll be on the northern side of the eye wall before coming on land. And that would be an easterly wind if this were to be the situation that takes place. So we'll just kind of look out for that. And again, a very quick look at what's going on with the HER, which updates hourly here. It takes the initialization point and then tries to fix that each and every hour. And it's kind of the same thing, an elongated eye wall that wants to push a little bit further to the north, which sets it off at about midnight to 1 a.m. western eye wall landfall coming into Port St. Lucie, and all points up to the north. The banding features that are most notable will be to the north. The heaviest rainfall will be to the north. Practically everything that is something is going to be up in this area right here coming in on the backside. and following the gradient, if you will, sort of in this sort of a situation that brings all that high wind to that portion of Florida. And again, some of the my favorite buoy at this hour is 41009, and it has a 54 mile per hour wind gust, 54 miles per hour at 41009. And I think that's about all I can say about that, Drew. The winds are still going to be the highest. That's what we're looking at on the upper side of this, and as is typical, to the right side of a landfalling tropical storm.
That's right. And I still don't have any updated wind report, so we're still waiting and watching as that system approaches. But all the wind gust, Kit Carson County, Colorado, just measured a 58 mile per hour wind gust about 30 minutes ago. So still nothing coming out of Florida, but I expect that to change as we get a little bit later. Going back, you don't have to move radar or anything, but we briefly talked about the snow. Had a question over in the chat about Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. That's just north of the Minneapolis area. What about severe weather? What about snow tomorrow? You do have a marginal risk, level 1 risk of a few strong to maybe severe storms in that area. But all the winter weather alerts are to the northwest of the Twin Cities area. So
I used to live in Brooklyn Park, Eden Prairie to begin with, but then I moved over to Brooklyn Park. It's beautiful. You talk about a beautiful part of the country right there. The lake is right there, and at Brooklyn Park, and I always enjoyed being up there. But I saw one of the largest tornadoes I have ever seen there, west of town, west of Lake Minnetonka, actually. On a drive-in. Also saw the largest deer I've ever seen.
Wow.
There, up there,
very awesome.
Which was at a red light. There was a mule deer that had a rack that an Alabamian would just, I remember taking a picture and sending it, and all my buddies were like, how long of a drive is it up there? I said, do you not see the red light in the background?
That's crazy.
That's a city deer, dude.
The buffalo. I used to briefly live in Oklahoma when I was a kid, and the buffalo out there, my goodness, mind blowing how large those are. See, I can imagine. But yeah, Brooklyn Park, you guys may see some wraparound snow tomorrow night, but again, maybe enough just to dust the tops of roofs and maybe cars, vehicles, things like that. But no winter weather alerts, no major issues there in that area.
All right, so we've sort of gone around the pipeline here. We've taken a look at what's going on with the actual radar. We've taken a look at what's going on with the forecasted radar and what would be expected there. And we get back over here again. We'll go to the Melbourne situation here. Take a look. Our camera 1 is deader than a doorknob. I suppose you're watching it, aren't you, Drew?
I've still got it, and it's still trying, but I will let you know if it comes back. Yes.
That'd be very difficult. A little bit of water drop is about all it would take to hit the batteries there. You can see the little foamy area coming up the walkway that looks like the blob. Oh, you can't. I'm watching you now. The foamy little blob area. Look at it over there, kind of pulsating on the
with the wind.
Yes, off and on. I think I see the Atlantic Ocean off into the distance. Kind of hard to see exactly what's happening there, but look at the little blob down there on the trail, which would preclude anybody from probably traveling up and down the trail tonight.
Looks like Jell-O, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
I've got to briefly resituate myself in the studio. Going to take a quick break, so I'm going to leave it with you for the next few, David. But I will be back, so I'll jump back in here just as soon as I can. Going to go get a late dinner bite and then be back as soon as I can.
There you go, man. Drew Richards, thank you, Drew, for being with us here. I really appreciate that. I'm meteorologist David Neal. We're still watching the weather for you, just like we have been throughout the day today. And we're going on, 5-6 hours now that we've been covering this, maybe even more at this point. But I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much for doing so. I got a little bit of a sore throat, so I'm not really going to project as much as I normally do. But it's all right. This is what I do for a living, and I've done this. I've actually been on before for like 26 hours one time during a hurricane about 3 years ago. I've been on the air for 26 hours before, 26 hours without coming off. So it's not a It's not really a big deal. I'm doing my hobby for a living, and my dad always said, can you make any money being right half the time? And I'm like, apparently people do. But anyway, let me see if I can help you out with any questions. Does anybody have a question? Let's see. I'm still here. Is it Nema? Did I say that right? There you go. Did I say, is it Nema? Am I saying that correctly? Josh Burnham is still with us. Josh is one of our moderators, I believe. He's helping us out for tonight, and still looking like through the night tonight we're going to have more and more in the way of storm reports that'll be coming in. I still think I see an animal down there, but maybe that's just because I like animals. But here's the low pressure center as it approaches shore. This is the high-res reflectivity that shows us once again from Freeport all the way up to the north. The northern side of the eye wall is right through here. This is humongous. This is big as an eye wall can get, really, and still maintain being a tropical situation here, a tropical system. There's really nothing that indicates the bottom part of the eye wall, but the entirety of this whole thing is trying its best to sort of pinwheel around, if you will. I think this thing is running more on momentum now, actually, than steering currents aloft. It's been headed in that direction, and the what is it? The law of angular momentum that says if an object is set into motion, it has to have some sort of a reason to change motion or direction. That's not anywhere close to what's happening here. We have no walls up ahead of it. We don't really have a frontal boundary. We don't have the influence of a frontal boundary ahead of the system to kick it off to the northeast. Some of our highest winds beginning to come in right now. Boynton Beach, we got a 31 mile per hour wind right there, probably a gust a little bit higher. And this is going to be out of the north too. You can see that trajectory there. There's just a tick or two off of being a due northerly wind. It's a 31 to 38 mile per hour gust that just popped up there, 38 miles per hour. Everything's still rotating around the back side of this. You can see, again, our other points off to the north near Titusville down to Merritt Island. Some of the heavier precipitation that we were looking at. And again, our camera up here shows the winds that are kicking in. They're doing so at a pretty high and rapid rate now from the west and to the east. We've got an easterly flow, and we got some thunderstorms out here as well that we're looking at. I don't really see any reason just yet to think that we've got anything like a waterspout or anything headed on shore. And this is actually good news because I thought that was going to be a big deal. I thought waterspouts might be a big deal throughout this evening, but I don't really see a whole lot of evidence of that. Right in here at the last radial, you can see there's some inbound and outbound trying to come in on that eastern side of things, and that might be the case coming into Port St. Lucie in just a little bit. Let me see if I can go down to the AMX radar here and get a little different perspective. Nothing's really different from that direction, so it still is what it is, which is a storm, very broad storm coming on shore from the east and to the west, falling off only slightly in intensity. I don't think there's been a change in that for a while. The intensity forecast, I think we're still just what we are, which is a very minimal hurricane, if you will. The latest here, let me see if I can pull up the latest, and I'm just going to show it to you as I see it as well. It's 7 p.m. There is a little bit of new information here. At 7 p.m., the National Hurricane Center did say that we have 980 millibars, which is exactly where it was. Winds are borderline hurricane at 75 miles per hour. Still, the headline is, it is a very dangerous storm surge that's associated with it. Some strong winds in the Grand Bahama Islands that moved through a little bit earlier were of some concern there as well. The public advisory says we have a westward movement at 280 degrees. That's 13 miles per hour to the west. And as it goes at this point, that's about 105 miles or so from West Palm Beach and about 20 miles to the east, northeast of the Freeport Grand Bahama Island. There are hurricane warnings in effect from the Abacos to the Berry Islands to the Grand Bahama Island, Boca Raton to Flagler, Volusia County line is what we were looking at. And the tropical storm warnings will, they'll be on the outer edges of all of that. That runs roughly from the Ocklawaha eastward, it looks like, as far as that goes. Tropical storm surge, that could be the case. Let me just read this advisory to you. At 7 o'clock, the center of Nicole was, again, about 100 miles away from West Palm Beach. It's moving west at about 12 to 13. A turn toward the west-northwest is expected later on tonight, followed by a turn to the northwest on Thursday, as the center of Nicole will move over the Grand Bahama. It's already done this. But the center is then expected to move across central and southern Florida into South Georgia on Thursday and Thursday night, into the Carolinas by Friday, with maximum winds of 75 right now, coming down as we move through the next 24 hours. The estimated central pressure is currently 980 millibars, and that's what is going to be the case as we go through the rest of this evening. Right now, here's what we got. X marks the spot, which again is 100 miles to the east. We're still expecting an H, or a hurricane, to come on shore as we go through the remainder of the night. Tonight, that'll move all the way back over to an S, which is a tropical storm, by Thursday at noon, 1 o'clock into the afternoon, right north of Tampa, St. Pete, it looks like, Thursday at noon. Then all the way up into South Georgia, near Bainbridge by 1 a.m. on Friday, and into the maybe Clemson, South Carolina by 1 p.m. on Friday is where that would be. All points to the east, we're concerned about severe weather. Every position to the east where we may have an oncoming or an onshore sort of situation to have a tornado or two that would come from that direction and move onshore. Right now you can see the rainfall totals expected to be in the 2 to 4 inch range, from really Tampa Bay on to the east, all the way up through Jacksonville and beyond into Cape Hatteras and into the mountains. Look, we've got some upslope that'll be going on. We'll have an east wind that'll be coming in that will bring upslope moisture. We'll wring it out as we get to the Great Smoky Mountains, and so there'll be some heavier rainfall from Murphy, North Carolina, all the way down to Asheville, North Carolina, because of the position of this low pressure as it comes onshore. And that's what certainly we'll be looking at as we move into the early morning hours on Thursday, as that goes further and further off to the north. Right now, I'll look at the radar image, shows the low pressure. It is offshore there just to the north of Freeport, and still has a continuing momentum that drives this thing on to the west. I put it in motion for you here for just a moment, and I'll show you what's going on in the short term and into the long term. Right now, the backside of the eye wall is moving across Freeport and beginning to start to show as some of the feeder bands just now coming on shore to West Palm Beach and Boynton Beach, where you can bet you some of the highest winds that you've seen so far all day long are taking place right now in these areas as this storm approaches pretty rapidly from the east, coming on shore at about 13 miles per hour. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of water, and I'll be back with you, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. If you have a question, send that to me. I'll pick that up and do the best that I can to answer that. And give me just a second. All right, let me try to answer some questions for you here. Gap Fatty? Gap Fatty says, we appreciate the numbness. Yes, my left cheek. Yeah, I got a little bit of a sore throat, but that ain't no big deal. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much for saying that. Mustang James says, brother, it's the 100% the best weather app on the market. I think so too. I really, they don't pay me, but I might get them to, because I really like this thing. I think it can help a little bit more with the whole situation here. So again, coming out of Port St. Lucie down to the south, there's quite a bit more going on with most of these thunderstorms that are off to the north there that are coming onshore. I can finally say thunderstorms because they are. These are all thunderstorms that are beginning to make their way around the backside, the upper side of this, and then fall southward. So kind of what is happening here at the moment with all of that, actually. This is going to be tremendous amounts of rain that'll be falling here, and I gotta believe, look how fast this stuff to the north is moving. So I gotta believe somewhere in here, some other stuff might be going on, and we'll just have to watch it. I got used to watching these a couple of days ago when we had that stuff coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. I got used to watching these turn into waterspouts and then turn into tornado warnings as they came on shore. This is a little bit different situation. This isn't. We had a cold front the other day that was causing a lot of that stuff to interact with low pressure that was nearby. But nonetheless, you sort of look for this. Much of the time, those tornadoes or waterspouts that do occur take some daytime heating in order for that to happen. And right now, we don't have any of that, obviously. Most of what we are seeing is the residual. We can still get some growth here. And in fact, if I just show you the satellite data here overall, putting that into motion, again, we see a little bit of an eye trying to open back up. It was occluded for a while there, but then again, beginning to see a little bit of dry air maybe there in the middle that's trying to sneak into the picture right before we go to making a landfall. That's a little bit different, something I haven't seen in a while, which is a clear, at least a somewhat of a clear eye beginning to show up here. There's a buoy right there. It's my third favorite buoy. It's called the and this is 39 miles per hour, gusting to 46 miles per hour. 39 gusting to 46 at SPF G1 or something like that. That's just to the west of Freeport. That's going to give us a pretty good idea of what's going on, though. Which way was the wind blowing? 290 degrees, so that's still out of the north a little bit at that point, northwest, actually. And the barometric pressure is beginning to fall. You can see the tendency now is a negative number, so that would tell us that the actual low pressure has moved away from Freeport, away from that buoy, and is on its way westward when you have a negative number for a pressure tendency there at that point. Was it a pressure tendency? Let me look at this again. Oh, the tendency is a negative number. That means it's getting lower as a pressure tendency. It wasn't a positive number. There was a negative number as a tendency, and I think I sort of read it wrong to begin with. Anyway, here's what's coming in, and as you look at it, there's a center location there. You folks who are watching us in West Palm Beach, you're still looking more and more like this is going to be a situation coming into West Palm in the Port St. Lucie region, somewhere in between there. If you were to look up, when this thing comes over, you'd be able to see stars perhaps, because once again, we've broken out. Actually looks like it may be over the last hour or two has become a little better organized, at least as far as satellite representation goes. That it looks a little bit more like at least a tropical storm might. It's still at the lower levels in the water vapor imagery. There's dry air all over the place being depicted by the satellite imagery, which just tells us there's very little organization with it as long as you got that kind of a situation. Notice on the east side of this, it's about to do a really nice smooth loop here, but notice the dry air that gets pulled into the system no matter where you are. And then right there at the very end, perhaps, it's at least maintaining. I don't think it's losing its intensity. I think it's kind of maintaining what it had overall, and that is still going to be the case. We still have one camera that is out there up there near Melbourne, Florida, that we are watching that still indicates to us where we do have some strong winds. We got the water coming up there. You can still see it off into the distance, the water level, and then there's this big area of goop coming in along the walkway there on the left-hand side of the image. That just goes to show you what's moving onshore, and some of that water is being pushed from the east to the west back onshore there in most all of these locations. But it's a pretty big deal there overall as to what is happening. It's a north wind. There really isn't any weather anywhere else, folks. Here in the deep south, it's all about this. It's all about this one storm system as it moves across the lower portions of South Florida, and then tries to come northward as we go into the overnight hours tonight, make a turn to the right eventually, and then back up into southern sections of Georgia. But right now, you do have the big area of precipitation, the spin, the low-level spin that's occurring around our low center, which is sitting right about here at this moment. Everything else is right here coming onshore. This will be where your beach erosion is going to occur, where the high surf will be coming in. 18-foot waves just offshore at several of the buoys out here. So we know there's still some high waves that will be coming on shore going into the next couple of hours, and definitely something that would end up making its way a little bit further to the north and northwest, perhaps going into the next few hours. So pretty much, yes, UFOs do follow storms like this. I know this from experience. How bad will it be in Boca? I don't think so bad. I think you end up being more into a northerly flow in Boca for the night tonight. We'll just take a look at it. It's a near miss, or whatever they call it. It's a close call. But right now, Boca, you've got the actual flow is going offshore. You got an 18-mile-per-hour wind at Boca. That's being reported just a few moments ago with a wind speed of 32 miles per hour. A gust of 32, but it's going in this direction. It is not coming on shore, so these are not going to be the worst of the winds. The worst of the winds will be further on to the north. And that's pretty much what you have right there at Boca Raton. Also Coral Springs and down into the Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines area of Hialeah, where you got all of that coming in and moving offshore. So this is a totally different scenario than everything that's going on to the north up here in this area. Point Orange, no problem. Just inland from Daytona, I don't see you having a big deal with the wind there. You're kind of looking at the fact that there's still some surf that's coming in. I know I haven't seen any cameras out here, but I know there's still some surf that we'll be looking at and watching very closely all up and down this area. A1A going north to south and up into Flagler Beach. That is as far, by the way, as the warnings go as Flagler County, the hurricane warning that we are talking about. And then further down to the south, you have this all the way down into Melbourne. We're looking at Palm Bay and the Sebastian Inlet and Vero Beach region, Fort Pierce, down to Port St. Lucie. And if you look off to the east here, you can just see the storm as it's approaching ever so slowly from east to the west. Just a huge arcing area here, if you will, that is very indicative of what is a horrible, horrible situation of a hurricane. It is not a hurricane to be proud of by any means. Not that there is such a thing, but it's just, if you're going to be a hurricane, you're going to try, this isn't it. So that's coming on shore, and that is good news, actually. We're not looking for any kind of severe weather to hit anybody by any means, and it is good news that it has continued to somewhat weaken. The bigger this eye gets, the less likely you're going to see hurricane force winds. I don't think we've had a report since the one that we had earlier that was 66 miles per hour. We had a report up here just to the south and east of Titusville that had a 66 mile per hour wind at that point at a height of 54 feet. That's a little bit off the ground, but 66 so far, I think, has been our maximum wind speed. There's a 60 mile per hour wind from the northeast at a height of 54 feet as well on a platform. And then the further south you go, the more you run into these 20s and 30 mile per hour sustained winds. There'll be some gusts up into the 40s, but sustained, coming out of the same direction, the same speed as 24, 25 miles per hour at some of these locations where it's not really congruent to what's going on outside. What are the big worries here at this point? I think your worries are basically whether or not you can sustain 4 or 5 inches of rain. I think that's inevitable in many of these areas. I think also the winds, if they don't get any higher, we'll be looking at 60, maybe a gust of 70 on occasion. I don't think it's just producing 75 mile per hour winds anywhere within this whole system. We'll find out soon enough because the northern fringe is about to come on shore, and when that does, we'll really get an idea of what's going on. Port St. Lucie, you're going to be ground zero here for the first batch of winds that could reach hurricane force, and the National Hurricane Center has somewhat suggested would be our area there for that to be the case. I want to show you once again some live, it's not live. I should, well, I don't have any way to take out the word live. This Brett shot this earlier in the day today of a public restroom. Where's his other video he shot? He shot something interesting a little bit earlier. And that is not it. Let's see. Watch this. Boom! I don't know what that was. That was some sort of power flash. I don't know if it was an arcing because of the wind. I'm not really sure what drove that to happen, but it was an unbelievable situation there to be caught on tape. And then Brett was back into the bay. This is the Indian River coming into the bay there just on the southeastern side of Sebastian Inlet, and what was coming on shore into the bay was a big chop. These are waves that were 1 to 3 feet of chop into the bay area, much higher out on the ocean side. That's coming into the bridge that goes over the Indian River, and he was fortunate enough, transformer. He was fortunate enough to send a drone up, and the drone survived these winds. These are some pretty gusty winds, 25, maybe 30 miles per hour from time to time, but the drone goes up and is able to sustain and maintain the high winds, trying to blow it back over to his vehicle at that point. This is buoy 1 and 2, red right returning. Don't ever forget that. And especially now, what you're looking at is as these winds were coming on shore, notice how the seawall there was trying to, well, and it wasn't trying to, it was taking care of all of these waves as they came on shore. But then you'll begin to see some evidence of the old storm, of Ian, from a couple of weeks back when they had high tide there, and a lot of these sailboats, the actual water, if you think about it, the water direction was pretty much this same direction. The flow was this same direction while Ian was well off to the south. It had to be down near the Keys in that direction to send these boats onto shore like this. And it had to be a pretty high tide in order for that to happen as well. And it would take another high tide like we've got tonight and an appreciable amount of water to probably get these off. I know if there were folks there who were trying to get to their vehicles or get to their boats at this point, that would have been the time to do it. It would have been right there where we have the high tide and the king tide in some areas that would allow these to be pulled back out again. They've got you got to do something with them, and I don't know how they're actually going to get rid of those, but I'm sure there's a hole or two in the bottom of these boats. But nonetheless, that's what we're looking at there with the whole situation. Brett has disappeared on me again, but we'll be speaking to him once again. He is out and about watching what's happening at the moment that I do too. I think he's driving around in this stuff near Boynton Beach. Now, here you can see we do have a northerly wind flow. This is a north wind that is blowing in on the back side of this system, that's producing these really high winds that happen to be right here and across this whole thing in the short term, but that'll be a parallel wind to the coast that will change as we move a little bit further in time. So kind of watching all of that as we move along through the rest of this, and then back down again across the western side of this whole situation here. There are other thunderstorms that we're watching too. We've been watching the other thunderstorms that are further and further to the north. And we'll be keeping those in mind as we go through and into. Now, this is what we had a little bit earlier this evening when we did, in fact, have that situation where we were borderline going to be, whether or not we were going to be a tropical storm or a hurricane or whatever the case may be. And still, we are right on the border of both, where we have a 75-mile-per-hour wind, and the situation is pretty much what you see is what you get there. Let me show you this, though, if I can. We'll bring it back up full here to show you. This is what happened to the camera there. This is one of the surge cameras from 8:35, and then boom, big wave hits it. This is Coconut Point, south and east of Merritt Island. Coconut Point right there, and watch. That is the 2x4 at the bottom of the screen of a staircase that goes down to the water, goes down to the beach level. And bam, right there, it took a wave and knocked it off. And I think we're laying on our side right here. The actual ground is on the right-hand side, and the staircase is no longer. So that happened. That just happened not that long ago. And, it all takes its toll, especially after just being battered over and over and over again there. When that came on over that area. So I'm meteorologist David Neal. Been here with you for a while tonight. Great questions coming in from time to time. Trying our best to keep you up to date. There's some more information here about, let's see. I had no idea. Mustang James says, I had no idea they had that kind of damage on that side of the state. The hurricane Ian came in on the western side of the state of Florida, down to the southwestern side, really. But the winds were pretty high coming in off of the ocean again and coming on shore, and did, in fact, cause. Brett was even telling me that still some evidence there, even as far north as Daytona Beach, of what happened with Ian as Ian was coming on shore. And in general, moving throughout the rest of that area there, too. So still watching what's happening there across the rest of that area there, too. Let me see if... let me see what's going on now. I'll throw the radar back up here one more time. I'm going to let the radar loop for just a second, I think. Give me one more second here for the radar. And I'll bring it back. There we go. There's the radar. Let me loop this for you. I'm going to back out just a little bit more to show you the whole big picture. But what we're looking at basically is a landfalling tropical storm hurricane beginning to show up. The western eye wall, if you will, not too far away from West Palm Beach, but coming ashore as we speak here, with the worst that it has. I think you folks in West Palm are probably feeling some of the worst of what we have. All right. See, hold on for just 1 second. Let me see what I got here. I apologize. Give me 1 second off air. Good. All right, Drew, I believe you're back with me now, and how was dinner?
It was good. Cold pizza.
Mm.
And what's left over, an ice cream sandwich. So
I love those. I love that last 2 bites you got right there, too. Those are my
last
favorite.
2 bites.
Those are my favorite bites.
That's it. Yep. But glad to be
Mhm.
back and still trying to look at our storm reports. Still looking at the chat, trying to gather information while I was gone.
Well, good. You're a good man. Nothing's really changed. We're still looking at this thing sort of spinning up and moving on northwestward a little bit now. In a beeline again for West Palm Beach, the Port St. Lucie area. There's no reason to think. I mean, it's going to encompass both of them actually now. It doesn't look like it's just like a small area that's going to hit one or the other. You both get swallowed up by the center of this storm. I don't know if it's going to be any clear air in the middle of it or not. To be quite honest with you, I have no idea what's about to happen here other than the fact the wind's going to pick up as you get closer and closer to the center of the storm. Where's that going to be? Not so much at Fort Lauderdale. That's going to be, though, up near West Palm and the Port St. Lucie area as it comes on shore. And most certainly beyond that, we'll be looking at, more and more in the way of having the winds pick up all across the southern peninsula from roughly Lake Okeechobee right on up through the central sections of the state, including Lakeland, the Kissimmee, St. Cloud area, and then Orlando later on tonight. All right, Drew, I don't hear you now.
It helps if I'm not muted.
Oh, yeah.
That little red button at the bottom that
Then
was
there's
just
that. At least you
dancing at
admit
me.
it. Brett always says, it was a software failure. There was something there in the software that didn't make it. And I know he hit the button.
Staring at this red button flashing at the bottom with this picture of a microphone on it, thinking, what in the world is that doing? Never seen that before.
Anyway, sort of putting everything into perspective here, overall, we're not seeing a whole lot of change into the short term. I mean, what we really are looking at is the fact here that it's probably done what it's going to do as far as strengthen. I don't think we're going to really see much more of that going on tonight. The National Hurricane Center still has this thing. As you said, it's a little bit north of that area that they drew. Let me put that up on the screen here, if you will. The path of this storm as it comes in, you can see it edging a little bit out of the path. But it's because the eye is so freaking huge, the center of this coming on shore here, so you got a lot of leeway. You could sort of say you don't get this is like hand grenades and it's a big area that we're looking at. It's not a small area by any means. What is it, horseshoes and hand grenades? It's close, but it's still just huge.
Bingo. I was hoping we could get old Brett back on here sometime to get an update. I know I just got a text from Vince Welty. He works with us at Radar Omega. He is streaming live in the app as well. A lot of you have seen him on there this evening. Vince and Don is headed back out to check the area of the washed away surge cam. So we may be able to get an update from Vince here regarding that area, that stairway / walkway that we were looking at earlier. So we'll see if we get an update from Vince here a little bit later before we go off.
A little bit of slosh in our camera again there. This is the camera that is just southeast of Merritt, if you will, the Merritt Island area there, New Melbourne, that is producing some really high surf coming on. This is now probably beginning to be some of the highest surf, I would think, coming on shore. We're watching the radar envelop and bring all that back on shore pretty rapidly from the east to the west. And now the angle, if you will, of the rain seems to have changed just a little bit. It was kind of like due west-east. Now there may be a little bit more of an easterly component to that. We'll see that pick up as we go through the next several hours. Everything's going to change a little bit as we go into the next several hours. We're going to continue to see the winds shift and then come in out of the opposite direction, going through the next several hours into the overnight hours tonight. Right now, Basically, what we're looking at is a landfalling tropical storm / hurricane. It does have 75-mile-per-hour annotation with it as far as the National Hurricane Center is concerned, but such a huge, wide open southern part of the eye wall, dry air being sucked into this thing like a big vacuum cleaner at the moment, and it just doesn't have any opportunity at all to be a strengthening scenario. It is a weakening one for sure. Two things that are going to happen here is that, one, because of the dry air down to the south, will induce more thunderstorm development on the other side of that. That gets up here to the far northern portions where we'll see more and more in the way of lightning begin to occur up in here. We'll also see the likelihood and possibility of spinning that will occur. There's a lot of lightning right in that area there, if you will. And then back over here, these are all really straight line conditions. I don't see anything remotely spinning there offshore like it would be a water spout or anything to that end. And then down to the south here, we have more of the same. We'll go to the radar. Once again, the AMX radar coming in out of Miami, which shows us that all this is still moving in a very directional situation, nothing coming back toward the radar side in a small couplet by any means that would concern us with a tornado. There still is a slight risk for it, though. Up and down the coastline from about 2 counties inland all the way up into Jacksonville, Duval County, you're underneath that area that has a slight risk associated with it. So we'll be following that by all means going into the hours to come. Once again, radar situation shows you, for the most part, the low pressure is fairly well contained here, but on the outer edges is where we're starting to see some of the worst of the weather beginning to rotate around, coming on shore in the next few hours in banding features, and especially this one down to the south is the one that will have all the juice with it. Now, this one in particular might have more in the way of the heaviest precipitation that we'll find through the night tonight, as well as the highest winds. The maximum of everything could come with this one band as it comes on shore around Port St. Lucie. So if you're watching us there tonight, please keep us watching this. Please keep us informed about what's happening. If you've got any kind of information that you can pass along to us, that we'll pass along to your fellow man, we'll make sure that we pass that along to you. So that's basically where we are at the moment with what I see on this end here, Drew.
Yep, just got a couple updates. Storm reports. A1A is closed in Broward County, 2 miles southeast of Wilton Manors, due to storm surge flooding. It says A1A closed from Southeast 15th Street to Bayshore Drive. Also, storm surge report, Cordova Road in Broward County closed due to storm surge flooding between 9th and 11th Street. And the latest wind report, we've got another 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in Brevard County, 1 mile northwest of the Klondike Beach area. It was a tower 54 feet high, measured a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust.
I wonder if those are like cell towers. I've seen many of them that were 54 feet high. What is 54 feet high? 54.
That's a good question. I'm not sure where they've got this instrumentation located on.
I've seen it.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen 54 multiple times.
Multiple times I've seen 54 being repeated there over and over again, so I don't know exactly where that's coming from, but I guess if you're going to be...
That is above the standard. The 33 foot is the National Weather Service standard. So, of course, if you double that height, you are going to be getting a little bit more gusty wind speeds. So, I'll have to do some research to see what they're pulling that off of.
Here's a question. Does Florida have Bigfoots or big feet? Bigfoots. No, they're called swamp apes. Google it. They're called swamp apes. And I've seen one, maybe two. I just love being able to give out information here.
No pictures or video, David? Come on, it's not true unless you've got pictures and video.
I may have a picture. I may have a picture, actually. I could have a picture. I think I have a picture, actually. I'll look it up.
We'll have to drag that out for the next live stream.
Yep. Swamp sea. Okay. Please. Yeah. Check it out. It's called a swamp ape. Actually, I was with the, I can't tell that story. It's too long. I worked in Tallahassee. I was the chief meteorologist there at the television station in Tallahassee, and all of a sudden everybody started calling in and seeing a swamp ape that was not too far away from the campus down in Gadsden County, which is all the way down toward St. Mark's, in that area down there near the lighthouse. There's a lighthouse down there, and I went down looking for the swamp ape. I spent 2 days down there looking for the swamp ape and almost talked myself into seeing it. But let's get back to the hurricane. This is a hurricane, folks. We're still watching this hurricane. This hurricane right here, Drew. These are all true stories. I'm going to be, look, if you want to work with me, you're going to have to listen to a couple of stories.
Look, the comedy is gold, because that's something that I can't do. Love it.
These are true stories. There's nothing comedic about this. This is a very true story. And I'm going to have to drop these off.
Tell it.
I'm going to have to drop them off with you every once in a while. So
love it. Love it. Love it.
Anyway, what else? Not really any movement there at the moment. We've had still some lightning up here. Somewhat, should I say, non-eventful. I mean, it really hasn't been anything of concern. These are all hurricane warnings, which we knew all about anyway. But that's the only real warnings that we have of any kind here into the state of Florida. The circulation beginning to get closer and closer to shore. We're not that far away, actually, if you will, for the western eye wall to come on shore, 36 miles away from the western side of what we believe is the eye wall on radar coming on shore. And if we're moving at 12 miles per hour, that would be, you do the math, about 3 hours from now is when this would all be coming at least close to shore to West Palm Beach, which puts us at it's 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, which is going to be 1 a.m. It's so remarkable, Drew. 3 days ago, all the models were pointing to midnight for this thing to make landfall, and it still blows my mind at how accurate the modeling can sometimes be, especially when you got a system out there that doesn't even initialize yet. There wasn't even a low pressure out there when the models were beginning to say, hey, this is where this thing's going to be, which just is pretty incredible to me overall. The models are just getting so much better and better with time, especially the ones that involve climatology, that allow climatology to be involved, and they take those, more credit is given, I think, toward the climatology in the past, and I see those getting better and better over time. But right now, what we're looking at, again, as a whole, is some of these wind speeds. You can see the 20-25 mile per hour range up and down the line. Drew said there was another 60. What was it, 66, did you say?
60 mile per hour wind gust in Broward County about 15 minutes ago.
About 15 minutes ago, down to the south, we got a lot of 30s. These are sustained winds, gusts of 43 there down near Lake Worth. A couple of those others there are getting their act together here with some of the higher winds, but cutting off the moisture flow tremendously just south of Fort Lauderdale, the Hialeah area, and down toward Homestead. If you've ever been down in this region here, beautiful, beautiful part of the country, getting down into Key Largo. I had dinner down here at Garden Cove one time. That was before a couple of hurricanes ago, but going all the way down to Isla Mirada, and then I went down to the National Weather Service office in Key West and turned around and came back. But what a beautiful drive down the one. If you ever take that drive, take your snorkel with you and your mask and just pull over wherever you like. But going on upward, northward here to Lake Worth, 30 mile per hour winds showing up here just to the west of West Palm Beach at the PBI station there. That's going to be a 30 mile per hour wind with a gust of 43. North of there, up into Stuart, Florida, that's a 23 mile per hour wind currently with a gust of 35. Fort Pierce, still kind of the same. The Sebastian Inlet here, we're looking at 22 gusting to 33. And then everything else that we are looking at is up here around the Melbourne area, which is where our camera is as well, the one that we've been watching that's doing pretty well out here near Indialantic, which is going to be just offshore of Melbourne Beach. And we still have an image here that we can look at, a beautiful picture tonight, an infrared sort of a view of what is happening. You can see along the path there, a little foamy sort of a situation every once in a while. Haven't seen the water push up in there just yet, but you're looking at the sea oats there that are still, kind of flapping around there just to show you how much the wind is blowing, how high the wind is blowing into both of these areas. And then just beyond that, we go further and further to the north, and we run back into the precipitation falling hard here in some of these areas that are just offshore. Velocity data indicating to us no harm, no foul at this point. Nothing really is turning or veering or showing up as any kind of a velocity, a lock or anything like that. So it is what it is, which is a huge, honking, big, swirling, gigantic, freaking low pressure center, hurricane, a big C, an upside down.
I got nothing else. You hit everything right there that I could think of, and then some.
Just an upside down C that's coming on shore. It's a, it's like this thing's coming. So this is coming on shore here. What's going to be the worst of it? Is it going to be right up there at the very top, the apex of what we're seeing? Where is it really going to be? Is it actually clear underneath? I'd love to know if you're going to be able to look up and see any kind of light there, stars or whatever the case may be. If you're in the center of that, I don't think so. But the satellite, Drew, I don't know if you saw that. I went to the satellite again, and it sort of looked a little bit more like it had been spinning. Let me see what we got here. Like it had cleared out just a little bit. There's still a little bit of an eye there.
Look at that. That's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, so it rotated back around. I don't know if it actually cleared like this. I don't think that's high resolution.
And there may be some low-level clouds, too, that we can't see since that's infrared. But still, that's looks a lot more impressive than it did, just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, that's the clean IR. From the G16, the mesoscale, the one that's zoomed in, if you will, on our storm. Let me put that into motion just a little bit here so I can see what's. I love these. These they're every minute, aren't they?
Yes, every minute on the mesoscale sectors.
Yeah. I think if in West Palm Beach, in northern West Palm Beach, or just a few miles south of Port St. Lucie, if you don't look up and see sky, is there anybody out there who lives in that area? Who, if you comment, if you'll tell me, I'd love to know, and if you do, I'd love to see a photograph of it, if there is such a thing. Probably dark and you won't see anything. Well, it will certainly be dark. That's the one. That's the one thing I feel very, very confident about in my forecast is that it'll still be dark when this thing comes over land. So we're still looking for darkness. We're awaiting. Let me try this. Yeah. This is so weird. I don't know if it just interacted with Freeport, the area there, for a few minutes or whatever. I know they're having a big barbecue in Freeport. Maybe that had something to do with it. But at this point, it's come off of the island there, and it's moving westward pretty good now. We got a momentum, actually, that's beginning to. I think we're actually just moving with momentum. There's really no steering current that says why this is happening at this point. So momentum-wise, we're still lunging this thing over toward the coast. It's going to be coming on shore. Again, about when every model that suggested it was going to said so, which was at midnight tonight several days ago. That was definitely the case. So you've got like this sort of flinging frisbee that's coming on shore here with momentum behind. It's going to be crossing over, by the way. It will be making it on shore. It's not just going to stop at that point. Lake Okeechobee is over here to the left-hand side of things. Big lake right here. Maybe an effect there. This looks like it's going to be probably be a northerly wind to begin with at Okeechobee, but end up being more of a northwesterly wind that'd be coming across here. So if you have a boat or something docked there on the southeastern side of the lake, I'd be aware of that, as it does come on shore and gives you more of a northwesterly wind, as far as I can tell, happening there. And then the rest of the area there, too, I want to look at the low-level water vapor here. Just a huge area of dry air right there into the middle. So it is in an area here where it's just going to maintain. There's a little bit of warm water right there. The actual Gulf Stream does go through that part if you will, but there's really no potential. We're too close to land here for much to happen. It's interacting with land already, very likely doing so. And the clean IR just says that there is a little bit of growth on the north side of this, on the northwestern side of this, actually, at the moment. And so pretty much what we're looking at there at the moment is going to be a continuation. If you were at Jupiter Inlet there, you're going to be very close to it coming on shore here. Jupiter Inlet's just a little bit further north, but right in this region here, really from Sebastian Inlet down south through toward Vero Beach, if you will, Stuart, Florida, and then getting into the West Palm Lake Worth area, Delray Beach, Boca Raton, still areas there that we'd be looking at, and it's a complete shift over to the other direction. It'll be an offshore situation for the rest of the area. So that's what we go. Nama, yeah, if you go outside, I don't know where you are exactly, but that's the thing that I remember about being on the inside of an eye wall, is hearing the birds. Everything goes quiet, and then all of a sudden you hear all the birds, and they sound like they're like on your shoulder. It's like a Disney movie. All of a sudden you hear birds, they're chirping all around you, and then the deer come out to play, and it's like everything is all well and good for 15, 20 minutes. Drew, you ever been in a hurricane?
Ian was my first, believe it or not. Never had a hurricane assignment before that one, so I started out with a big one.
Were you in the eye? In the eye?
Did not get in the eye. No, I stayed out on the northern fringe and watched our cameras while they got
That's a good way to do it.
pummeled. I love the technology. I love these sensor packs. So yeah, I'd much rather be where I have internet and electricity to watch multiple views rather than getting in the eye wall itself. So I'm a little strange.
I got to show you. So I had a couple of flights with the 403 out of Biloxi, and I got to show you some of those videos sometime when we're like doing this kind of thing where maybe we run out of material for a few minutes, because I got to fly into the eye of a hurricane twice now, Hurricane Ike over Cuba, and I actually got to speak to the Cuban National Weather Service office. I talked to them on the radio. I sent down a stuffed cow, pretty big stuffed cow, down the tube. It had glasses, rain glasses or swimming glasses on it. I'm not going to say who I was mimicking when I did that, but I shoved it down the tube, and it went down over western Cuba. And I told the guy on the radio, I said, I just sent you a present, and he didn't get it. I think he thought it was something a little bit dirtier than that. But anyway, as it went down the tube and came back out, I then left a cow on one of the C-130s, the J. Hercules C-130s. I left a cow. I used to give away these little squeezy cows. That's another story in its own right. But I used to, the cow, so they started putting the mileage, and it had gone something like 8 million miles was the last thing that I heard. Now, it's probably deteriorated by now, but it had been on so many trips up there. Colonel Chad Gibson, who was an intern of mine in Chattanooga, Tennessee, he was the PIO down there at that time, and he used to take me on trips. And so now if you ask the colonel what he does, he says, I'd have to kill you. So we don't talk about it anymore.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool dude, though. You ought to look him up, because he's also an Elvis impersonator at the Hard Rock Cafe in Biloxi on the weekends. You may have seen him featured. He's been on several shows. He's been on the Weather Channel before, and some other shows, because this guy's got talent like in his pinky that I don't have. He's a singer. He's a songwriter. He can sing like Elvis, better than Elvis, and then he flies planes into hurricanes.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
What a life.
Yeah, what a life from Chattanooga, Tennessee. All right, back to the satellite image here once again. We take a look at what's going on. Again, the big swirl that's ongoing. We do have that buoy that's down to the south there. Let's check in on it and see what it says. This is my third favorite buoy. It's the SPGF1 here. It's at 290 degrees. That's basically out of the northwest. The wind is blowing there at 39 miles per hour, gusting up to 46 from time to time. And a negative number now on the pressure tendency means still falling a little bit. It's on the southeastern side of what we consider the eye wall. This is probably the best image we've had all day long of the center of the storm that I would say. You can actually sort of see the center of a hurricane is rarely just blue, a blue area. And I think as I zoom on in here, this is a pretty good depiction of what's going on. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more, but let me show you what I think you're seeing here is that inside of the eye of a hurricane are small little vortices that sometimes will be spinning around. They'll be all over the place. Just random, like kind of spinning around. Maybe I can find a satellite image on a clear day to sort of back that whole situation up. But I think I can see them here, unless it's just something that I'm creating. I think I see these little vortices going around and around inside of the center of this storm, which is another indication that we are seeing clearly down into the eye of this hurricane. There are these little dry pockets, these little arms that are still kind of bending into this thing right here. That's dry air right there, some dry air sneaking in right here, but that's all localized and minimalized at this point. There's really nothing that's going to have an effect on this in any sort of a detriment at this point. It is what it is, and coming on shore as it is, which is going to be, i.e., either a hurricane or a high-end tropical storm. I don't think they downgrade this until it comes on shore and they get some semblance of what the actual winds are going to be when it does so. So at the moment, that's what we are looking at. The brighter colors to the north here, look, these are thunderstorms. These are colder cloud tops, and in some cases, these cloud tops are into the negative 60, 70-degree range. When you get into these reds up here, we'll be looking at some of those numbers being super cold. Let me see, Drew, if I press, this is something I haven't done, is play with your color table here. But some of those, well, Drew, it doesn't work. Anyway, these colors here are going to be indicative of the negative 50 to 60-degree range. And I think some of these are going to be 60, negative 60 or even more, these little pixels that you see right there. But we'll, can I use the tool? No. Can use it, but it makes me look like one.
I think that's a future. Yeah, I think that's going to be an addition.
Yeah, thank you for telling me. I just went all in on that. Anyway,
couldn't figure out what you were trying to do at first.
Well, yeah, I want to query everything. So I do see there's a color table up here, but even touching that doesn't do anything. But I want to say these are, just because I'm kind of used to them, those are going to be cloud tops that are going to be in the like negative 60, 70-degree range. I think they're very, very cold cloud tops anyway, which just tells us that we do have rising air there. We've got the colder cloud tops indicating where we have most of the thunderstorm activity and the adjacent really heavy rains that are appearing here as well. And then the center of the storm, that's about the best image I have seen all day long today, giving us an idea of representing where this thing is. In fact, it is the best image that I've seen so far during the day today of exactly where this thing is, just hours before coming on shore here, Drew, as maybe a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. So, Sarah, the eye wall is not falling apart. If anything, I think it's really trying to say a final last hurrah. It was maybe going through a restructuring phase when we saw it. It was a little bit immature to do that, but I think maybe when it was coming in from the east a little bit early, it had collapsed. The eye wall had fallen apart from it. A new eye wall might have been trying to reform toward the center, and maybe that is what is trying to take place here in the last few hours as it comes on shore, because concentrically, it looks about as well. Let me just do this. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. And when you look at a storm, you look at it by the quadrant. And when the quadrants look very similar to each other on the opposite sides, it's a mature sort of a situation. It's more mature than if it was just oblong and all over the place. We have quadrants that look equal, that are looking a little bit more concentric, and the center of the storm is looking quite a bit more like a center of a storm. It is still very broad. Put the do this and put the distance in there. Oh, I got to do this, Drew. You'll have to help me. We'll talk about that another day. So the distance is 39 miles now, 38, 39 miles. It was 55 or 60 a little bit earlier. So this is that deal that we were talking about when it comes to an ice skater bringing their arms together to create more force, more spin. And perhaps it's not a lot of data, but perhaps it's kind of the final hurrah for this hurricane before it comes on shore.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's looks better now than it has all day and all really in its entire life cycle. So interesting to see what happens in the next few hours when we get that eye wall coming ashore and the center of the eye, as you said earlier, to make official landfall. Still not able to pull in any other reports. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust just occurred again in Martin County, Florida, but nothing higher than that in the last several hours. Maybe we can get a ground truth report. Looks like we've got Brett back in the room here,
See
so
that.
maybe we can get some information from him from his location and figure out where exactly he is.
All right, let me effort getting him on here, Drew, and I'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Brett,
Perfect.
Well, I hear your car. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I do, Brett, and it's so good to see you. Your head is much larger than it was before. I don't know what happened, but there you go. Now it's the same size as mine. That's all I really care about.
It's the same size as yours now, David. You can
Brett,
feel okay
look
about
at
it.
this. Now, this is the mesoscale from Radar Omega. This is about as well as an eye that I've seen it all day.
Yep.
It's down to like 35 miles wide. There's a little bit of it's not much, but there's a little thunderstorm cluster trying to pop on the northern side there.
Oh yeah, Dave. And a matter of fact, there's a little bit of dry air there. I think we've had somewhat of a concentric eye wall type structure. That eye though, that's 35 miles wide, is really starting to look great. Melbourne radar and Miami radar look really good, compared to anything that we've really seen today. And I'm in Vero Beach, where business has definitely started to pick up here. We've had wind gusts, I'd say, in that 50-mile-per-hour range, maybe a little greater than that. Finally got some action here. Our flow is still on the parallel side of the coast, so we're not seeing any of that storm surge or storm tide action that rise just yet. But I can tell you this: I did walk out. There's a place here. It's called Sexton Plaza at the beach. There's several restaurants, Ocean Grills out there, and there were waves that were rolling all the way up to the back base of the Ocean Grill and popping the back deck.
Yeah.
So if we get a storm tide rise with those type of waves on top, I got a bad feeling that we're going to deal with some issues here in a couple of hours once the center gets closer, because I don't think we've still dealt with the maximum winds that we're going to have to deal with here either. So definitely going downhill, like we mentioned, it would happen over time, but we're finally getting into that phase where blinding rainfall. I mean, we're having, to drive slower now because we're losing visibility. There's also no daylight. So, and sporadic power outages. We've seen numerous, blue and orange flashes. There was a light that just went out there. Blue and orange flashes, but the power doesn't seem to be staying out. So at least that's good news. The infrastructure seems to be handling it pretty well.
Yeah, that's good. And I would doubt that. I don't see this being that kind of an event. Like Brett said, I'm sure we probably still haven't seen the most wind so far that we've had. We've had like 66 to 68. I think I saw a little bit earlier there was a 68 mile per hour wind showing up, but that's a thunderstorm for many people. An afternoon thunderstorm,
Right.
you get that kind of a situation, especially down there in the state of Florida. They're used to having, those kind of winds, but nonetheless, this is the weirdest. Look at this. I mean, it's just this huge arcing thing that shows up on the radar imagery that goes, well, let me see. What does that buoy have right there on the tip? That's going to have a 46 mile per hour wind. They still have a negative 27 as a pressure tendency, a negative 27. I don't know that that's true or not. it ought to be rising rapidly there, actually. So we're going to take that with a grain of salt. Other than that, it is what it is, and I don't see why it doesn't just do what it's going to do the rest of the night tonight, and we just grin and bear with it and sort of watch what's happening here. I don't see anything spinning offshore, Brett. I've been watching very closely. Nothing spinning out there in any direction. Even Jacksonville radar, I was watching that. There's nothing spinning out there. It's just sort of a straight line situation. The winds were kind of high up there, just as high in South Georgia as they were all the way down here into Central Florida.
Yeah, I think one thing we're going to have to do though here over the next couple of hours, I think that situation of the potential for some rotating activity may change. If you look at the radar north of that eye wall, there's quite a bit of embedded dry air, and you've got a lot of cellular elements. I don't see a lot of it rotating in the lower levels yet, but those are going to come on shore from Satellite Beach, Palm Bay, Sebastian, Vero Beach. Up toward the north, up toward Daytona Beach, those cellular elements will come on shore over the next couple of hours. And I would not rule out there being a couple of tornadoes, because those are that's the type of look that you see on radar when we start talking about seeing some of those rotating storms. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that throughout the night too. David, do we have a tornado watch out for Florida at all?
I don't think so. I don't believe that we do at this point. I mean, we still have that slight risk.
Okay.
Let me look really quick here, and I'll just add it to the list and see what we've got. But I don't think there is an actual tornado watch. I'm 99% sure there isn't, because I would have seen it pop up. But
well, I can tell you something I did get a chance to take a look at that is of concern as well, that the people on upstate, up into Georgia, South Carolina, maybe even North Carolina, should keep an eye on. There's some indications with some of the evening guidance, because our surface low is going to be over central Georgia by later tomorrow night, really. Northwest Florida, or excuse me, the northern Big Bend of Florida, and then it moves off up into Georgia. Some of the short range models that we look at that did really well on our Texas deal, they're painting a pretty alarming signal there along the I-95 corridor, around the Interstate 26 corridor too, for the possibility of there being some tornadic activity that could be pretty sustained. So I would, if I were in South Carolina and Georgia, I would really pay attention to that too, as this continues to move off toward the north and east.
there's a day 3 threat there too, isn't there, into the Carolinas, into eastern North Carolina?
Yeah, I think so. I know that this system really begins to jet out of here on day 3. They have an early day threat, I believe. I think tomorrow evening and tomorrow night it rolls up Georgia, South Carolina, and then it really takes off. It gets caught up in the upper level jet stream, and it really takes off up into the northeast U.S. as we go forward from there.
So this would be the early part of the day. The yellow is a slight risk. That is a day 3 there, the slight risk that we're looking at. And then the day 2 for tomorrow is, this is what Brett was talking about, the length, if you will, from where I don't know, Smyrna Beach, then all the way up the coastline, about 100 miles inland. That would indicate that there's going to be spouts that will be coming on shore and extending that far inland, which is pretty much in a line that is just going to be to the right of the main track of the low pressure center as it goes right up the coastline there, which brings in moisture and spin and rotation for Savannah, for Charleston, for Wilmington, maybe even Columbia, South Carolina, into the afternoon tomorrow, especially during the heating of the day, is when that really becomes a likelihood and a possibility, when you start talking about the out feeder bands that will be coming on shore, going further and further into the period here as we do see it. Brett, that's what we got right now, and I don't have anything other than what you see here. We got 33 mile per hour sustained wind just south of Port St. Lucie with a gust up to 48. That was just a few moments ago. But the worst of this does seem to be in that region that we were both talking about, where some dry air has been entrenched, and these are a little bit cellular now.
All right. That also concerns me, though, because when you get dry air that kind of goes in, because you mentioned this may be this eye wall, this storm's real last hurrah off the coast. Once you get some dry air entrainment there, those winds, they tend to try to mix down those really strong ones, kind of like thunderstorms, where you get mixing. And when you got a little dry air there, we might really start seeing some of those really high wind gusts again on the fringes of the eye wall as it comes on shore. That's the reason we progress down toward the south a little bit. I think we're probably going to end up a little bit northwest of Port St. Lucie for this landfall. Again, looks really, really like areas near Vero are going to take it on the chin as this comes in. And honestly, Satellite Beach, that could be that area that gets that surge where that flow starts to turn more perpendicular. Um, Satellite Beach and Melbourne, those areas need to be really looking at that possibility over the next couple hours.
And we will indeed. Let me, I want to go back. One of the things that was helping me out a little bit more than anything else was the satellite image there just a few moments ago. It had a much better depiction of where I think the center of this storm is at the moment and coming on shore. This is the mesoscale, if you will. The one thing we were looking at, the clean eye art that tells us that there is an area right here, maybe a few thunderstorms trying to blow up on the northwestern quarter of this storm, if you will. As you can see, there's a little bit of that color enhancement. It's trying to wrap in around the western eye wall. If this, candies and nuts, whatever the case may be, but it does look like now for the first time the eye is being considered as a whole here, because the eye was really just sort of its own little deal during the day today, where no rhyme or reason, it just showed up as a rotating mass. But this has some structure, Brett. This looks like it's trying to come up with a CDO here.
It does, and again, this is more indicative to me of a later season tropical system slash subtropical, because you're not getting the immense amount of cold cloud tops around the center of circulation like you would with a more dynamic, powerhouse type hurricane that's really stacked well. Your convection in this is you're seeing pulses, like you mentioned there with the northwest eye wall. You got a pulse of thunderstorms there, so those cloud tops are colder. But overall, a lot of your cloud tops are really modest. So you're not seeing just, again, it's one of the reasons we just haven't seen a really big shield of rainfall or anything come in today. We've seen more showery activity until we get really, really close to the core. Now, up to the north, as the center comes in, that moisture is going to continue to pump off the Atlantic, and it's going to pump all across the state of Florida north of the center of circulation. So you're going to see probably more rainfall as we go forward, even into the day tomorrow, maybe as the center passes by up north, than you saw during the entire system.
Well, let's talk about that, because a lot of people aren't just hanging on the coast here. A lot of people are out and about. They're going to be, through different parts of the state of Florida and what is kind of projected and expected in these areas. And I'll just go back to the HER model, which sort of gives us an idea of timing specifically, and put this into motion here just a little bit over the hours to come. And so it more or less has what we all knew is that the western eye wall would probably be on shore at the midnight hour. That's 1 a.m. Coming in just north of Port St. Lucie, and then working its way northward across the rest of the state, south of Palm Bay, working its way, Brett, by about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, very near Orlando. This is getting up in Deltona, the Villages, over to Bushnell, into that Dade City, Lakeland area, still with some spin, some rotation there. And some of this super heavy rain is going to be on the outer edges here from Bradenton on northward. It's not going to be a pretty day in especially central and west central Florida due to this track.
Oh, no doubt about it. And then again, as the flow changes and goes on shore on the East Coast, the rain shield may be, but you still got to watch in those areas. There's going to be banding features. You're going to have to watch for some of those cellular elements, for possibility of tornadoes, heavy rain damaging winds, gusts, still even across the eastern side of Florida with that'll train on shore for some time until the center really moves off toward the north and west. So this is going to be a daytime event too for some of these areas. So don't think because the storm's going to make landfall tonight that the threat is over. It's going to go well into the day on Thursday, and it will really start to clear out some as things move off toward the north and northeast by the day Friday.
Yeah, that one little fetch area there too that'll be lifting northward across South Georgia has water spout turned tornado written all over it. No matter where you kind of look at it, there still the HER tries to take the center of this thing back offshore, but that won't mean a thing. By this time tomorrow, it's not an area where it's going to rejuvenate or anything like that, but it would bring heavy rainfall as far west as Tallahassee, Panama City, over to Mexico Beach, Apalachicola, the Dog Island, Carabel area there, if you will, in St. Mark's, near the Spanish Fort. Would be heavy rainfall down there in the northern part of Apalachee Bay, very shallow bay there. And this is when, on the back side of this, I can't go any further with this particular model unless, well, I can go down here and just take a look at the 0Z because it goes much further. But the back side of this, right about there, is when we're looking at the onshore again. This is when they are projecting this to bring more in the way of storm surge. At this point, that's where your water is going to be coming into the eastern side of Apalachee Bay, Steinhatchee, northward, all the way up into, the southwestern side of Wakulla County, and all the way over to St. Mark's through the Lighthouse area. This is the area that we were looking at that also had a storm surge probability with it that was included into the forecast data as it passed on by. So that's where we are again with all that. The modeling shows that thing zipping on off to the northeast, as Brett was saying. And again, right now, if we look at some of the current conditions, we're still under the influence of a northerly wind all across eastern sections of the state of Florida. It's a north wind now at Palm Bay. It's a north wind at Port St. Lucie. West Palm, you got a due north wind there. But any mile further south you go, back over toward Fort Lauderdale, into the area there that is down to Miami, that's more of an offshore sort of situation that would be bringing more in the way of a westerly wind, which is pushing water away from Miami, away from South Beach, away from anywhere down in that really southern part of Dade County at that point, Brett.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about that. That's one of the things that we really watch for because we know just how quickly things change when it comes to the wind. The wind is going to shift, and once that wind shifts, it can be really dramatic. Now we got some power flashes going on down here, Dave. Just to the south here. Let's see, where are we at? We're almost Fort Pierce. Anyway, you're going to see that wind shift, and that's kind of what we're concerned about here. Is once the wind shifting comes onshore, that can drive the storm surge in the water inland. That's what we want to, really be careful of because it's nighttime out here now, and we're already starting to see some of the flooding elements evolve here from, just fresh water. So now when we add the surge element, once the wind shifts, that can change things very, very rapidly.
Be more of that coming through the rest of the night tonight into the early part of the day tomorrow too, and Brett was just talking about. But the danger areas seem to be lifting a little bit further north with each and every mile this thing comes westward, especially when it comes to the fact that we're looking at a lot of this now beginning to break up down to the south. That all that dry air is beginning to get entrained in the southern part of this, and it's no longer really much of an afterthought. I don't think you can end up with hardly any rainfall at all in Miami. So much drier down to the south there. Fort Lauderdale, we got some rain coming through there at the moment over to Coral Springs and the Boynton Beach region. West Palm Beach still. There are breaks showing up there. It's not a continuous, complete shield of rain. The breaks that are showing up are showing us that, and then off to the north we go, and we can find a few more areas there that we were looking at too, where we have some of the higher precipitation totals that are showing up. Live camera again. This is just outside of Melbourne, Florida. We're looking out at the beach there, straight off into the distance. If you were to go Straight ahead, you'll be going due east, I believe. The beach seems to be parallel to that camera there at the moment as everything is moving on. We had a creature there into the shot a little bit earlier. Had so many people guess anywhere from a frog to well, there was a Sasquatch, a swamp ape, a chupacabra. Everybody went through their idea of what the animal was like. Brett, I don't know if you saw it, but it was pretty scary. It was a bunny rabbit, to be quite honest with you. I'm 99% sure it was a bunny rabbit. But anyway, that's that camera there that still has quite a bit of action ongoing there across that area. What are you filming, Brad? I want to know.
Dealing with some winds here. Give me just a minute. I got to try to get this natural sound here. There's an area close by. There's an area close by that's got some power flashes. We were just seeing some pretty big blue flashes here, so I was working to try to see if I could get some of those on camera. And we actually ran through a little area of flooding here just a minute ago. We're going to turn around and take a look at that real quick. And I mean, this is kind of some of the more dramatic stuff that we've seen. Which again, not a ton yet, but it's gonna change. I'm telling you, it's gonna change rapidly. If anybody knows how quickly conditions can go downhill when the wind goes on shore, it would be me.
Yeah, I've heard. Am I allowed to talk now?
And you.
Yeah. Yeah, we both know.
Go for it.
We both know. Thank you for reminding me of that whole situation, Brett. That's a lot of therapy. But anyway,
no, Rama.
It's the one that had the therapy. What? Am I allowed to talk again? You really make me feel bad when you do that. Shh.
You can talk. I can't talk. You don't understand. I can't talk. You're in my ear. You can talk all you want.
Okay.
Talk to your heart. Talk to your heart's desire. And I'll listen to you. But I don't know what that was.
I have talked and talked and talked.
We're here.
I've made some really close friends over here. Anthony's my friend. Nama's my friend.
Good.
Brian Andrews is Nama's friend. I think he likes me okay. Sarah says I'm full of it. Joshua says it's picking up. There's a lot of comments being made over here. Anti-crazy says Florida always has the most luck. Gap Fatty, my friend Gap Fatty says that the wind changed direction a few moments ago. And Ekankar says swamp apes. I'm going to check that out and Google that, like you said. So I made some friends over here. I appreciate all of y'all who are watching out for us tonight, who are moving along here with us. Brian Andrews says he knows Brett pretty well. I don't know anyone else but you, Brett, but now I know David, and he owes me money. Where'd that come from? I owe him money. Hey from Asheville. Christina says, hey from Asheville. Is that Asheville, North Carolina, Asheville, Alabama, Asheville, Kentucky? Which Asheville?
All right, here we
Christina?
Yeah, we got business is picking up out here a little bit.
You still using that funky camera? North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina. That's up there. I love Asheville. I used to do the weather over in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I'd go over to Asheville to speak on occasion. It's a beautiful place over there near the Biltmore.
Biltmore.
Yep. Been there, done that. Sorry, Christina. I said Broadmoor. That's in Colorado. But yes, I've been up there. Are the leaves beautiful up there right now, or are they gone, Christina? I know that's a stunning sight over there. What up, Dustin? Dustin says, Hootie. No, he doesn't. Dustin says, howdy, from Morgantown, West Virginia. Hootie.
Morgantown.
Mark Bush says, hello, what's up? What's up, Mark? How are you tonight? We're sitting here watching the storm with you
Man, that was
tonight,
odd.
and trying to get an idea of when we're going to have a landfall of this semi wacky. I'm going to dream about this tonight because it's just not supposed to be like this. This is the weirdest looking hurricane. This is that's about as wide of an eye wall as you'll ever see on radar. On a satellite here, let me do that as well. I'll go to the satellite image here and show you, because we had a better representation, I think, on that whole clear IR there a few moments ago. Still a little wobble that's ongoing. Like Brett and I were talking about, the colder cloud tops show up into the greens and yellows, and they were trying to wrap around this a little bit more. We'd call that a CDO, a central dense overcast that would wrap in around the storm like that. Brett, I don't know, and maybe you could tell me whether or not they're still flying. I know they probably suspended because it was over Freeport there for a little while, but they don't fly over
They actually
land.
were still flying even over. Well, they didn't fly over top of Freeport, but they were still flying
On the northern part of that eye wall that was hanging out over the water. But
yeah, we can't go this way. It's dead end south, right? Yeah, this dead end like 2 feet.
so the my third favorite buoy is the SPGFF10. SPGFF1. That's my third favorite buoy tonight. It's reporting 55 miles per hour. They had a gust there of 55, and that's not far away from the actual center, what we believe is the center of our hurricane. Now, the pressure tendency still has a negative number. I'm not a fan of that, because if it's moving away, the low pressure is moving away from there. It should be a positive number. It should be rising rapidly, actually, an RR. Showing up there, but nonetheless, I don't know how old that data is why I say that. It says 9 o'clock. Is that 9 o'clock my time, your time, mountain time, Pacific time? That's going to be 9 o'clock. Well, it'd have to be central time, I suppose.
9 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, it still says there's a negative 1.6 pressure tendency. That should be rising rapidly right there about this moment. The Inner Light says hello from West Palm Beach, Florida. Nama says fingers are
The Inner
crossed.
Light. That sounds like one of your old bosses.
The Inner Light. That was
Yes.
That was 2 wives ago. Home base in Connecticut, but just flew into Naples to visit family for today. Visiting family there in that area. And we are tracking Nicole. Brett, I'm so glad I've got you. I'm so glad I've got you on air now, because I didn't have you earlier, and I was kind of alone. I'm about to lose my voice.
I know you were sad. I hear that. You sound raspy, David. You're losing your touch.
Yeah, I know. My chest is actually.
I'm joking.
I got a little chest pain going on here right now, and it's because I've been talking so much. But I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done this kind of a long form. I don't know how long I've been on the air, like 14, 16, 18 hours at least.
Oh, no. How long have you been on?
6.5.
David, I'm going to tell you.
7 hours, it says.
For
what the?
7 hours and 32 minutes and 29 seconds.
Did you just hear the voice of God? Did you just hear somebody in your ear?
He was trying to tell you something.
Did you just hear somebody in your ear?
I think so.
Was that you, Drew?
Yep.
That was me.
Oh my God, he's producing. Wow. Nice to have you, Drew. When I saw you come up a minute ago, Drew and I are so weird about when you actually show up again in the picture. We're like, go to him right now, because he's probably not going to be there but a minute, especially if there's a McDonald's open somewhere. And so I just threw him off to the side. He was in mid-sentence, and I threw him off and picked you up.
I've got to keep my figure, David. I don't really understand what your problem is with my McDonald's and my Arby's and my Subway. Nah, that's exactly right.
Number 8? What figure are you talking about?
No, it's the number 10. It's called Penny McNuggets next time we get a chance to have them.
That's not funny. That's not even funny
Penny wouldn't appreciate that. I
at
know.
all.
I just,
I ought to go get
yeah.
Penny while we're in a lull, and while I need to walk, I should go get her because she was.
You probably should. I think
very
it would be a
comfortable.
great idea. Guys, David's got this weather chicken, and it basically gives him all the information that he's giving you now.
Drew, can I go get Penny?
Well, I think it's a good time to go get Penny.
I need to walk for just a second. Brett, can you handle things while I'm gone?
Probably not, but I'm sure me and Drew together can.
Is Drew going to come in here?
I'm in, but I agree. I don't know if we can handle it, but we're gonna maybe we'll try.
Well, let me
Okay,
move
we
this
got-
forward a little bit. I got to go
Let's see,
ask
where we
Penny. I don't make her do anything.
This ain't ponding. This is the water off of the Deadgum Bay that's coming in. I think there was a fish that just jumped in the middle of the road. Hold up. Yeah, there's water. Well, I think so. Hold on. Oh, my bad. That's the back. We're moving down here around Fort Pierce, just off of Coon and Jack Island here, and it's honestly crazy. We just saw a raccoon a few minutes ago. We can't go this way because that bridge is going to be closed. But we just passed the U.S. Navy SEAL Museum down here a few minutes ago. Really interesting off the A1A with a giant submarine that's kind of sitting up on a pedestal. Pretty cool little sight. I feel like this is going to be one of those areas. It's going to be a problem, though. Oh, yeah, there's some water. I don't want to go across this bridge because I don't want to be able to not get back across it because we're out on the barrier island here right now. And there's water coming up it right here. I just saw waves coming up to the roadway here. Off to my right, I'm gonna let Mr. Heath have a view of this. Since he's driving, he probably couldn't see it because it was hard. But get you guys a view here on the stream too. Hold on. Winds are really cranking now, though. This has got to be, most definitely the most intense wind action that we've been through over the last little bit. Take a look up right down here. You'll see some little breakers popping right off the road. Right down in here somewhere. There they are. Yeah. Yeah, that's coming off of the intercoastal area. That's the Indian River ahead of us. Well, dang. I don't know. There's a lot of water on the road right here in front of us, Drew, so don't really want to get stuck out here, so I think we're going to try to make our way back toward the A1A. And there was a big power flash.
And that's surprising what you said about the wind, picking up, because if you're in Fort Pierce, I mean, you're not really in the thick of the eye wall yet. So it's going to be fun to watch and see what happens as that continues to move your direction.
It's really weird because it was like it's one of the little cellular things that we talked about earlier. It's got a little bit of that wind mixing down to the surface here. There's some big water right here. We gotta watch it. Pretty big water right here. Is it? Oh, that's a cop, sir. Hold on just a minute.
Yeah, you do what you need to do, Brett. I want to jump in just from. I see what you're talking about. Nice little area right on radar, right over Fort Pierce. Heavier rain, and that is definitely getting some of that wind that's above the surface, mixing it down, and probably causing some. What would you say? Maybe 50 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe 60.
Yeah, that seems right, Drew. I mean, in this area, again, when you get closer to the coastline, you don't really have things that are blocking it. You don't have that land friction like right here. See if I can show you some of these signs here, which I don't think David's even got my video pulled up, which is fine, but I'm going to shoot some of these signs right here. Like,
What are you talking
That one
about?
worked. We're getting out here toward the coast, and we had a couple power flashes while you decided to walk away and get Penny. We had actual work going on, so Drew and I took care of it. Though it was no problem. It was great.
I just
It was
felt
just
something
wonderful.
disgustingly warm go down my back. I'm not
Is Penny
kidding.
on your neck?
She's on my back, but so is something I think Penny left me. Can you see
Oh
it?
boy, David. No, I'm really no, I can't see it.
I'm telling you, something warm just went down my back. Anyway, let me explain Penny here. I know we've got a we're still talking about a landfalling hurricane. We're not making fun of anything. This is my first break to take. Everybody else has eaten several times.
Yep.
This is my pet chicken, and I found this chicken doing the weather. Actually, I was up on top of a mountain doing the weather. There was 6 inches of snow on the ground, and this chicken walks up to me and she says, "Dave, I have no place to go." And she was underneath a tree, a limb. And so I put her in my car, and that was a year ago.
Go.
And she's been kind of my pet chicken ever since. Look over here. Can you say something? Um, say, hey, Brett. We've been practicing this one, Brett. Watch.
You should probably.
Say, hey, Brett. Really, she does this all the time. She says she can do this. Listen. You still there, Brett?
I am there now
Did you hear her?
for
She's
some
just
reason, but I'm there now.
Yeah, did you hear her? She just said your name. So anyway, she only does it once.
No.
But where we are at this point is, you know, you can lay an egg. Yeah.
She might. She sounds a little angry.
She's laying 2 a day, dude. She's very good.
Oh, nice. Nice. Very nice.
Oh my gosh. She did. She just left me a gift.
I hear her. She's a little ornery right now. I don't really know what's going on there.
Did she not leave me a gift?
I can't tell, to be honest with you.
Well, you act like you got something else to do. Shh. Everybody, shh.
Yeah, I'm just here.
Brett picked his camera up. Shh. Penny. Brett shooting. Anthony. Shh. Anthony's laughing.
Don't be a hater, Dave. Don't be a hater.
That's a beautiful camera. I wish I had one of those to show off with. Where are
It's
we
very,
right
very
now? What
nice.
are we doing? Basically, we're still looking at this thing coming on shore. Is there any change? Has there been any kind of a these heights, these wave heights? You see this one? This is just offshore at my 4th favorite buoy. It's 4111, 14. It's just offshore, 18 foot, Brett.
No kidding. I mean, that makes sense. When we were looking at some of those waves just a little while ago, they were really rocking up near Vero. So I'm not very shocked that that's taking place. And then again, as we were talking about a few minutes ago, you know, these winds, when we're getting these gusts, we're seeing little power arcs here and there light up the sky in blue. That's kind of continued. When Drew was on, we saw, you know, a couple of those out in front of the window here. So nothing too extreme just yet, but again, it won't be long. That eye, you can see that center. That center's moving. It's not taking its time any longer. Oh, big power flash. Hold on, this is right here. It was right here.
Where are you, B? Where are you exactly?
Let's see. If you look at Fort Pierce,
Yeah.
I am on the Barrier Island. I'm on right off Coon Island. Coon
Right.
Island and Jack Island. Jack Island's just to my north. And I am on the A1A.
Well, that's where that buoy
Flip
is.
it, yeah.
You know, that buoy's just offshore there, and it's got like an 18-foot wave coming in there. So that's right off of the shore there at Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, I'm having to be very, very careful about what we're doing here too, because some of these areas along the A1A probably just need to stop somewhere and see if I can't get a shot of that as it happens again. Um, Along the A1A, some of these areas are much darker. So, there's areas when you come into towns that there's some light, but there's areas that are a lot darker as you're going up some of those intercoastal areas where basically the road is kind of about all there is on the island. We've got on the Indian River there, the River Lagoon, that is. Um, there were several areas on both sides of the road where we had water. You got the Atlantic Ocean behind a couple homes, and then you've got the Indian River Lagoon where there's some piers and stuff. So we've got to be real careful once this wind turns to make sure that we don't get some parts of the A1A cut off, because we've got to get back toward the north. Once this starts coming in, otherwise we might be cut off legitimately and be here for a while.
That was already a trend earlier in the day today. I mean, A1A was cut off. It's so many places north of there. In fact, you were kind of up in that area, I think, to begin with. But
Yeah, yeah, up in the Daytona area earlier. That area just south of town there were places that dealt with some issues, and I think Ocean Avenue up in Vero got cut today too. So part of it is closed completely off, and 18-foot waves, and you turn the flow. You've got flow going, against those waves right now. But if you turn that with the flow, and you got a rising tide, you've got big issues when this thing comes on shore. So we want to make sure we're in a good spot to not get cut off.
good information.
Yeah, I think
You got a good
let's
signal,
see.
by the way. I don't know.
It's kind of crazy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's held up so well, to be honest with you. Let's see.
Doing good. Put this into motion again to show you just this huge area of spiral that's still ongoing, kind of wrapping around the backside of which is now over to West Palm Beach. That is an offshore wind at Boynton Beach down to Coral Springs. Offshore wind, folks.
Hey,
No longer do you have any problems with any storm surge coming up there. It's going to be just the opposite, going in the opposite direction.
you see what they're doing?
The center of the storm may be going along with the modeling that we saw a
Hold on
little
one
bit
second.
earlier.
Hold on.
Might jog a little bit to the north in
Watch.
the next little while, but it's going to be these outer bands, these northern outer bands, when they come on shore. Brett's
You
going to
got
be showing
orange
you
coming off those stupid things. You
what's
see them?
actually happening.
Do you see the orange?
You talking to me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't even know you could hear me. I had the mic muted. I didn't realize you could hear me. Sorry about that.
I don't mind hearing you. Your voice is like vanilla to me.
Wasn't that sweet?
Yep.
I am. I'm watching this power line beside me that's got a bunch of little weird looking colors coming off of it right now by the transformers.
And obviously Heath has swerved the vehicle around to where it's on your side.
Just a little bit. I mean, if I mean, I don't need my eyes, I guess, so it's okay. It's weird. It's a little orange. I don't know, a little orange, almost like it's shorting out. It's kind of not good. Oh, big power flash. All right, let me just zoom out because it's gonna happen.
Drew, are you still there?
I am.
How did I get the
Drew's
three of us
hanging
on
on.
here? That's pretty cool.
I was wondering myself, but I didn't want to jinx anything and say it.
Certainly don't do that. I'll get Penny off here in just a minute and put her down. She's pruning. Yeah, this. So I found this chicken, and she was hiding from the snow, and I put her in a car with me, and she was little. She was a little bitty chicken back then. Now she's like a 3-piece dinner with a biscuit. If you hold her right there, you're like that. I pay for that. Look right there. Look at that. Look at that.
Cops.
Holy mackerel!
Trying to move.
It's the cops. Just show them my chicken. Tell them we're doing a
Get in the right lane.
chicken
Right here.
documentary.
Yeah, we working. Hold on. Let's see if they're not working. No, not
I know
cops.
most cops.
Okay.
Let me talk to him. I know most of them.
Oh, they don't give me any issues. We were chilling in a spot, and probably wasn't the greatest spot to be chilling
Yeah,
in
don't
terms
do that.
of getting in position
There's no way
to see something.
you'll ever get down there.
What if these are generators? All these houses are lit up. They got lights, and honestly, I could swear I hear generators like roaring.
Maybe.
Did not think about this area likely having a lot of generator power.
David, if you've not noticed, you're getting a lot of comments about Penny in the chat.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
funny.
David.
Somebody said, look at that. There's some foul weather. FOWL. Why didn't you
Y'all
think
are
of that,
tripping.
Brett?
Think of what?
That joke. That's a pretty good joke.
Oh, I don't know.
Foul weather. You
I don't
never.
know. I don't know, man.
I thought you said all of them to me. Deb Pratt says, love the chicken. Thank you, Deb. I appreciate that. They were about to make me get rid of the chicken. But I haven't seen her all day because I've been in here. And I was supposed to take her for a walk today, and she's kind of pissed. So I figured I should spend some time with her. Can I say that on TV?
Spend some time with her.
No, the other word. She's about to roost, and in fact, in a few seconds, she will close her eyes. And neither of us will know she's here except for that really warm spot I got going down the back of my shirt.
David.
Yeah, Brett.
David.
What?
You're getting borderline inappropriate with your spots going down the backside of your shirt, buddy.
No, something bad happened back there. Something that may not
I'm
can be
sure it
fixed in a
did.
couple of days. It may be. I may have to take some time off because it went way down my back, and I don't
I
think
can
my belt
promise
cut
you.
it off. I don't think
I
my
can
belt
promise
cut
you
it off.
after
I think it went past my
after
belt.
right?
What?
I can promise you after this, I'm taking some time off. You're right. You need to take some time off too, Dave. Go get some speech therapy, and we'll get back at it next time we have an event.
Speech therapy?
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, one of those.
Wait just a second.
Hold on.
Wait just a second.
Yeah.
Brett, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 o'clock. We thank you for joining us here tonight on LSM and LSM TV and also Radar Omega Television. We appreciate you being with us. It's 10 p.m. Central Time, now 10:01 Eastern Time. We are still following this lethargic movement, this cold Aunt Jemima out of the refrigerator kind of thing moving to the west. Now, as it does so, it's just taking its time. It's broadening out into this huge thing I've never seen before in my entire meteorological career. A gigantic low pressure center is coming on shore here. I wouldn't be surprised if, what's going to arrive with this in the center of this storm? I know a couple of my people here were hoping that they would see birds in the center of the storm. I'm just kind of totally against this, personally. I don't know what else to do here. What else to look for? We're not making fun of the weather at all, by the way. We've been covering it very seriously through the day today. And if if we were to have a tornado warning or something, I'd shoo the chicken off my shoulder and we get back down on it again.
Yeah, there's just nothing, David. I've been searching and scouring for reports. Vero Beach, last report, peak wind gusts 54 miles per hour. So
Again, an
there's not
afternoon
a lot going
thunderstorm.
on.
That's an afternoon
Yeah, bingo.
thunderstorm for most people. Um,
Well, I mean, I got an interesting report for you. I don't know how true it is. Actually, I know it's not true at all, but with this imping source reporting that we've got going here, I see now we have snow reported in Satellite Beach. If anybody needed to know that there was anything bogus going on, there's some snow apparently falling in Satellite Beach up there. Actually, that's probably sea foam, if I had to guess.
I know that dude. That
Yeah,
guy's
I use
been
that product in my car too. It's pretty
that
good.
guy's been reporting snow for a long, long time.
I used to do that, I think. I won't tell anybody though.
Penny, what do you think? Can we call it off? Give them a
Well,
buzz down at the Hurricane Center and tell them to call it off, Penn.
I'm kind of wondering if we don't start proceeding back toward the north now, Dave. The eye is really starting to gain some latitude, and it looks like that main band, is gonna go.
Yeah, but there's
It's
nothing
gonna go
left
a little
with it.
north.
Look how thin it is. There's nothing there.
Oh, I bet you there's plenty of wind in that band. I'm telling you, we're getting rocked right now. I mean, we're getting rocked pretty good right now, actually.
Ow,
Let me
get
see
that. She got
here.
an itch. Good
I
girl.
don't know if you got the camera or can get the camera, but it's rocking pretty good here.
Oh, I see
Dadgummit.
there's a little.
Hold on,
That's the first dash cam video I've seen from you all night long today. There's a little bush there in the background. That
well, it's
was.
only been going for like 12
I
hours.
still can't get it. Drew, have you been able to get his dash camera? I haven't.
Just from his YouTube stream earlier, I was
Yeah.
watching it, but I haven't tried to look at it any other
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, hold on just a second. I've got a RTMP feed source that David should have.
I've been trying to get it all day. It's right there, but there's nothing there.
Hold on, David, because I can tell you, activity's pretty messy out here. It's getting pretty.
Love to see it.
Yep. Let me see if I can get you something, Mr. Dave. I'm gonna send it to. It may be easier for me to send it to you, Drew. Let me see. Just one second. Wow, because I mean, I'm telling you, we're getting popped with some gusts here.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, I'm rolling in. I'll put this in that messenger chat, Drew, David, whoever. Let's take this. Double click that bad boy right there. Try to turn. Hey, turn me on Project Red over there, please, sir. There we go. I feel like I'm in a action movie or something right now. All right, here's the link. Control. There's the link that needs to go in right there.
Is he talking to you or me?
Either one of you, whichever one can pull it up just to see that the link's actually working.
Where'd you send it? You said there it is
The
right
messenger
there.
group. The messenger group. That's your email because I know that you're you're still back in the AOL days where you need an email for it. So I'm gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you. And with the way signal gets out here in these storms, it literally may be one of those situations where you might get it tomorrow off my 56K modem. Not sure yet. All right, Dave. Screen. Sorry, guys, we're working on this. We had a little bug here and there. All right, message sent. So you should have it there in your email any time now, Dave. You know, this is still, from what I've seen, this is one of the longer storms I think that I've been in tropical storm force winds prior to a landfall. I mean, we've been pretty well in tropical storm force winds all day from Daytona all the way down. And because they were, I mean, really late last night, they started to move on shore. So we had those as we were coming in. When you pull that source in, Dave, make sure that you mute the audio on it because it's got audio going out. They're going out to it.
Yeah, and I can verify it did work for me and the player. So you should have it working here in a minute, David.
What are you pulling it in as a media source?
Try your VLC video source
Yeah, that's
there.
what I thought, and he doesn't like that.
I mean, if it works, use it. The media source works too. So I mean, the VLC video source is good.
Yeah, the media should, but if you can't get it to work there,
That's what I was about to say. Where do you paste it into there?
click that little plus icon right there, David, under playlist, and add path URL. There you go.
Add path URL. There you go. Paste it and then add it. There you go. That'll be easy. Or it should be easy. Or it
It'll
won't be
take
easy.
until I go over.
There it is. Or it won't be easy.
And make sure you mute that VLC video source there on the audio because you'll get some feedback if not.
Yep. Hold on just a minute. Yes, sir. Hey.
Mute yourself.
What? No. Yeah, way earlier. Where you at? In Melbourne?
No. Yeah, way
Oh, okay.
earlier. Where you at? In Melbourne? Oh, okay.
How about that, Drew? I just took his whole feed down. That's a pretty wicked win right there.
Maybe sustained, wouldn't you say? Maybe some gusts. You know, every now and then you get a gust, maybe 50, 55, it looks like.
It's fine right now. I'm fixing to go back up to Vero, I think, though, because I don't want to get stuck down here when this flow
Penny
shifts
agrees.
on shore.
She did. Did you hear?
Love it. I still am just searching for reports, and this is about as
Yeah, they had a fire truck up over there
We've got
at
another
one point.
Tower 3,
So
USSF Tower 3, 63 mile per hour gust, 5 miles northeast of Port Canaveral, Brevard County.
yeah, let's go.
As of
Yeah.
10 p.m. Central
Yeah,
Time.
I'm going up toward Vero. Because up here on Fort Pierce.
All right, I don't want to hear him talk. Can you hear him over the air? I thought I just muted him. I think he was desktop audio and I took him off. All right, let's just take a little tour here. No, not that. Double clicking even gets to be hard after a while. There's where the storm is, still offshore. I told you this earlier. I have an ongoing dispute with the folks from the National Hurricane Center about what is landfall and what is not. I always sort of figure the western eye wall is landfall, but they'll wait till the center of the storm comes on shore. Right now, you can see we're getting kind of close to having the westernmost part, if there is such a thing, of an eye wall on the west side. It looks like it's getting pretty close to the West Palm Beach area there, just north of Boynton Beach, where we got some wind speeds, 25, 30 miles per hour there into that area, even a little bit higher the further north you go. And then a south wind down to the southern part of this is also something. I can't hear myself talk. Are you through talking, Brett? To whoever it is. Hey. Are you back with us?
He
Slim.
said it ain't nothing but dunes protecting us out here. He said it's one of the dunes.
Can he not hear me? Hello, Brett.
I think he's breaking up. There we go. Now we can.
Check.
Yeah, do you hear me? Brett.
Check. I hear you.
Okay. Listen, don't make us listen to another one of your personal phone calls, please. You can do that on your off time, or you can mute your microphone. All right, where are we? West Palm Beach. Have we got anybody down in West Palm Beach?
We had somebody in the comments, I believe, about 30 minutes ago in West Palm. So let's see if they jump back in.
I didn't mute Brett. I muted Brett earlier. Now people are choosing sides. I didn't mute Brett because of that. I muted him because he was making a personal phone call, and I don't think he knew that all of us in the whole United States of America and beyond, I think we have people who are watching us tonight from Europe were listening to his personal phone call. So no, I didn't mute him because I didn't want him to talk. I muted him for his own benefit. Orlando here, and I'm scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared at all, Orlando. There's really nothing coming to you in Orlando that is off the cuff here. This is, Ian was such a tremendous storm. I know you had a lot of wind there. You had tremendous rain, 17, 18 inches of rain. This is not that at all. This is somewhat of a decent sort of a situation. It is the most fruitful situation, I guess you could say, at this point for a hurricane. It is a minimal hurricane, and you'll have to prove to me that there is any kind of wind whatsoever close to hurricane strength anywhere within the center of this when it does come on shore. Brett Adair is out there. He's going to have some information, but you are going to be fine there in Orlando. This is not a scary situation, or I wouldn't have a freaking chicken on my shoulder here tonight. This is a situation where we're just going to watch it with you, and as it comes on shore, if we see anything or hear anything that sounds, in a dire sort of a situation, we'd certainly pass that along to you as well to make sure that you know what is happening. But right now, it's a little bit boring. In fact, because we don't have any warnings. There's that one watch that it's a hurricane warning that's in effect, but might as well be a watch because, as Drew was saying a few moments ago, he has searched far and wide for something that looked like it was going to be near hurricane strength. We don't have anything like that. The only thing I can tell you where it might happen is this situation right here, where that northern eye wall would be coming on shore near Fort Pierce and near Port St. Lucie. That is going to happen here in the next little while. Brett Adair is out there. He's going to tell us what that is when it does come on shore, but there's no tighter pressure gradient to be seen than that right there between the low pressure that is right in the middle of this circulation and the high pressure that is off and to the north. If I just slow this down, there's the low, well, I'm drawing it in the wrong color. International rules say you have to draw this in red. There's the low pressure center, the adjacent area of spin that is rotating around like this. There's no losing it. You know exactly where it is when it comes on shore, and the only thing that might have anything associated with near hurricane force, and I'd be super duper surprised if that were the case, would be this one band, this one little feeder band right there. As it comes on shore, is it going to produce some high winds? Right now, I'd say no. I don't really have any evidence of that. The velocity data shows where we just don't have any wind speeds even closely getting near 70 miles per hour. Those are offshore, and I don't see it. And then if we go even a little bit further down to the south, let me see if I can find anything from the Miami radar looking northward. There's really no evidence of any of that really at this point anywhere close by. Now, some of this from time to time, we'll be watching for the fact that we might have a spin or rotation that could occur. That would be a waterspout turn tornado if that would be the case. And at this point, it just doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot of that either. There's no rotation, no spinning offshore that we were looking at. The buoy data we were talking about, where it had the 18-foot waves, that was at 10:56. That now says this morning. That's why it's turned red there. So that's super old data there. But here's some of the winds. There's wave heights at 4113. That was it a few minutes ago. That is offshore. And here's some other generated. There's a 65 mile per hour wind, Drew. This is the highest I've seen so far. That's a wind gust at 41,009, my favorite buoy of all time. That's the one that is just offshore there, Cape Canaveral, reporting a fairly high wind there overall. And some of these winds have now translated on shore, and we're just not getting any reports of anything serious. You folks who live in that part of Florida have put up with afternoon thunderstorms that produce this kind of wind or higher. So the reality is that at this point, not much has happened. That's a good thing that not much has happened. I'd much rather be sitting here telling you that all is well. Everybody's going to be fine tonight. We're not going to have any problems with that. But, you know, that's where we are. Deb Pratt says it looks like not much precip around the eye area. That's right. There isn't a whole lot of precip around it, which is just a sign. Listen, this is a sign. This is like as weird as it gets here. Let me show you how wide this thing is. And they just don't get much wider than that. That's 67 miles across from the southmost area to the northern side of what we call an eye wall, I guess, if you want to. This is a pretender. This is not a hurricane. This is a wannabe. It's just not going to be able to make anything other than what it is, which is a precipitation-free sort of a cyclone coming on shore here just to the south of Port St. Lucie, and doing so at only 10 or 12 miles per hour. So it's been, like I said, it's been so slow. I think my beard grew while I was sitting here during the day today. I can actually kind of see it on TV now, and nothing's just really happened very fast at all. It is what it is. So not making fun of anything, staying on topic. I've been on topic for 7 hours here about what was going on. It's come in. It's like Christmas morning and you didn't get anything. Well, this is kind of like anticipation that has been so high of what. And again, let me make sure I say this right, because it's not like I wanted something to happen. I admire the computer modeling that goes on here. I admire how accurate and succinct it can be. Days and days out, this thing. It's like playing a game of Sudoku. It's kind of like watching it and sort of figuring out what's going on. And, that was kind of the case. And it's late in the season. Nothing was really super ready for this. You have to have a large anticyclone aloft, a high pressure aloft. That wasn't really the case. We didn't see outflow in this at all until today aloft. So it didn't really look like much of an engine overall. But, just kind of looking at it there, it is pretty amazing. Yeah, there's a note on here that says the blank channel is really trying to hype this thing. That is the, let me read and make sure I read this right. The blank channel is really trying to hype this thing. I wonder why.
I think this is one of those situations to where if you're on a boat in the ocean or docked, this is going to be one of those beachfront wave storm surge erosion issues. Like I really feel like when we are set and done with the storm come tomorrow in the next few days, we're probably going to have some pretty serious damage, from what surge we've had and the waves, but that may be about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the, we've already seen damage from that one camera that we had up there at Cape, just outside of Melbourne, that we saw it was a wooden, it was a wooden ramp that went down to the beach. So, it was as close to the beach as it possibly could. The last step was, but that's the kind of damage that I do think you'll see. And even before it got dark today, we saw Brett was sending us some drone footage of, the washed out foundation of a couple of buildings there. And so that was something, too, that we were also looking at as that all took place and everything that's still, still out there for tonight. So I appreciate everybody who's been watching through the day today. Off and on, we had some off and on winds a little bit earlier. It's pretty much coming on shore right now, the northern part near Port St. Lucie. So we'll have some information there very shortly. The bottom part's coming through Fort Lauderdale at the moment. That's going to be a offshore situation, offshore wind. It's going to be moving across this area of southern that would be on the south side of the Loxahatchee Groves area there in Boynton Beach. So we're, coming into the area there that is Miami-Dade County and moving on to the east. And that's pretty much where we are with that whole situation down to the south. That is not an area where we're going to be worried about anything happening down there. I don't see reason to really get upset about any of the stuff that's coming on shore. Drew, there's nothing spinning out there. This is all going in the correct direction. I really thought there'd be some water spouts out there. I really thought earlier there'd be quite a few water spouts out there, actually, and there are virtually none of those out there showing up, at least at this moment. That's not to say some of the times the way this happens is that during the heating of the day, tomorrow we'll probably end up seeing more water spouts showing up. We'll end up seeing more in the way of instability playing a factor here, playing a role in what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you think about the quadrants you were drawing out earlier, we're not technically, we're looking at the left or west quadrant now, and that's not really where we see our tropical tornadoes. I did think, like you said, we might have some rotating around that northern sector of the storm, but we've not had any yet. But I do think we'll have some tornado warnings probably after midnight tonight throughout the early morning hours tomorrow morning and during the day tomorrow. Even after this thing moves out and up near the Big Bend of Florida, we'll have those tropical feeder bands coming around the east side, and those very, very well may have some tornado warnings in those. So just stay on guard, even though this thing is coming in and it's been very quiet so far, except for the storm surge and the wave action. Don't let your guard down just yet. We've got a little bit more to go as the storm comes through the state. Miami southward, what hurricane you guys are saying. I mean, hardly no rain in Miami, west winds 15 to 25. That's the weak side of the storm. David, I just thought it was pretty wild. We've got higher wind gust in Jacksonville, Florida than we do on Cape Canaveral right now.
Yeah, I know. And even up into South Georgia, too, and around the bend, there are going to be some higher winds there. And that's just part of the pressure gradient that's occurring. But even beyond that, you mentioned this a little bit earlier. Look at the winds over to eastern Kit Carson County, my favorite county, Kit Carson County, eastern sections of Colorado. It just I used to say it all the time. Kit Carson County, by the way, and Weld County are the two counties that have the most tornado warnings of any other counties in the United States. There is a time period there, Drew, where you can sit there on I-70 on the eastern side of I-70 in Kit Carson or Weld counties, which is, by the way, as big as Puerto Rico. Weld County is huge. It's a very large county, but so many tornado warnings run that area right there. And but today the winds were, really high there. We used to have wind gusts. It was not unusual to have winds in Denver, as you know, on the West Coast there into California with the Santa Anas that go on. Well, we would have mountain winds that would come in Denver that would be 70 to 80. Everything was prepared for that structurally. Anything that was weak was gone when it had a 60-mile-per-hour wind, so they rebuilt it to withstand 70. I think a lot of that's probably happened in South Florida, where the structures are made to be extra strong now at this point. What is old has survived because it's very well built, and what is brand new was up to a different code than everything else that was first put in. So you're not going to really be seeing tons of damage come in these minimal situations where you're just borderline at 70 to 75 miles per hour. And I think that's a testament to structurally where we've come from. Any buildings that we saw today that had any damage at all, Drew, were all old buildings, old structures that were really, really close to the water still.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perspective, like you said, 44 mile per hour gust at Cape Canaveral. Currently, that was, we had higher earlier, 46 in Jacksonville. But let's go out to Kansas and Nebraska. Lakin, Kansas right now, 51 gust, and McCook, Nebraska, 52 mile per hour wind gust. So a lot of you guys out in the plains and the Rockies are rocking and rolling with the wind with our developing possible severe weather system for tomorrow and developing blizzard than what we're seeing in Florida with a Category 1 hurricane.
Brian Andrews, don't go to bed, dude. He says it's bedtime. Brian, it's just 10:30 Central Time. Brian, thank you for all your comments tonight. Appreciate you watching us here tonight. And we were just, kind of trying to go along with what was happening here today. You and Gap Fatty, y'all are two of my favorite posters. I don't know, Gap Fatty, you're way up there, but Brian is also right up there too. So is Deb Pratt and Nama and Mark Bush. I think y'all are my favorites, and I appreciate you being with us tonight and helping us out, because you have helped us out with what was actually going on the ground. Boots on the ground is what we call it. We always love to get information from those of you who are out there and about, who can give us some really good information overall. Drew, Brett's gone. I don't know if he just got fed up. Maybe he thought I was mad when I muted him a while ago. I thought he was about
to lost him. Yeah, I think his signal dropped because he was trying his best to talk, and it sounded kind of like a machine. So
I was afraid any minute we were going to hear him place a bet.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, no, it's not legal. Brett,
51 mile per hour gusts, Sebastian, Florida, just now. So again, we're not really seeing even those 60 mile per hour gusts that we saw earlier today. We're getting some pretty heavy rain coming in just south of the Melbourne area. Some pretty intense radar echoes, but on velocity, maybe a little bit of rotation offshore, but nothing really to be concerned about at this time, since again, we're not really in that northeast or east quadrant of the storm just yet. So can just continue to watch radar. And like you said, and somebody said in chat a minute ago, just not a lot of reports. So, Mark Bush, do you still think it's a Cat 1? We just have to go by what the National Hurricane Center says, and they say it is. So we have to say it is. But I have not found any wind gust higher than 66 miles per hour yet. Now, that's not to say that if you were not on a boat or a jet ski rocking in the waves in the middle of the ocean offshore, that you may not be getting 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gust. We just don't have the instruments in the middle of the ocean to obviously record that. So we have not seen any hurricane force gust, but according to the Hurricane Center, yes, this is still a Category 1 minimal hurricane.
And that's all right. Nobody is thinking that's not a good thing tonight, that we've seen a minimal hurricane passing on by and coming on shore. Is it completely over with? I don't think so. In fact, there was just now a brand new meso discussion that came out. Let me see if I can find that for you. This coming out from them just a few moments ago. It'll populate here in just a minute, but that's going to be for Eastern. I guess it's for Eastern Florida. I just saw it pop up. A new meso discussion. It'll show up here in just a few moments. Concerning a watch, it was a 40% chance for a watch, so that's I think obviously going to be a tornado watch for eastern sections of the state of Florida. Again, I don't issue these. I'm guessing. But it is a 40%, which I don't know. That's kind of wild to me. If somebody comes in and goes, oh, I'm going to pass my 10% and make it 50, then do you go with it? It's kind of a difficult situation to go with what a 40% chance is. The best eye wall representation I have seen all day long today. But look, it had to be all up in the radar in order to get a total, complete concentric circle out of this. I still truly believe we went through eye wall replacement a couple of times, and now one's trying to form 5 miles off of the beach at West Palm. And if you look at this and we look at the distance, the measurement, it's about as tight as it's been all day at 52 miles wide. Let's see if it's any different this way. It's 53 miles wide this way. Just a huge, humongous eye, and as a result, until it actually collapsed on itself a little bit more, and you had a tighter eye wall, the winds just aren't going to be what maybe were first of all forecast. The singular stuff that you see up here that looks a little bit more cellular, none of that is rotating. None of it is rotating. Not like I thought it was going to be. It's all just kind of blah. Down to the south here again. That buoy marker quit. But this is what we've been anticipating all day long today. We knew it was going to be near the midnight hour. It's 11:35 Eastern Time, 10:35 in Central Time here, and 9:35 out in the Mountain Time Zone. But at this point, it doesn't really matter what time zone you're in. It is what it is. And it's not a huge thing tonight that we're super, super concerned about growing anymore. It's not going to grow anymore. It's not going to produce something that we didn't know about a little bit earlier. No surprises here for sure with what is happening, what's coming on shore. And I think Brett was in the Fort Pierce area up in here not that long ago. Let me see. That's Vince's camera. Can I show Vince's camera?
And Anthony, thanks for posting. Am I back?
Yeah, can I show Vince's camera?
Yes, you can.
There's Vince's camera. He's looking out over the open water and got pretty good spray coming off of the ocean there. He is just to the north there on the A1A, just to the north of Fort Pierce, and seeing what's coming in. The waves are breaking there, but they're not like, see anybody out there surfing. It's they're certainly not that high at this point as they come in, and maybe the water has come up considerably into that area. Probably seeing that be the case, but nothing that's really nutty there at all. It's 74 degrees. The dew point is 74. You got a 3/10 of an inch dew point depression to work off of. So that's like if you're outside, you're sitting in a chair with your shirt off, it's going to get up with you and walk around. It's not going to be a situation where you have much of an opportunity to be dry. That is for sure. Don't carry your corn chips outside because they're just not going to be very chewable for very long.
And even
at
there,
all.
you saw his winds, sustained around 15. I think it said gusts, less than 30. And he's right on the beach. So that's pretty interesting to see that. Anthony posted in chat, some tornado threat from the Storm Prediction Center will increase along the coast after midnight. Extent of the tornado threat should be limited, which will mitigate any near-term watch issuance. So it sounds like they're going to hold off on any tornado watch until at least maybe a little bit closer to the midnight hour, or even after, depending on how these sales develop.
Is that this mezzo discussion that you just read?
Yes, I believe he copied and pasted out of that.
Okay. So if you didn't hear, is a some tornado threat is 40%. It just lacks just a little bit more in order for them to say, okay, I believe in this watch. So they're just about 10% from coming up with that. All of the situation that we're talking about, Cape values are still. What in the? She's about to lay an egg. I'm not kidding. On my shoulder. That's what that. Anyway, Penny, don't. Not now, please don't. That was weird. That was like some demon coming out there. Anyway, there's where that watch would be. Potentially, that watch would be right there into that area. But my goodness, I'm not really sure why they would do that at this point. It's a borderline sort of situation. Where is the hurricane? There's no doubt where it is now. And as my buddy Ken Graham taught me, you always draw this thing into quadrants and talk about what it looks like on each quadrant. Everything's equidistant from the center here. All of the radar echoes coming in are pretty much the same. It's like spokes on a tire here, because that's generally what's happening here. It is all running around in a counterclockwise situation. So at this point, the highest winds will be coming into the Fort Pierce area very, very soon. And they'll come in out of the northeast like this. First of all, right now the wind over here is coming in out of the north, but it's going to be a shift that'll be coming in from the other direction pretty soon now. And then push everything. Here we go. And then that way over here. This way, due west-east there, and due south-north on the east side, Freetown, Freeport, under a north wind here at the moment. Let me look at the MEDAR data here, and I can actually put the wind direction on. I love this part of this program here, Drew, where you can look at the actual MEDAR data, and it'll show you. Might want to make those arrows a little bit bigger, or make that an option, because they get kind of lost underneath all of the other data there, but you can see what we're talking about. The northerly wind at all METAR stations there, up and down the A1A, going down into West Palm Beach. And then the one over here at Freeport, you can see that is a south wind at Freeport. So we are conserving the laws of dynamics here, and the law that says vortex spins, not always, but spins around a center a form here, a center location, and that's what's happening right here. And it's very easy to see where the absolute center of this storm is, which means there's going to be a huge controversy, as they say in Europe, controversy about when this thing actually makes landfall, because that is actually the center of the low pressure itself. But the western eye wall is coming on shore as we speak, so you could sort of say we have done that at this point. Without any fanfare, basically, at all. Put in wind direction. Let me really quickly look here and see if I have wind speeds that look different at all. All of them, Drew, are still within, 30 to 40 miles per hour. I don't even see. That's a 40 mile per hour wind speed at Vero Beach. That's on the METAR a few moments ago. The Indian River reporting 54 miles per hour. That was going to be at 9:18. That's been a while. is the meteor report.
Last one I got, 10:20 p.m. Central Time, 11:20 Eastern, at the Melbourne International Airport. 58-mile-per-hour gusts from the northeast.
I got you beat. This is at the K Verb site there, Vero Beach, obviously. 60 miles per hour, gusting to 60 miles per hour. That's a due northerly wind there, which is expected. And I think that was in the last 30 minutes or so. Just outside of Sebastian, that's going to be a 38, but gusting to 54. Gusting, it's not hurricane strength. And what classifies as a hurricane is not a gust. It's a sustained wind. It's 75 miles per hour, so above 74. So that's where we are at this point. And if there is a good thing about being in a hurricane or anything about this whole situation overall, is that we've run into the minimal as far as everything is concerned. The minimal amount of rainfall, the minimal amount of wind, the minimal, it's hard to say about beach erosion because you can't see it. And I'm sure there's going to be damage. Drew was talking about this. We've already seen some damage just out of one or two cameras that we have. So it's very likely along the beaches, there will be damage. There will be some beach erosion because we saw that sort of taking place a little bit earlier when we saw, it's called longshore transport, where you take the sand from one place and you move it to another, where we saw that happening, where we saw that southerly movement on the camera of the flow coming in there along the coast, and we brought sand from one place and took it to another. Look that up sometime. It is an amazing feat that happens when you transport sand. The sand that you have at your beach today was not there that long ago. It came from somewhere else because it's a river. Sand is a river. It's constantly moving from one place to the next. So pretty much that's what you have at this point. And I have talked today. Thought tonight I might have a little bit more to talk about, other than the fact that this is the most amazing sort of a situation I've seen unfold in a long time. I don't really know what else to say about it, Drew, at this point.
Yep. Just saw in the chat, Gage made a good point. If the pressure was consistently dropping and even touched 978 millibars, how is things not stronger than we are hearing in their reporting? I think that goes back to, this is just a very, very spread out system. Typically with Ian and any other normal hurricane, this is not a normal hurricane. First of all, we're in November. This is more like a nor'easter or a super strong low pressure. Now, technically, by definition, it is a hurricane because it's a warm core system, not a cold core low. That's the difference in a hurricane or a subtropical storm or a normal low pressure system. But it's just not got its act together. It's got the 978 millibar pressure reading earlier, but those winds are not so concentrated around that eye wall. They're spread out hundreds of miles all around the storm. So I think that's the biggest difference in what we're seeing here with that pressure reading versus, why aren't we seeing these, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts? Well, it's just not there. It's all the wind energy is spread out all around the storm.
Yeah, and pretty much that 970 mark is kind of standard. 975 or so is considered a category 1. If you have an eye that shows up visibly on the satellite imagery, is also indication for calling a low pressure a hurricane. But 975 is sort of the cutoff. You get there and a little bit lower, and then you start talking about a category 2 type hurricane. But I rightfully and pretty sure, they when they sent down the recon, and when they sent the tube down, it showed a 976, 970, what was it, 976 or something like that. They went with 980 because it didn't make a lot of common sense to drop one that far.
Officially, the lowest I saw was 980. I think there was maybe a report on a recon.
Yeah, there was a drop sign that was like 976, 978. I can't really remember, but there was a drop sign, which is, reason for that. They use a bunch of different methods. They use satellite imagery. You can look at, it's called the Dvorak system. They use that to go ahead and estimate wind speeds and that kind of thing. And, they use a lot of different things, but ground truth is the best. And Maybe at this point, ground truth has been a little bit overdone there. I never really saw anything come out of Freeport, anywhere out of the Bahamas that looked like it was going to be ominous either, Drew. It didn't, there's no expectation of what was coming out of the Bahamas to go, oh, it was really bad over there. And
I agree.
That could be the case.
Yep, I agree. Ronald, thank you for that in chat. Eastern Port St. Lucie area is where he is located. Light rain and wind gusting. He's waiting for the eye wall. What eye wall I guess we have coming at you. He says it's definitely not a Gene or Francis. Remember those hurricanes? Well, what was that, 2004, I believe? Worried about losing power, he says. So, yeah, hopefully you can keep that electricity on tonight. And that eye wall, northwestern eye wall, is getting pretty close to the eastern Port St. Lucie area right now.
Is the inner light asked me if West Palm Beach is in the worst part of the storm right now. Yeah. Right now, what's happening to you in West Palm Beach is as bad as it is going to get right now. Any part of a feeder band, the inner feeder band, is moving over West Palm Beach at the moment. It's going to be creating more of a northwesterly wind than anything else, but this is the worst part coming through there. And it'll be going a little bit further. Now, the eye, somebody asked about how many miles wide is the eye. I can just show you online right now. I can measure it with our distance tool that shows you it's well over 50 miles wide from one side to the other side. It's kind of unheard of. Hurricane Hugo, I think, I don't know if Hurricane Hugo did that, but quite a few. Hurricane Hugo was a really, really bad storm, came into the Carolinas a while back, but it had a huge eye, but it had tons of thunderstorms around it. This does not. This is just a sort of an open wave, as we said a few moments ago, and I'm really surprised we don't actually have like a little front hanging out the bottom side of this to make it a little bit more subtropical. You'll probably even see that during the day tomorrow, and this would likely become a subtropical situation to where now it will gain its energy, derive its energy from the difference in temperature instead of the warm ocean water that it will no longer have. The feeder bands will still be out there over the open waters, so technically it is still gaining some of that latent heat out of the open waters of the Atlantic, and maybe even some of those feeder bands on the south side coming into the Gulf of Mexico. But it will no longer be a warm core situation where the temperature goes up when you fly inside of the hurricane. It'll be just the opposite. It'll turn into a cold core sort of a situation. Doesn't have a lot to, doesn't mean a whole lot when it comes to the wind. A gradient wind is a gradient wind. If we have a winter storm where the barometric pressure falls, again, I hate to keep going back to it, but it's where I've lived for the last 10 years in Colorado. We'd have these, they were called Colorado lows, come out of the southern part of the state that would have 20 millibar drops, actually 20, this is stupid, but I think it's 22 millibars in a 24-hour period. Lets you call it a bomb. I guess. Anyway,
I'd have to look it up, but yeah, you're close.
I think it's something like that. I call it a bomb if it's just kind of bombing out. If it's bombing out, it's bombing out. If it's falling really rapidly, is normally what you do. But it's the pressure gradient between that and another high pressure somewhere else, and it has. Oh my God.
I think Penny is getting tired. Or did she leave you another present?
I just know it's warm on the back.
You're going to have to either take a break or call it quits for the night here in a little bit and take care of Penny and take care of your back. I can't, and I'm glad I can't, so we're good.
Drew, help me out. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened.
I'm looking at a box that big on my monitor, so we're gonna, yeah. I'm sure the people at home can probably see detail, but I can't, and that's good.
Oh man, you're a farmer. All right, well, I do need to go change. What are we gonna do? The microphone's way over here. What do we need to do here? What do you want to do? What are we gonna do?
I wish we had more to go on. I'm not getting anything. I mean,
I don't want to leave
reports are
anybody
not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of people watching, but I mean, we're right. We just dropped below 200 on the one page, so we can get ready to wrap this thing up here, maybe top of the hour tonight if you want to plan on that, and then maybe do some recap stuff tomorrow.
Naima asked if they make diapers, and they actually do, and I just didn't put it on her tonight. But if you think about it, you can take a face mask, a regular face mask, think about it, and wrap the straps around her wings, and then it covers up her bottom. But I'm just gonna have to go get the hose pipe right now and kind of wash this room down. No, I put plastic on the floor, so we're all good. Thank you for allowing me to bring Penny on tonight. She's kind of an icon for me. I didn't get to see her today, and I think she's enjoyed sitting on my shoulder and watching all the bright lights. She's actually watching the radar go around in front of me. That's why she's so mesmerized by what's going on. You good, Penny? How's her doing? Is her a good girl? Is her a good girl? Yeah. I'll give you some more apple here in a minute. But anyway, thank you for letting me have her on my shoulder for a while tonight. And thank you for letting me be the voice during the day today for a lot of what was going on, albeit nothing really got out of hand at this point. It's not going to either, Drew. I feel really confident in saying it's not going to get out of hand tonight. The risk, I think, again, is going to come a little bit more through the night tonight and the early part of the day tomorrow when we get a little bit of sunshine and we see the terrestrial heating interact with some of these feeder bands that comes in, and we have a little bit more lift, a trigger that takes place. And again, those feeder bands will be out over the open water for a long time. Not tomorrow, not tomorrow night, not the next day. They'll be out there for like 3 days. The feeder bands will be out over the open water coming onshore. It'll be a fetch that comes in from the water onto land, and we'll likely be watching many of those rotating as they come on shore, and then a water spout becomes a tornado. So kind of where we are tonight. I'd never leave you here if I thought this was going to get out of hand, because this is what I've done for a living my entire life, and what I feel responsible for is watching out for people. But I don't think there's really anything else I can tell you at this moment that helps with anything other than just a little bit of information. See, I thought that was going to be spinning. That is not spinning. That is, a sort of a straight line situation. That's some of the wind that's offshore that looks to be 50, 60 miles per hour. But a good afternoon thunderstorm brings you that into South Florida, and I just don't see any foul. Foul. That was a bad. I didn't even mean that. It just happened. That one just happened out of nature. But I don't see anything that really looks like it could change any of that into the overnight hours here, Drew. You are more than welcome to stay on my internet, or you want to just bring it back up yourself? Are you ready to call it a night too?
I think we got. I'm used to safety speech, so here goes the safety speech. Have a way to get a warning tonight. Have a weather radio. Have something that will wake you up if you get in a tornado warning, because like David said, if you're not right on the beach and if you're not right at that surge or the wave action, your biggest threat in the overnight hours is probably not going to be the gradient winds. I mean, yeah, if you could have a tree come down or a branch come down, that's definitely possible. But, 50, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust, that's not that big a deal, here in Florida. But what is a big deal, if we get a spin up tornado, even an EF1 coming down your street, that could be a pretty, bad situation, especially if you're asleep. So make sure you have something that will wake you up. Weather radio is the best. Smartphone app is the best. Make sure you download the Radar Omega app to your phone so you can quickly open it up, click that GPS button, and see where you are in relation to if you have that warning. And that's about it. I just don't feel like it's going to get that crazy. I do feel like we're going to have more tornado action maybe tomorrow, but I'm really interested in that South Carolina and North Carolina area as those feeder bands rotate in the coming days. So we may be back here doing long form tornado warning coverage, more so than the hurricane coverage for tonight.
Let me say goodnight to somebody who's been here with, I don't know how long he's been here, but Naima, thank you so much for being on tonight, for giving me some information back and forth here. Appreciate you being here with us. I got to say, Gap Fatty, there's a shout out to you, Gap Fatty. Thank you so much. You and I should hang together sometime. Gat Fatty says in Polk County, I'll let you know what happens tomorrow. It's not too bad. I'm going to go out to the side right now and mow, which is an Alabama thing. I don't know, Gat Fatty, what the deal is right there, but I love you. And Sarah says, I have never, ever seen a shoulder chicken before. Well, you have now. And thank you for letting me have her on here for just a little bit. I got a sore throat. I'm going to go have some honey and water and vodka and honey and water and some other stuff.
Yep, that's sounds like a plan. I'm still chugging my Diet Coke that's kept me alive tonight
There
with the
you
caffeine
go.
going. So
I've
we're gonna
had-
probably
I
have
don't know-
another Diet Coke.
I mean, I don't know how many rounds of sweet tea to help me stay awake. Sweet tea. Had 3 of these. And I ate this side of the apple, and she ate the other. She still eating the other.
Still eating.
I'm going to sign
Keep
off,
it
Drew.
going. Almost 9 hours, so that was a good run.
Yep.
Appreciate everything tonight. Great job,
Thank you,
Brett.
Ronald.
I know he's not here, but thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. This was a lot of fun, and glad we didn't have anything worse than what we did during the evening hours.
Yeah. So once again, we appreciate you being with us. I'm David Neal, meteorologist David Neal. Drew Richards is with us as well tonight as Brett Adair is out and about. He's been giving us all the information, as well as Heath Lawler. Heath is also doing the driving tonight to make sure that Brett is safe. He's the guy who's driving through the drive-thrus so Brett can stay nourished through the night tonight, and we appreciate Heath as well. He's made many of the graphics that we have on the air for you tonight. We're going to sign off here. It's 10:58, coming up on 11 o'clock Central Time, almost midnight there on the East Coast into the South Florida area. We're watching out for you. Should something else happen, I know how to get right back on. I don't think it will. I think it's all going to be very minimized for the rest of the night tonight, during the day tomorrow. Should something happen again, as Drew just said, we'll jump back on and have some more for you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to sign off